All right, guys, let's get started. Welcome to day two of the third annual conference on the geopolitics of technology in East Asia. For those of you who joined us yesterday, welcome back. For those of you joining us for the first time, it's good to have you. My name is Andy Grotto. I founded and co-direct with Colin Call the program on geopolitics, technology, and governance at the Center for International Security and Cooperation here at Stanford. I want to thank the Korea Foundation and its president, Yuan Kim, for the foundation's generous support in making this conference possible. I also want to extend and acknowledge my gratitude to Professor Kiyo Tsutsui, the Japan Studies Program, and the Shorenstein Asia Pacific Research Center for their contributions and support as well. I also want to recognize a team of colleagues running the show. You encountered some of them out front, and they're in the back of the room as well. Eliana Paredes, Tenzin Shumfeld, Gabby Armani, Kathy Liu, Ayam Rotbeck, George Mason, Sarah Alvarez, Shabby Tabish, Connor Chapman, and Kelly Remus. Thank you guys very much. Yesterday, we explored the implications of the upcoming U.S. election and the geopolitics of technology. We explored perspectives on technology and great power competition from Korean, Japanese, and Taiwanese perspectives, and the geopolitics of the semiconductor industry with senior executives from that industry. A few themes emerged. We're in a transitional period politically and technologically. Shifts in domestic politics, geopolitical realignments, including the so-called Legion of Doom, to borrow Colin Call's phrase, and the relentless pace of innovation in AI combined with technology's voracious appetite for energy will further complicate the existing matrix of interdependencies and vulnerabilities shared among the United States, its allies, and China. Among the U.S. and its allies, these shifts have triggered a renewed focus on economic security, though each of them may emphasize different dimensions of economic security and what mix of measures is best suited to achieving it. Major questions remain about what forms it should take and how best to institutionalize cooperation around economic security, though we may have a better sense directionally on how these countries could tackle it together after next week, after the election here in the United States next week. And so today we'll go deeper on these issues and then also dial in on some complementary themes. Last week, the Biden administration issued a national security memorandum on artificial intelligence. One of its themes is the importance of working with friends, allies, and partners to establish multilateral rules of the road for safe use of AI while ensuring that people around the world can reap the benefits of safe AI. And so two panels today will explore these issues with experts from industry, academia, and civil society. As many of you know, there's been significant political upheaval in Japan this week. Later today, Professor Tsutsui will chair a panel on Korean and Japanese geopolitical leadership, where I'm sure this development will be explored in the context of the Korean-Japanese geopolitical relationship and what that means for technology and the relationship more broadly. 2 weeks ago, China held a major military exercise around Taiwan. We have experts later today discussing technology and the military balance of power in the region. It is October. There haven't been new chip controls yet. I'm waiting. By any measure, though, there's been an explosion in the use of national security trade controls in the U.S. over the past 5 to 7 years. China is following suit earlier this month. China's new export controls on rare earths went into effect as an example. Later this morning, we'll have a panel on what the rise of industrial policy in the name of economic security and the surge in the use of security trade controls means for the future of free trade principles enshrined in the WTO. It'll be chaired by former senior USTR negotiator and current scholar here at Stanford, Michael Beeman. To kick today off, though, I'm really excited to welcome Matt Borman. We've had to switch his participation to virtual due to a change in his schedule that requires him to be in DC. For those of you who've served in government, you know the drill. This happens. I wish Matt could be here. Matt wishes he could be here, but this is just the nature of the beast. Matt, I know your schedule is packed. Thank you for still making this time for us. I'm really grateful. Matt is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Export Administration. Matt, you should know that yesterday I hyped you as the most experienced export control policy practitioner in the U.S. government. I won't ask you to confirm or deny that, but you should know that I hyped you as such, given your 40 plus years of experience in BIS. Matt is responsible for implementing the Bureau of Industry and Security's controls on the export of dual-use and military items for national security, non-proliferation, and foreign policy reasons. He oversaw the sweeping national security controls to counter China's military-civil fusion strategy. He played a key role in developing and implementing the U.S. and allied strategic trade restrictions on Russia in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. He led the updates to the Export Control Reform Initiative and developed secured trade policies with Cuba. He entered the Commerce Department in 1992 as an attorney in the Office of Chief Counsel for Export Administration. Matt, thank you for your public service. And so let's jump into it. Matt, maybe we could just start with just a sort of a basic kind of level setting. What are export controls? Just give us maybe kind of an export control 101 in brief. What are export controls?
That's always a good place to start, Andy. And first, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Apologies for not being here there in person. Andy's right. I would, in some respects, rather be there than here, but that's where we are. But export controls. I mean, at the top line level, it's pretty easy to sum up. The purpose of export controls is really to keep technology, and when I use technology, we're really talking about commodities and the related software and technology that we really need to keep from adversaries or potential adversaries to protect our national security. There's another aspect of export controls, which is really restricting exports of items that could be used to violate or abuse human rights. So, it's essentially keeping the good stuff from the bad guys. But with export controls, there's always a lot of ifs, ands, and buts. For example, the trade restrictions on Russia go well beyond the good stuff to a lot of less good stuff or older stuff or less sophisticated items. But unfortunately, those are the kinds of items that are still supporting Russia's war effort. But of course, with countries like China, we are trying to focus on the highest end items that present the most risk. And we also have to factor in the ability to be effective. And to be effective, we not only have to identify the key technologies, the key choke points, the key advanced technology, but also be able to do it in a way that covers or gets the allies to cover comparable technologies. Because if we just control it and the adversary can get, or the target can get the same technologies from another source, we're not effective, but we risk undercutting the technology leadership of those companies that are in that national security advanced technology space. So that's a relatively short answer to Andy's question. I think there's often a perception, or not often, but there may be a perception sometimes some of the controls we put in place are more kind of industrial policy lane, but all of ours really are key to national security. But the system is very challenged now, both by geopolitical circumstances, Russia's renewed invasion of Ukraine being one of them, China's continued activity, both internally and externally, and also this just continued acceleration of technology development, which, I think every year we say, wow, we've never seen the technology accelerate as much this past year as we did the previous years, but then the next year it's even more so. So that's at least an intro, I guess, to export controls and the rationale for them.
Thanks, man. I want to put a pin in the industrial control point you made. Maybe come back to it in a moment. Before we do, though, I want to maybe come to this kind of long arm aspect of U.S. export control policy, which I think is an important point to maybe put on the table, which is this idea that this facet of U.S. export control law that gives U.S. export control law this extraterritorial reach. Could you maybe describe how that works a little bit for folks so they understand why it is that, for example, the U.S. is able to exert influence, for example, on the chip tooling equipment?
Yeah, so again, sort of traditional or historic export control is really focused on the technology, the hardware produced in the United States, exported from the United States. And of course, over the last several decades, that has changed dramatically. You have very advanced technology developed in the civil sector and also very globalized supply chain. So I think, as probably everybody in the audience knows, the most advanced semiconductors in the world are not produced. They're designed in the United States, but they are not produced here. They're produced in two other countries, of course, Taiwan and South Korea. So we've long had in our statute and then implementing regulations the authority to control foreign-made products. One piece is it could be based on the amount of U.S. controlled content. We call this the de minimis control. The other, and so for example, a foreign-made civil aircraft that has over a certain amount of U.S. controlled content, like the engines, could be subject to restrictions like they are now to Russia, even though they're made abroad, and even though the end item is fundamentally not based on U.S. technology, but it has enough U.S. what we call controlled content to capture the end item. The other is the foreign direct product rule, which in its initial form long existed. It was back from the Cold War when there was, I think, a concern that U.S. or Western companies would just build a turnkey manufacturing facility outside of the United States, and then the product of that, which would be controlled if it was made in the United States, going to the Soviet Union or the old Warsaw Pact, would not be controlled because it was being produced in a third country. Starting with Huawei a few years ago, it became clear to us that to achieve our policy objectives in any particular circumstance, we needed to essentially catch the foreign-made chip, because so many of the semiconductors produced now in the world are not produced here, or they're not packaged here. And so the rule we've written essentially is, if a foreign-made semiconductor is developed or designed based on U.S. software or technology, U.S. IP, U.S. Electronic design software, or produced on a line essentially with a tool based on U.S. technology, and every semiconductor in the world has at least one U.S. tool in it, either of those prongs would catch that foreign-made chip, if you will, and therefore it would need a license from us, authorization from us, the interagency process, to be transported or moved from that foreign producing location to the foreign customer. So it is quite an extraterritorial reach, and our allies generally are not happy if the extraterritorial reach extends into their territory. One of the principles that I think we've been trying to follow, and this is really shown by the Russia controls, is we do have foreign direct product rule controls on items like semiconductors going to Russia from a third country, but we did not extend those into countries that have comparable trade restrictions. Because our view is we don't need to reach into a third country's jurisdiction to control something made there if it's also controlled by that foreign jurisdiction. But this is I would say an increasing feature of our controls, given the types of technology we're concerned about and the existing sort of supply chains for those items.
Matt, I know you spend a lot of time on the road, connecting with allies, with friends, with frenemies, pitching U.S. policy, explaining U.S. policy, justifying U.S. policy. I'm curious, what are some of the most common misperceptions that you encounter among U.S. allies about the aims of U.S. policy? What are some of the most common critiques of U.S. policy that you encounter, and how do you address them?
Yeah, so as you can imagine, the first step is convincing allies of the national security threat that a particular circumstance poses, and of course that's largely based on information developed by other parts of the U.S. government. And then it's really demonstrating that what we're proposing to do and what we would like them to do with us is still very calibrated, that it will still allow a significant amount of legacy trade, if you will, or trade in less sensitive or less advanced items to continue. It's not a decoupling, it's a de-risking. And that doing this together is in our national security interest, not just for the next 3 months or 6 months or 9 months, but in years down the road. So that's really the overall approach, whatever the particular technology is. One, the rationale for it; two, the underlying rationale; two, the targeted, calibrated approach we're proposing to take. And three, that we certainly will engage with foreign industry to get their input and to make sure that they understand how to comply with controls so they don't run afoul of the controls. And then what's sort of underlying all of that is that this is not, souped up industrial policy to benefit U.S. companies at the expense of foreign companies.
Yeah, and I mean, this must be, well, this must be challenging because I look at the list of critical and emerging technologies that OSTP published earlier this year, and it's advanced computing, advanced energy materials, advanced gas turbine engine technologies, advanced network sensing and signature management, advanced manufacturing, AI, biotech. I won't read the full list, but it's sort of it's a greatest hits of technologies that are obviously essential, for military dominance, but also they're all dual use technologies that are essential to competitiveness in the modern economy. And while I and then Jake Sullivan has repeatedly, and I talked about this sort of small yard high fence concept, and when I see this list, I can't help escape the idea that this yard is actually pretty big, and it's hard for me to get past the idea that the yard is actually it's a pretty big yard, and drawing for at least for our allies, I think internally I understand the distinction between, yes, our export controls are for national security, but for our allies, making the case that that actually that's true. When we had this list, how do you? I mean, is it that that line from the Bruce Lee movie? You do it with feeling. Like how do you overcome that reticence, right? I mean, how do you make that case? Because I mean, there's
two aspects.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, because I would imagine. I mean, I mean, I can't imagine them accepting the argument without some pushback, right? I mean, what is sort of the next order argument that you make back to them? How do you engage in that sort of next layer of argumentation with them? How do you persuade them?
Yeah, so there's two aspects to it. One is, even within those categories, at the end of the day, we have to have sort of agreed, very detailed technical control parameters. So that's how you calibrate the controls, and that's a negotiation. And ultimately, we seek to get those controlled multilaterally, or if not multilaterally, in the interim, sort of plurilaterally, if you will. And the rule we published at the beginning of September is an example of that. These are, what we would call emerging technologies that, warrant control. They still are pending in the relevant multilateral export control regime, but the relevant allies, who are also the holders of the technology, have agreed that as an interim step, we need to control them. But there was a lot of negotiation on the actual control parameters to make sure that they're calibrated and not overly broad. And the second thing is, and again, this is exemplified in our September 6th rule, that generally speaking, if another country implements the same controls, we have a general authorization for items from the U.S. to that other country. So even though we're not in Bureau of Industry and Security basically in the promote side of technology development, that's for other parts of commerce and other parts of the government. Our part of it is that agreeing on what we and the allies think should be restricted to countries of concern. But in doing that, constructing that fence, if you will, around the yard, we make sure that there are no internal fences that inhibit collaboration, innovation among the allied groups. So that's the other part of the rationale is essentially, if you're willing to go along with us with this set of controls, we will make sure that there's this little export control friction in technology transfer, collaboration, innovation among the allies who have imposed those controls. So that's our carrot, if you will. It makes perfect policy sense because we want to stay ahead in technology, and you don't stay ahead only by restricting. You have to also keep advancing your own technology leadership.
Right. So the argument is not to get too caught up in the top line category, right? So, in the OSTP list, when it says artificial intelligence, you got to go deeper than just the top line.
Oh, yeah,
category.
absolutely.
And right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Right.
So diplomacy around export controls looks a lot different today than it did before the Russia invasion. Particularly in Boston. Could you maybe share a little bit about how that episode, that debacle, that act has changed the way that that the U.S. engages with its allies, and and sort of in particular how that sort of shaped not just U.S. export control diplomacy around Russia sanctions, but how it's affecting the U.S. approach to developing export controls vis-a-vis China?
Yeah. So all the four multilateral export control regimes operate by consensus, which means any change to the control list, whether technologies be added to a regime control list or removed, all members have to agree. And so that, effectively gives any one member a veto. And so the way the key allies have looked at this is, as I was mentioning, there are certain technologies that we really think we need to control. We can effectively control them because the choke points are only in certain allied countries. And over the last year, for those who were following this, you'll have seen any number of countries impose through their own national authority, if you will, or unilateral authority, controls on these technologies. One of the challenges in doing it this way is they're not fully uniform, either in terms of scope or countries that have adopted them. And so those are ongoing challenges. But then in terms of Russia, especially for Europe, where obviously this is even more of an issue, of a concern, of a threat than it is for us because it's in Europe. And Ukraine obviously borders on a number of EU members. This very unfortunate situation actually created a real, I would say, sea change in how things were thought about. In Europe, of course, the European Commission has the authority to promulgate European-wide controls on multilateral export control regime controls. Implementation is at the member state level, and what we would call unilateral controls, not surprisingly, are also at the member state level. But the European Union and the Commission were very quickly able to work with the member states to get agreement on controls to Russia well beyond the multilateral regime controlled items, which were already controlled to Russia, and it was a matter of common licensing policy. So if you look at the wide swath of the economy and items that are subject to European Union trade restrictions, that was something, again, pre-war, would have been very challenging to make the case to the EU and its member states that there should be, they should go beyond anything much beyond the multilateral export control regimes. And then I think coming to this other process of these national level controls that are not Russia specific, sort of the coordination, collaboration on Russia, I think really kind of helped pave the way for that, or open the door for that. And then one of the things that maybe folks were not as cited on is in its successive Russia packages, the European Union has actually either started to implement or has the authority to implement some controls that would have been not really conceivable before the war. They sanction parties outside of Russia for circumventing controls and backfilling to Russia. So that's a type of extraterritorial reach. I mean, it's still direct EU to that entity in a third country, but it is not things going directly to Russia, but to a third country to make sure they don't go to Russia. That's something new for the EU, and also even the authority to control categories of items to a third country to better ensure that they don't make their way into the Russian defense industrial base. Again, something that if this had been broached by us or other party, before February 2022, I don't think it would have had any resonance in the EU or the member states. So, and then lastly, there's a lot more information sharing, regular sharing of licensing decisions to make sure we're aligned in implementation, a lot more coordination on sort of joint efforts, joint outreach to non-sanctioning countries to get them to at least restrict the most sensitive items, the microelectronics that are showing up in the missiles and drones, for example. So, it's again a very unfortunate situation, obviously, of Russia's resumed invasion of Ukraine and all the death and destruction, but it did provide this opening that I think otherwise would have been longer in coming.
So maybe to focus a little more on China specifically, how does BIS, how does the administration more broadly view the role of export controls in China's strategy? I mean, what is the goal of the control, to take the chip controls as an example? Can you how do you think about what success looks like, for example, when it comes to the chip controls?
Yeah. So the rationale for the controls in the last two Octobers, October 2022 and 23, is really to further impair China's ability to obtain or produce what we consider to be the most advanced semiconductors, because those are the ones that are really critical for what you might call the advanced artificial intelligence applications, which have many very legitimate civilian and commercial uses, but also can really be accelerants for various types of military capabilities, from testing of weapons to coordinating drone swarms to doing all sorts of modeling. And I think the view is that those are sort of inflection points. Those aren't just a sort of a regular arithmetic improvements, but really inflection points. And of course, they have dramatic negative potential in the human rights space in terms of monitoring, network traffic and identifying dissidents and so on. So that's sort of the goal, is really to impair them, slow them down in their efforts to get on par with us, if you will, in the advanced semiconductor space, which has then very significant national security and foreign policy ramifications. So that's the chips themselves. We put controls on the highest end, what we consider to be the highest end artificial intelligence chips, if you will. They're so far they're unilateral, but of course, the companies that design those most advanced chips that we're concerned about are all in the U.S. And so these designs and the chips themselves, if they're made here, are all subject to our jurisdiction. So the control can be effective in that sense. We still have to be very vigilant about attempts to get around that, but that's the case of any export control. And the other part is really continuing to be more restrictive on the most advanced tools going to fabs in China, particularly those that we assess either are or certainly seek to get to production of the advanced nodes and gain with some level of parity with us. And then thirdly, also being restrictive on the development of Chinese indigenous tool capability. So all of those together are under, in support of the goal of restricting China's ability to advance and get to parity with us in terms of advanced chip capability.
Yeah, I've been struck by I follow a little bit of the debate in China on this, and there's the Chinese complain about this, right? So if one measure of success is how much grief the controls are generated in China, they're working, right? One critique I'm sure you've heard of the controls as well. They accelerate China's desire to become self-sufficient. On the one hand, I've found those arguments to be not super persuasive in the past because either they were going to do it anyways and haven't been very good at it. What makes us think this is any different? In this case, it's interesting. Talking to some sources. In the past, what often happen is, the government would say to industry, okay, look, we need to do indigenous, we need to become, self-sufficient, and the directive would go out to industry to buy indigenous technology. And so what would happen is industry would buy indigenous technology, put it on a shelf, and then go buy the good Western stuff and actually use it, right? And so the effect would be, okay, yeah, there'd be indigenous development, but it wouldn't improve, and they would still remain dependent on Western technology. With chips, what seems to be happening is, Chinese industry is like, wow, we could actually get cut off, so we actually really do need to cultivate a domestic industry. There is actual risk, and so we really do need to take seriously the proposition that we could get cut off. And so there does seem to be some stronger incentive in this case to develop, a more robust indigenous base. Now, how successful they will be and on what timeline, that's another question. But it's just some data points I've observed. But what measure of success you choose obviously has a big impact on how you gauge success, right? And I think I've observed in this debate people kind of pick a prior success metric, right, and then bring their bias to to judgment. So let's see. I wanted to come back to.
So maybe, Andy, if I could.
Go ahead.
A couple observations just on what you just said. I think on the indigenization, I think frankly both are true, right? They're always going to try to indigenize in these key areas. Our actions certainly may have heightened their timetable or tried to accelerate. Realize they need to accelerate their timetable, and again, one of the challenges is then you have to keep looking for that next step. That's why doing more on restricting components to Chinese tool manufacturers, for example, is an important piece. So that even if they have a government direction to buy Chinese tools, if those Chinese tools are not as capable as Western tools, that's part of the success. And as you can imagine, we look very closely at when they make announcements about advanced chip production. What is the real capability of the chip? Well, first, what are the yields they're getting out of it, and what is the real capability? Measure of success, it's really, I don't think it's realistic to think that we're going to just shut something down. it's a matter of slowing them down and pairing them so that at a minimum we maintain our lead, and best case scenario we actually increase our technology lead, if you will. And so, I think generally speaking in the semiconductor space, notwithstanding some of the recent announcements of a couple of chips, the view is, that China is still substantially several generations behind leading edge, recognizing that leading edge is designed here, but it's not produced in the United States. I think it's also natural for people to want to see really hard and fast, concrete impact, and almost by definition, the impact is going to be more, more nuanced, if you will, because it's really about slowing down and pairing, and therefore staying ahead versus, some absolute cutoff that you can point to and say they are no longer able to do X or Y.
Mm-hmm. So Matt, the theme of the conference is geopolitics of technology in East Asia, and I'm curious, maybe we could, shift a little bit from China and maybe focus a little bit on Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, and if you're, what in your interactions with those three governments, how would you assess their relative appetite for export control, consistency with U.S. policy vis-a-vis some of these advanced technologies on China?
Yeah, as you can imagine,
what do you hear from them?
Yeah, it varies because they have different industry strengths. So, the countries that have significant tool capability, like Japan, are always, they recognize, I think, quite in line with us, the threat that China's advanced chip capabilities or goals pose. But these are also significant markets, not just obviously for U.S. companies, but for Japanese and other companies in third countries. So, I think they're always attuned to addressing the threat in the most calibrated way we can. Not surprising, they're also concerned about potential Chinese retaliation. In some ways, they're more on the front line, if you will, than we are because of the materials. Taiwan, of course, is a little different. That's much more of where the chips go, as opposed to where the tools go. And I think there again, it's a combination of making the national security case, that it's calibrated, that it's something that companies can reasonably understand and comply with. And then Korea, of course, it's a bit of a mix. Obviously you have a couple of very big integrated chip manufacturers, and you have a fairly robust tool industry as well. And so for all of them, in a way, just like us, but maybe even more so because just of where their proximity and their market presence, to do these in a calibrated way that doesn't have dramatic unintended consequences, for their own companies and their market presence, and potential retaliation.
We historically in the United States have conducted export control policy without really allowing, or at least trying to sort of firewall economic considerations from coloring decisions about export controls, right? It's really been about national security. Economic considerations come in, sort of after a determination's been made that, okay, we have to control this item for national security purposes, then let's calibrate it to minimize the economic impacts. We don't do, sort of a cost benefit analysis from the onset, trying to, balance national security with economics when examining a control. That's sort of been, the U.S. approach, for some time. Our allies don't really approach export controls that way. Is that a fair assessment?
I would say in part, we do try to take in account up front what I would say is not economic impact per se, but it goes back to effectiveness. If we decide there's some technology we really need to restrict from particular China or some particular other destinations, we do really try to assess, is it possible to do it effectively unilaterally, or to be effective, do you really need to get other supplier governments on board? And so it's not economics per se, but it's recognizing that if you don't get the other supplier governments on board, there's going to be an economic impact, a negative economic impact on the U.S. companies who are restricted. And why that matters is, especially in the semiconductor space, the companies have a industry high, if you will, percentage of revenue that goes back into R&D, because this technology is evolving so quickly. The companies, today not only have to concentrate on what they're doing today, but continue to have sufficient revenue so that they have the product that's needed 3 years from now or 5 years from now. And so it's more of a technology leadership, I would say, which certainly is based on economics, right? Because if you don't have the revenue, you're going to be hard pressed to do the R&D, but it's not economics per se. I think for our allies, it's part of that, but I also think, in smaller countries, even allies that are, relatively big, but still compared to us small, you can have national champions or very significant players. And so there, the economics, I think, may play a little bit more of a role in their calculus, and again, this comes back to the ability to craft proposed controls to get allies to agree to that are calibrated, so that we can say this will not, this is not an existential issue for your companies, whether they're small, medium, or large companies.
Well, Matt, if it's okay with you, I'd like to open up the floor for questions. Is that
yeah?
So I think we've got about 15 minutes. So Maria, why don't we start with you? And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, your affiliation, so Matt knows who he's talking to. So yeah, and the microphone's coming. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mireya Solis from Brookings. I appreciate very much the discussion. I have 2 questions. Yesterday, we discussed the possibility of building technological alliances, and I was wondering how this would play out in the field of export controls. You've discussed a fair amount this, but if I can pinpoint a couple of areas. One, I think that an area that perhaps important to address is threat perception gaps. And as you were referring to, our allies may not see the risks of commercial technologies being redirected to military use in the same way we do. So I was wondering how much of sensitive information can be discussed among allies to close that gap, because that's very important to then have a robust national security argument. But the other question regarding that technology alliance is how much input are we going to allow our partners to have in the devising of these new controls? I would venture that what I see happening is a convergence model, that the United States identifies risks of these technologies, devises new rules, and countries that come to those standards, then we take away the extraterritoriality implementation, because they're doing what we are doing. But not everybody would like to move in that direction. And is there a possibility to have a plurilateral export control regime where there is negotiation, or would that be stand in the way of the United States advancing its national security goals when it comes to emerging technologies? How would that play out? And my last question is, are the export control rules on chips the model of what is going to come in other technologies? I think that here, clearly, the U.S. obviously has this choke point on design and tools, and therefore that's why it's so effective. What the U.S. decides has a lot of clout everywhere. But do we have that kind of advantage in quantum, in biotech, in other areas that we have identified as of critical importance? Thank you.
Thanks. Those are all very good questions. So, on the general topic of tech alliances, from my perspective at least, that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to have even more of a system where the key allies, who are particularly the key technology holders, come to agreement on the policy to be applied for items that are already subject to control to countries of concern, and then have this regular process for identifying what additional technologies need to be put under control. And for the technologies that we've been controlling over the last couple of years in particular, I would say most of them actually have been negotiated with our allies. The major exception are the AI chip controls, because those are really right now only held by U.S. Stakeholders. But even there, we're looking to get some plurilateral agreement on that. So that's in my view already happening, and that's, I think, a significant advancement, if you will, from in the past, where any proposal that went into the multilateral export control regimes, you had all the relevant experts from the member states negotiate them, and then whatever reach consensus at the end of the year, that's what the regime adopted. So there's always been that sort of negotiation part, if you will. It's probably not surprising that each year in any regime, it's probably the U.S. that puts in the most proposals for control, but they all have to be negotiated and agreed. When we're in this sort of interim plurilateral stage, still most of those have gotten somewhat through that process, but they just haven't gotten the full consensus of the regime. So, it's probably not as apparent when you're just reading the rules from the outside, but most of the controls we've done more recently have actually been the technical parameters have been negotiated with key allies. The question about sharing the sensitive information, as you can imagine, on a bilateral basis, depending on the part of the country, we have ways to share, pretty highly classified information. It gets a little more challenging if you're talking about an institution like the European Commission, and that's something that still has to be further work. But as a general rule, we think we can share sufficient classified or sensitive information with key allies to help make our case on any particular control we're pointing to. And then the last part of the question on the chips controls being the model, I think it depends a little bit. If you look at the controls we put in place in the rule on September 6th, there were several quantum controls. So there's an area where this approach is not just limited to semiconductors or chips, as well as a couple of the other technologies in that space. But it'll also be a bit of a technology by technology basis. Biotech. It may or may not be the case as we continue to look at that there are choke point technologies that we if needed, we can get other allies to agree to adopt while they're still pending in the multilateral regime. And I would have to say, of the 4 multilateral regimes, of course, the Australia group has been successful, continuing to identify, refine, and then impose controls on items sort of in the biospace that could have bioweapons applications. And of course, the reason the Australia group has been successful there is Russia is not a member. And so there's no Russia to block consensus in the Australia group. And, there are obvious reasons why Russia is not a member of the Australia group, which is the chemical and biological weapons non-proliferation regime. So I hope that answers your questions.
Good.
Josh Wagner. I spent 12 years as a Navy pilot, primarily focused on Indo-Pacific, and then recently transitioned to private sector with a focus on policy. I'm really curious to hear your opinion on, as the U.S. increases sanctions through the Treasury Department and then export control through commerce, we've seen sort of a shift from a globalized economy to 2 separate economies, one a little bit more Western focused with U.S. partners and allies, and another one a shift with BRICS coalition, as well as Axis of Evil and Legion of Doom that we've heard in the past 2 days. What is the government doing to address the consequences of our shift in policy, primarily with your expertise on export control, as it's sort of driving a separate economy isolated from the United States?
Yeah, it's a very good question. A couple thoughts. One is, of course, even though a lot of our controls in one sense are quite extensive and expansive, and if you read our rules, it's quite a few pages of the Federal Register, you're still only talking about pretty small slices of overall economy, overall trade. But having said that, of course, if you're a target, you may on your own decide that you need to somehow insulate yourself from that by indigenizing or ramping up trade with fellow travelers, if you will. But I think we are to some extent in the really highly high-tech spaces that we're really most concerned about. We are really talking about, a sphere where we're working with our allies to restrict and collaborate, which is really insulated ideally from, the parties of concern, but you still have a wide swath of trade that remains available. The other part, I think, is figuring out how to create incentives for a lot of the countries that are interested in moving up the value chain, if you will, in terms of their economies and the types of economic enterprises and activity they want to have in their economy. Because generally speaking, U.S. technology tends to be the most advanced and therefore the most attractive. So that's kind of our comparative advantage, if you will. But of course, when we're looking beyond sort of the traditional set of allies who might be interested in this, how do we make sure that whatever we might allow to go there doesn't make its way, either directly or indirectly to a country like China? So I guess part of my answer to your question is, the goal again is de-risking, not decoupling. But if our actions are, accelerating decoupling from the other side, if you will, we want to sort of make our side as broad as possible, recognizing that we have to do it in a way that addresses the security risks of the technology in the first place.
Thank you. Great. Philip, next.
Yeah, Philip Wong from Stanford University. I'm curious whether you can share with me what are the incentives that we are kind of, as we negotiate with our allies about export control, getting to be on our side. Clearly, our own goal is national security for the United States. What are the incentives that we see that we provide to the other allies that we want to come along with us? Certainly, there are countries that are closer in the Indo-Pacific region, which are directly affected by China. But there are other countries like the Netherlands who probably have no interest in the Indo-Pacific region. So what are we telling them to get them on board?
Yeah. So two things. One is this sort of shared general national security perspective, and the risk that China's ambitions to get to technology par, if you will, with the West present even to countries that are far from China. And that's had some resonance as long as we are able to make the case in a very focused and calibrated proposed action as opposed to something much broader. The other, I guess, is sort of a negative incentive, which is, we always have the option to go unilateral and extraterritorial. And, I think virtually every country in the world, most countries in the world prefer to not have that happen. And so, if they can feel like they've got a national security or foreign policy rationale for adopting a control that then would preclude us from deciding we have to reach into their territory and their companies and their products to catch it, some kind of extraterritorial control. That's not, we generally don't lay that out because that's not typically, received well. But that is, I think, a possibility that countries probably have in their mind when we're discussing these issues. But I would say it's much more of this positive shared values, shared goals, shared outlook on the world that is really where we try to focus to get, as an incentive or a rationale, if you will.
All right, so we've got time.
And sorry,
We've got two
the
questions.
other piece is just the more technical piece of more or less, if you impose the comparable controls, we will lift the export control restrictions on those items going to you. So to the extent, companies in your jurisdiction are heavily engaged or would like to be engaged with US companies on those technologies, we would have, we'll not have that export control friction, if you will, with government review of individual transactions in that technology between those two countries. I mean, that's probably the other, that is sort of the other incentive, if you will.
We've got 2 minutes left. I want to get both of your questions. So if you guys could both ask your questions quickly, we'll let Matt tackle both.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Stine. I'm from Denmark, visiting scholar here at Stanford. I'm working on science collaboration and the geopolitical changes. And I'm just wondering how these export controls spill over into research institutions and university science collaboration in basic science. And it's something we're struggling with in Europe. I mean, if you go kind of beyond the technologies that are shared by companies, you also have a lot of big science infrastructure and a lot of very big ones coming up in China that are extremely attractive for our scholars to use. But of course, it comes with some risk. So I'm just thinking, how is it in the US, this export control, and how is it spilling over into the university system?
And let's get his question before we ask that, Matt, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah. Dan Snyder from East Asian Studies here at Stanford. I just want to get at, you alluded to the problem of the overlap between industrial policy and economic security, national security driven export controls. There is a perception, I think, particularly in East Asia, that the export controls are much more about industrial policy and economic competitiveness than they are about national security, or at least it's hard to separate those two. And that's added, I think that's fed by having the national security advisor get up and talk about industrial policy. So he's already made that linkage as well. And then you have a case like, for example, the Nippon Steel purchase of US Steel, which is objected to on national security grounds by many. And it's again, sort of an overlap between industrial policy and national security issues. Thank you. Yeah,
good. So I'll tackle that one and then come back to the science collaboration. Yeah, I mean, this is an ongoing challenge to really explain as best we can to the relevant countries, jurisdictions, companies, the national security risk that any particular technology presents and how we're trying to be calibrated in addressing that. One other thing that we try to do in our space is make sure that when we get actual export license applications in some transaction that needs U.S. government approval, whether it's from a company based in the U.S. to making a direct export, or from a third country that we're catching because of our extraterritorial controls, we treat comparable products and comparable transactions the same, because that's where you'd probably have the heightened perception if, for example, we approve a U.S. company and deny their Japanese, Taiwanese, Korean competitor. So in our that's more at a tactical level, but that's one of the things we try to do. And then really we do a lot of outreach in like Southeast Asia, for example, through industry associations to really try to explain why we're doing, how we're doing it, and then answer questions. But you're right, this is ongoing, and because of the way the technology is accelerating, all in the commercial space, this will become increasingly, I think, a necessity to explain that. On the science collaboration, there's sort of an easy answer and a hard answer. The easy answer is the way we have our export control structured. Fundamental research and information to be published is just outside the scope of export controls. But of course, as everybody in the room knows, there's gradations there, and once you're beyond fundamental research. And there's always some questions about, okay, where's the line between fundamental and say applied research before things get commercialized. And the question is exactly right. There's a real challenge that some national security risk could be exacerbated if there's collaboration with Chinese scientists that ends up allowing them to get some technology, if you will, that we would like to control, but they got into it at the applied research level, and now it's very difficult to effectively control. So this is just another one of those areas that I think requires ongoing collaboration between the government and academic institutions in the United States, and we do a lot of that here, but also with foreign governments and foreign research institutes. I know the EU, I think within the last couple of years, put out some guidelines on security and academic research, and of course that also can implicate, particularly the EU, privacy concerns and limitations on distinguishing what opportunities are available for persons based on their country of origin. So it's a good question to ask. Again, there's the easy part, which is we carve out fundamental research. The hard part is how do we really continually effectively apply that in practice, and how do we deal with the risk of inadvertent technology transfer, if you will.
Well, Matt, that was a tour de force of export controls. I really appreciate you spending the morning here, the afternoon, your time. Thank you for your public service, and it's great as always to see you. Please join me in thanking Matt, and I hope to see you soon.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Wonderful. I think we're all set up now. Thank you, Andy, for not only the invitation for all of us to participate in this conference, but also for, of course, as usual, setting this up in the perfect sequence as well. We just had the presentation from Matt Borman, which covered a lot of the theoretical and challenging questions that are in the forefront of policymakers' minds as we look at the issue of technological competition around the globe and in East Asia. Certainly, we've heard yesterday phrases like technology alliances and phrase managed competition, for example. This idea that there needs to be greater coherence and commonality among technological leaders in the region in order to deal with concerns and threats that are ever present and growing. This may, in some ways, make antitrust officials at the Department of Justice head spin, depending on how these issues are approached, because managing competition, technology controls can actually have dramatic impacts on competition and who's winning and losing, basically, in markets. Obviously, I think the attempt, though, is to continue to focus on national security. And of course, for decades, these controls have sort of existed in a corner of international trade, dealing with issues of nuclear nonproliferation and munitions trade and the rest. But as really highlighted just now, many of these technologies are really being driven by commercial actors that are having potential for dramatic new impact on military capabilities and on security threats. Whether it's drones or AI or semiconductors, these are commercial technologies that companies have interest in, and then how they're able to manage with their governments, to come to agreement on controls is obviously, I think it was hinted at here, but the commercial pressures are very intense, of course, in this space. Allies and partners are also competitors in the economic space. So that's a challenge. There obviously are very complicated decisions on whether it's a technology or the product or service that you're trying to control. Really how to maintain technological leadership. If countries, as just mentioned, have industrial policies, and whether that's a factor in how they approach this whole issue of which controls they might agree to or wish would not be controlled. And then, now even more, this really also has moved into the space of issues such as, potentially, taking it out of the technology space. Are we moving into a world where we may need to consider issues like export bans on minerals or materials that normally weren't under the rubric of export controls, but that can be fundamental to competitiveness in terms of the inputs necessary for a range of different products. So really, this begins to test the commitment to international trade rules and the idea of open and rules-based trade. And are we moving in a less free, less open less rules-based system where just a few are deciding among others? So that's just to set the stage for a really fascinating collection of panelists, all experts in their own right. Kevin Wolf, to my immediate right, is a partner at Akin Gump and runs their international trade practice there. Was Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Export Administration from 2010 to 2017. So he's been on the front line of dealing with these issues, complicated issues of trying to negotiate outcomes with different countries on export controls. Maybe at the time you had a sense that this whole area was about to explode, I guess, and it certainly has ever since that point in time. Next on the panel is Saori Katada, who is a professor of international relations and director of international studies at University of Southern California, USC, and is just a real expert on how Japan is looking at its role in the global economy and the global economy in terms of its role vis-a-vis Japan. And then Hyo-Young Lee is an associate professor at the Korea National Diplomatic Academy since March of 2017, and a research fellow at the Korea Institute of International Economic Policy. I wish you luck in trying to educate and help mentor diplomats in your work at the Diplomatic Academy, but also really focusing increasingly on the issues of economic security to bring a Korea perspective on these issues. So with that, let me just begin by asking, kind of the key question, which is obviously, I think the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the return of actual live battlefield military conflict in the air and in the sea as well, has really motivated and pushed forward a lot of these discussions. But there's no doubt that lingering in the background, particularly in the context of East Asia and the theme of the conference, the role and concerns related to China are particularly acute and deep. And China is an enormously important commercial market for all these countries. And at the same time, the threat just continues to grow and grow in terms of China's activities in the region and beyond. So with that, I thought it would be helpful to begin with just a different, to get a collection of perspectives from different, national perspectives on the importance of this, the China role and the degree to which the United States, the Japan, and the South Korea view this perception in the context of the need to accelerate and accelerate cooperation, accelerate restrictions and controls on critical technologies going forward. So why don't we start with you, Kevin, to get a kind of your evolutionary view of the United States in this position.
Sure. No, thanks. So I've been doing export controls law policy for now 31 years. And I started, Matt used to work for me, but we all work for Matt. He is BIS for 31 years. And when I first started in this area in the early 1990s, it was right at the end of the Cold War. And it was right at a sort of fundamental transformational shift in the thinking about the purpose of export controls, which, to answer Andy's question differently than Matt did, is export controls are the rules that govern three verbs: the export, re-export, or transfer of four things: hardware, software, technology, and services, to end uses, end users, and destinations. Those are each relevant different considerations to accomplish national security and foreign policy objectives. So the core question in that is, what does national security mean? And at the end of the Cold War, the concept shifted from a broader containment of the Soviet Union and the East Bloc into a more strictly, narrowly tailored non-proliferation objective, where only the types of items, you start with the weapon, you start with the conventional weapon, you start with the weapon of mass destruction, and the U.S. and its allies and partners in the four multilateral regimes that Matt mentioned would look and say, what are the bespoke or the commercial items that have some direct relevance to the production, development, or use of that weapon, that missile, that nuclear-related item, that chem bio weapon, the conventional weapon, and whatever those things that had a direct relationship to the development, production, or use of that weapon, dual use or bespoke, would become controlled. And each year, the allies would meet, they would identify those items through experts, and that was the national security objective for export controls, just this pen right here. And so for 30 years or so, the classical period, most of my life as an export practitioner, I wouldn't get invited to conferences like this because that objective was so clear. Export controls, when at Thanksgiving, people would say, what do you do for a living? Or what are export controls? I would say it's a lot like tax law, but without the sex appeal. And what started happening about the end of my time in government, and Bruce Andrews from Intel mentioned this yesterday, we started seeing a shift in Chinese state policy with respect to the acquisition of commercial items, specifically focused on the objective of modernizing its military with one objective in mind, to defeat our military and the militaries of our allies. We started seeing a shift in the relevance of these emerging technologies to that objective. And we started seeing a much greater use of commercial technologies to engage in human rights abuses, particularly with respect to mass surveillance. And a general discussion started about the end of my time in government about the classical system that I just described not really being fit to purpose, not really being able to accomplish that national security objective. Because historically, it was never about countries, it was always about the item. In fact, the rules explicitly state controls have to be country agnostic. And so in 2017-18, there was a broad bipartisan discussion about the need to expand this way of thinking. There was new authority granted, but not a lot of action happened. The Trump administration took action against Huawei, but never really articulated a vision about what national security should mean as a coherent policy objective with respect to export controls, per that one sentence. And everything shifted in 2022, and I'm going to answer your question, which was with the continued invasion of Ukraine. What happened is that the U.S. and now 38 countries, allied countries, have come together to impose export controls, not just on items that are country agnostic, not just on items that are agreed upon based upon the four multilateral regimes of having 1 degree of separation away from a weapon, but to achieve broader strategic objectives with respect to one country to accomplish common security objectives. And so the 30-year tradition of not using controls beyond the things in the four regimes was broken, and allies were able to rummage around and find legal authorities to do that. And then the other thing that shifted in 2022 was in September of that year, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, articulated for the first time really a coherent one government vision as to what national security meant in the US context. And every rule that has happened since then, every change, all the complexity, all the stuff people, pay me by the hour to explain to them for the last 2+ years, all flows from that speech, which basically said, it is a national security objective that we stop the indigenous development or production in China of four things. The development of advanced node semiconductors, logic, NAND, and DRAM, the indigenous development of AI capabilities through the compute side, the GPU and soon HBM controls, the tools, the semiconductor production equipment that is needed to make those chips, and the people that are needed to keep the tools running, and then all of the inputs into producing or developing supercomputers or quantum computers. We'll get to biotech as a separate topic later. And so in October of 2022, in a really novel way, the regs that Matt was referring to, through sort of an all of the above approach, through controls on items, through end uses, through end users, through extraterritorial controls, articulated what the Biden administration's definition of national security is, to answer that question. And it's those four things: to cut off by whatever source the inputs for the indigenous development or production in China or by Chinese companies, advanced node chips, AI capabilities, the tools to make them, and supercomputers. And that is a radical departure from those rules that had existed for 30 years. And in terms of Matt's last point, and very good question asked behind me, most allies do not see that as a national security objective. Most allies do not see that as a common security objective. To the extent Matt was being generous, there have been plurilateral and multilateral controls. It's really only on a very thin number of the types of items at issue, and no coordination or cooperation on any of the end use controls, controls over developing advanced node chips in China, or end user controls such as those that are focused on Huawei. So there's still a fairly, and I travel a lot, a fairly significant gulf between what the definition of national security or common security objectives, which to Matt's point will significantly interfere with the ability of these rules to become more effective. Because if the US imposes a control on an allied country with competition, with a capable company, and it does not, then that company will simply make the tools and the items and the technologies to sell to China that are not subject to any controls. And US extraterritorial controls only extend so far as that company uses US technology to produce what it makes. And if it designs out US content, then there's no authority. So anyway, that's the summary of sort of where we are now on the US perspective, and a good setup for our allies.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you. I think that we'll get to the issue of what this means in terms of multilateral cooperation and plurilateral cooperation in a second. But it was mentioned, suggested, you know, the US has a trump card, if you will, or if you want to use that word or not. Which is, you know, potentially just unilaterally deciding and then forcing everyone to follow along. Other countries in the region are used to this model in other contexts. So let's turn to Japan and get a sense of where Professor Katada, where you think Japan is on this question, and has its view evolved in this same similar direction or in a different direction?
Yeah, so learned a lot in this last 10 minutes, changing what I was going to say quite a bit. But this 2020 change on the part of the US by identifying kind of an enemy or the target of this type of export control, especially when it comes to, well, Russia one side, but especially when it comes to China, is a major challenge for Japan. You know, obviously Japan has worried about China's technological kind of maneuvers when it comes to copying or stealing its technology. Stuff like that has been pretty for a long time ongoing. At the same time, you know, Japan is quite a bit connected to China in many ways, and comes to a little bit of a history where Japan's security security priority is, you know, so-called comprehensive security, which goes back into the late 1970s, where Ohira talked about Japan's security comes with economic security, energy security, many of the broader context in which Japan's existence and kind of existence is really dependent on. So in some ways, this type of target where Japan is actually has a significant connection with China at this point is very challenging. So especially from the kind of economic perspective, or economic security perspective, this heavy dependence on China on the part of the Japanese companies, especially when it comes to the tight integration, not on the kind of economy to economy level, but at the level of company level, is really a challenge. So in some ways, when we hear a lot about Japanese companies or Chinese companies, American companies, I would always ask, so who's we, who's us? And that is the kind of challenge of this regional production network that's been developing for Japan for the last 3 decades or so. Also, this economic security push and export control, especially, is a significant double-edged sword. You know, because of that, between Japan's connection and alliance with the United States, and again, its integration with China. So overall, for Japan, the threat perception that China exists in many ways, and obviously the military one, I think Adam Liff is talking about it next session. But when it comes to economy or economic security, Japan's economic and business survival is at stake here. So that's the kind of additional component that I would like to put on the table. In addition, just briefly, but I think there is a kind of some sense of opportunity for the Japanese companies too. So it's not only the cost that Japanese economic sector is looking at, but also possibly some kind of shift, but that's a long way coming. So when it comes to the kind of measures to deal with this type of double-edged sword between the U.S. Kind of push for the economic security, especially the export control, as well as and Japan's economic integration in China. Definitely Japan is on the de-risking camp, and I'm relieved to hear that U.S. is also at this stage. Obviously there were a lot of talk about decoupling, which has been a quite significant concern for many countries in Asia. And Japan has taken quite a significant step already. You probably have, or many experts here would know that I don't have to repeat that Economic Security Promotion Act has been passed for the last 2 years, and there has been a quite significant step put forward with this. In response to the small yard, high fence type of actions, especially when it comes to the semiconductors, Japan has already put in place in like about a year ago, the export control for 23 high-performing semiconductor manufacturing equipments. So Japan, as the tool producer of the semiconductors, Japan has been putting some of these things along with the United States. But the difference still exists in the approach when it comes to the US and Japan on these export control. So for Japan, this is really kind of a mostly target. No, there's no China as the target. Obviously, kind of defining that is the major. Japan has a major problem with that, so it hasn't been explicitly targeted to and against China for one, but also the measures that's been taken are still kind of at the government level, and it doesn't cover the kind of same company level activities like the United States has done. So many things such as the kind of the Japan origin technology, which gets exported from third countries, or any kind of restrictions of non-residents in Japan, is not controlled by these type of measures. And also the leakage of many of these high-tech knowledge goes through people. And I just heard by a presentation by one of the Japanese companies. Nowadays, they have these economic security offices, and they calculated about 90% of the technological leakage goes through human movement, expert movement from retirement and then being hired as a consultant and so on and so forth. So that's ongoing challenge. But it's a long way process, and this rapid change is what Japanese government is trying to follow, while the challenge continues when it comes to its relationship with China. So I will stop.
Great, thank you, Saori. I think Kevin's pen is the definition of small yard, high fence. In terms of his previous explanation, because this yard, as Andy mentioned, has gotten much larger. Wondering what how you feel the view from Seoul is on how large this yard should get, and what that means in terms of Korea's competitiveness, place in the world, but also there's no place on the earth that is as sensitive to the importance of security as South Korea.
Thank you very much. If I may start by talking about Korea's threat perception towards China. I think that, of course, in the previous administration and the current administration, we have very different policies regarding China. As you all know, Korea has been more favorable towards China in the previous administration due to the policy direction and the characteristics of the previous administration, which put a lot of emphasis on close relations with North Korea, and which implies closer relations with China. But the current administration has a very different approach with regard to North Korean policy and China. And so the Korea's threat perception towards China has also changed as well. Although in terms of economic relations with China, China has been the #1 export destination for Korea. Recently, US has become the #1 export destination, obviously due to the impact of export controls and import restrictions. But obviously, the economic relation between Korea and China has been very critical for Korea's continued growth in the global economy. And so that aspect has been mentioned by many people already. But despite the relations in terms of economy, I think in terms of security, the threat perception has also increased, and mainly due to the national security definition and the emphasis on economic security in trade. That, I guess, is the main reason. But basically, Korea has been exposed for a long time to investments in China. And now there has been a lot of IPR theft in technology and technology secrets. And so China has been perceived as a risky export destination and investment destination by Korean firms. And especially there has been incidences where there has been theft of IPR in chip manufacturing technology. And so these kinds of riskiness has made Korean firms more hesitant in making investments in China. And also due to the rise of China in the semiconductor manufacturing sector, of course, and being a more tough competitor in the global semiconductor industry, these risks of IPR theft is a very important factor for Korean firms now. And so Korean firms are trying to invest more in safer places than China for cutting edge production. And another point is that China's semiconductor market, or production sites in China, are no longer being considered to be as attractive anymore because obviously of the sunk costs that are involved in the investments in China, because mainly due to the US export controls on China, on the semiconductor manufacturing equipment going into China, and the CHIPS Act guardrail provisions, the investments that are being made by Korean firms in China can no longer be upgraded. And that means that in the long term, investments in China will not be able to be updated or upgraded. And so in the end, in maybe 3 or 5 years' time, since these manufacturing facilities will become outdated, they will have to be retrieved or abandoned in the long term. And so that means that the Chinese semiconductor market will not be as attractive to Korean firms anymore. And obviously, there's been the strengthening of China's national security laws and regulations, which has made China a less attractive market for Korean firms to do business. And so those companies that are still in the Chinese market are those that cannot find immediate alternative production sites other than China, or there are more costs involved for returning these production sites back to Korea. And so these changing situations has obviously made China a very less attractive market. So not only in terms of national security, but in economic terms, China has been a less attractive market for Korea. And so, and also there's a perception that Korea is being perceived as a channel for circumventing Chinese products. So for circumventing the US export controls or US import restrictions that the Chinese products are going through the Korean market into the US market. And there has been actually strengthened import restrictions by the US on Korean products based on the perception that Korea is being used as a channel for that. And so all of these situations are making Korean firms less dependent on China. So Saori also mentioned that although the export controls are at the government level being imposed, there has been hesitant support by the Korean companies to follow these export controls. But now there's this perception that maybe it's time that we need a more strengthened export control regime at the Korean government level to serve as a guarantee or sort of an insurance that Korean companies are not going to be, well, disrupted by any disruptions in the supply chain by being closely related to the Chinese market, or that Korea is serving as a channel for Chinese products circumventing US export controls or import restrictions. And so I think there's this increase in perception, even in the Korean business community, that we need strengthened export controls, but they also need to be flexible so that they can be adjustable to any changes in situation in terms of what kind of technology is perceived as being riskier, and if it harms the businesses of Korean firms, then it could be made flexible enough so that they can be readjusted. And so the Korean government is now working on this changed perception of China and making our export control regime more strengthened than before.
Fantastic. Thanks for that really helpful overview of a view from Seoul. Let me just put something on the table, which based on the presentations I just heard, and maybe please feel free to disagree if you think them on the wrong track. But obviously, as soon as you input the objective as being an objective of countering China in some way, this seems to, as the presentations at least I was hearing, complicate the ability to think and to be creative and to step forward with a more aggressive export control approach and regime, and particularly in countries like Japan and South Korea. And so is it the issue that we need to return to Kevin's pen? I'm sorry, just going to keep bringing that up. Basically, the more simple version of, we're going to look at technologies, even in the more complicated environment of something like AI, for example, and in just any potential application of AI for military use, regardless of the state actor or whatever. Is that the approach that can help foster greater plurilateral or multilateral cooperation by kind of siphoning it off country names and focusing on the technology and how it could be used? And you're just, all in a theoretical way. I mean, the challenge, of course, on the other side of that is that I don't know that anyone thought that the internet could be weaponized the way that China has weaponized it on its own population, as well as overseas. So you're kind of, you also need to have room to adjust to real state actors and their stated and documented agendas. But in doing so, you're also at the risk of complicating the ability for finding a way to coordinate and to strengthen and to create these technological alliances, or however you want to define that. Maybe we could go the other direction, start with Korea, and come back this direction. Do you think that that is a basis, or do you have another idea? Do you think that Korea would, in order to move more positively in this direction, that would help Korea to do that in terms of finding grounds for cooperation?
Actually, I think for Korea, the important factor is that how we define national security for Korea. Although we do understand what the US government's position is, because there have been many publications and statements that emphasize what national security means for US, I guess national security is different for different countries, obviously. And considering, although we're talking about national security, when we're talking about export controls, it concerns tools for trade. And so it's simply not just about national security, it's about the economic implications by using export controls based on national security reasons. And obviously, Korea is in a very different economic situation as with the US. The US is a very big domestic market, which is not really trade dependent. But as for Korea, we are 80% dependent on trade for economic growth. And that means that exports and imports are both very important for Korea, because Korea not only exports a lot, but it imports a lot because it has a very highly dependent processing trade industry, which involves a lot of imports as well. And so traditionally, the Korean government's position was not to impose any kind whatever restrictions on exports or imports at all. And the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Trade have been very conservative about imposing any kinds of restrictions, not only on imports, but especially on exports, because we have been very dependent on exports. And so coming back to what is Korea's national security, from the economic perspective, it's protecting our trade and not imposing restrictions on exports and imports. And so this change in perception of economic, the national security with economic security implications is very challenging for Korea. And there's these changes in the geopolitical situations, obviously impacted by the technology competition between US and China, however, has caused Korea to become, to make a shift, to shift its position in trade policy. And so now I think that the Korean government is considering trade as a security issue, because it has now, it is using the term trade security in its policy. And so it's trying to become make more available of the uses of export controls and import restrictions as a necessary tool to ensure more trade security. And by trade security, for Korea, we consider it as a facilitator, or as a tool for facilitating trade, because, as I mentioned previously in my comments, Korea has been perceived as also as a channel to allowing Chinese products circumvent U.S. export controls or import restrictions. And so we are trying to use these restrictive tools to ensure that Korea is protecting its technology leakage and protecting its trade from China's intervention whatsoever, trying to relieve or the wrong perception that Korea is somehow closely aligned with Chinese subsidies or whatever malpractices in trade that China is engaging in order to facilitate our trade and protect our trade security, if that answers your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was really insightful. And so we have a sense that Korea has flipped this switch, but it's kind of coming out of a different place in terms of thinking about how it's going to act in this new environment. How about Japan?
So Japan, item-based kind of small yard type of approach. Japan has been the kind of promoter of the rule-based trade order for a while now. Unlike the 1980s, right? We know the history of all this. And one of the things that's probably quite essential for this is to have a collective action among the private sector. Right. So when it comes to economic security, there's a lot of military security type of argument being put forward as a collective security or collective self-defense vis-a-vis the enemy state or the perpetrator of some kind. Meanwhile, for businesses, it's much more to do with who's cheating, who is doing, kind of getting the upper hand, or who's being protected, industrial policy, so on and so forth. So if the rules can be clear on certain items where the partners or the actors are identified, and that could be clearly stated among the businesses where there's no cheating going on and collective action can be afforded, that will be really an ideal situation. In some cases, like the WTO has the platform for environmental kind of items like the biodiversity protection, as well as drugs and so on. So these could be a way to think about it. And obviously, it'll be very multiple. And, we are dealing with these unknowns where which kind of technology is going to emerge and how that's going to be, addressed. So altogether, this is not an easy deal, but I think that would be an ideal situation to move forward. When it comes to other ways to actually deal with it, one is the G7 to be the kind of platform. And there are some advancement made from the 2023 Hiroshima summit, where they agreed upon coordinated platform against economic coercion at this point. And then soon thereafter, they created a sub-working group for export control enforcement. So altogether, this like-minded group, where they have some common interest to collectively move forward, is a possibility. Obviously, at the same time, identifying the perpetrator and kind of ganging up on one, it might not be the best course of action, where because there are a lot of different views exist. Finally, when it comes to IPEF or FOIP, so these are the kind of more loose rule building exercise that Japan and the United States is engaged. This would be kind of a good case when it comes to supply chains. I don't know how much of this would be available in the next year or so after the presidential election in the United States and Japan's LDP's significant defeat. But still, these are another like-minded effort that could be put in place in order to tackle some of these issues.
Great, thank you. Yeah, you've just moved the discussion a little more into the more traditional trade lane. We talked about supply chain and managing supply chains and basically directing trade in a way that could discriminate, for example. But Kevin, let me get your perspective on where there may be greater grounds for multilateral or plurilateral cooperation with closely aligned nations.
Sure. Go back to going my simple approach. So, for example, when I was in government, and we would think, what is it that gives a adversary's military aircraft, a Chinese military aircraft, the advantage over U.S. military aircraft? Because that's what it's all about, making sure that that advantage remains. And the answer would be, it's the hot section components inside the engine that allow the engine to run faster and hotter, and the type of materials that go into the vanes and blades. It's the AESA radar, the active electronically scanned radar on the front that allows us to see the adversary before he sees us and to burn his radar out before we see us. And what are the core components for that? But microwave monolithic integrated circuits, which are quite common for 5G applications. And then the coating that goes on the aircraft that gives it more of a stealth property, which has commercial applications as well. And so the classic purpose of an export control would be great. Regulate the hell out of those three things in order to maintain the advantage, keep them out of the hands of the Chinese military and those that would be supporting the Chinese military, because going to a common threat, China is the pacing challenge for the US military. There is no other military that is developing itself and modernizing itself in order to defeat the United States and, importantly, allied country militaries, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Australia, particularly in the Pacific. So this is not just a US only. So today you look what is necessary to give a Chinese military aircraft, in this example, the advantage over a US military aircraft. It's going to be the algorithm that is created with a large language model through the operation of several thousand GPUs in order so that its aircraft can react more quickly than ours. It's going to be the advanced semiconductor that can react and move far more quickly in order to give the advantage to the electronic warfare system than is the case with the US system. So given Chinese ambitions, given the modernization of its military using these technologies, given that the US military has to have an advantage in all cases over the adversary's military, the policy objectives is to regulate the hell out of the inputs and the indigenous development of those items in China. And so what I find kind of frustrating in the national security debate, and I've told my friends in the government that they sometimes don't do a very good job of this, is that what I think is a very straightforward objective for the purpose of what should be controlled and why they need to no longer be country agnostic and should be China specific, is that it gets confused and mixed up with all of these industrial policy and trade policy and supply chain and other issues. And when as a US government, we start blending some of these other objectives with this much more straightforward objective of ensuring that which is needed to maintain a military advantage, you begin to lose credibility because it comes across with your allies that you're trying to convince is a common security threat here in their interest to regulate the same items, and that the perception widely held, not unfairly, but incorrectly, but widely held, is that the motive for many of these controls for the US is to give advantage to US industry over allied country industry, which knowing the people who are involved, that is not their motive. But it clearly comes across that way because when you start moving into the ecosystem of the inputs for the advanced technologies that I was referring to, by definition, you're in widely available and very valuable commercial technologies. And those messages have been muddled. To get to your point about multilateral and plurilateral controls, what Matt referred to with Wassenaar, which is the multilateral regime that since 1996 has been the primary multilateral regime of identifying the items of dual use application, that has collapsed and failed and is dead effectively as a result of Russia's membership, as well as a few other countries such as India, simply not cooperating with even a classical spirit of non-proliferation focused controls. And so what sort of evolved in an ad hoc way are four sort of plurilateral regimes. You've got the AUKUS arrangement between the US, Australia, and the UK, obviously, and perhaps Japan, Korea, at some point in the future can become new AUKUS members, which is a Technology Security Alliance. You've got the 38 countries that have come together on Russia-specific controls, and that's a different kind of a plurilateral arrangement. You have the 3 and soon to be, I suspect, 4 countries on the semiconductor production equipment controls that were mentioned in sort of an ad hoc plurilateral arrangements. And then what Matt described is a completely novel plurilateral arrangement, informally referred to as Wassenaar -1 in the context of the new quantum computer controls, where because Russia was blocking progress on quantum computer controls in Wassenaar, the US, the UK, Japan, soon South Korea, other close allies and vacation-friendly destinations have come together and said, we're just going to, on our own, impose controls roughly at the same time. It's not a Wassenaar arrangement, but it's a series of unilateral. So it's a really messy, and they're all not all doing it the same way. So the sort of plurilateral arrangements are not really based upon any grand coherent vision like I've articulated and have advocated in articles. It's ad hoc, 4 different regimes, sort of, collection a la carte, and there's no, through the G7 or otherwise, no coherent definition yet from the allies as to what a common security objective should be. So that's the really, really messy state we're in now in terms of multilateral coordination. But I personally, subjectively, always bring the issue back to there's a common security objective and it needs to be country specific. And then don't forget the human rights objectives of regulating the flow of commercial items, communications items that are widely used for the Uyghur concentration camps and mass surveillance and cyber intrusion, which there's a whole other set of rules that's going on right now and proposed, which is a second topic in addition to the national security topic for which there's zero multilateral coordination or even plurilateral arrangements on, but that's a separate lecture. Anyway, does that sort of answer your question about how to think about it?
Absolutely. I think you have a clear picture of just how messy this is, and really, in a way, just how much of a minor miracle it is that agreements are actually reached and technology continues to be restricted, and these new areas that you mentioned that the Biden administration has pushed off into, these 4 areas, that anything is happening at all, given the complexity of perception and interests going on here. But you all have an interest in this discussion. You're here, so I want to make sure you have the opportunity to ask questions. So let's get started here. Maria, please.
Thank you very much for a great discussion, Mireya Solis Brookings. So I have a comment, I'll be brief, and I would love your reactions to it, because the critical question is how we deal with revisionist powers using economic tools without losing the principle of non-discrimination that has sustained the multilateral trading system. And I would like to pick on a key difference on how Japan and South Korea reacted very swiftly to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and joined the technology sanctions, but they have been more reluctant to do so vis-a-vis China. And the difference here is the use of force. And I think that for Japan, the Japanese government, the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine created moral clarity, and it was easier to justify the use of those sanctions. So it could point to a broader difference that the U.S. is thinking about employing preemptive actions, things of, the China's military threat looming, but that Asian partners may need to see an actual breach of international law before they go forward and impose the sanctions. So that's one difference that we might consider. The other one is that in my talks to Japanese bureaucrats in charge of export controls, I see them very firmly of the belief that they still need to keep their country agnostic approach, but that they'll find ways to think about risky behavior that justifies the extended heightened restrictions. And the examples I have here are not on export controls per se, but when you think about how the Japanese government kept Huawei out of its telecommunication network, it didn't say it's because Chinese telecoms networks are dirty, but it just said there's a risk there, and therefore any vendor that represents a risk, whether Chinese or not, will keep it away. And I was mentioning to Michael yesterday that there's a discussion in Tokyo today about further tightening and screening of foreign direct investment with something that would go to core, that would be the new framing. And the idea is that these you would require not only pre-notification, but pre-approval from firms that qualify to be in that core category. And they would be firms that are required by their own government to report sensitive information. So you're basically getting to Chinese companies acquiring potentially Japanese companies without having that China-specific label as justifying the restriction. So my question is, can the US be patient enough in letting the allies find these ways to get to the same goal, but in a way in which they don't feel they're giving up their support for WTO non-discrimination principles that they still value deeply?
Sure. I think this is a question for Kevin, as sitting in the center of Washington, even though out of the government, but still very much in the center of things.
Well, can the U.S. be patient and wait for the allies to? Well, I mean, a lot will happen, depend upon the election coming up in terms of what the U.S. policy would be. Boy, I don't know. The non-discrimination concept, I think the Russia invasion proves, is dead. It has to be, as a policy matter, as a common security threat. And the whole concept of country agnostic as a principle is not reasonable in light. We're not going to wait for the invasion of Taiwan in order to then suddenly come together and decide to cut off the inputs that were needed to modernize the military of China. So I can't accept a principle that now, to the extent we need to be courteous and respectful of retaliation against close allies, Japan and Korea, to the extent we need to be respectful of domestic economic considerations in those countries so as not to provoke retaliation by China against their industry, absolutely. To the extent we need to have alternatives to address supply chain security issues that might be created as a result of retaliation, such as by cutting off critical minerals, yes, absolutely. And so I don't know about patient is the word I would use. More respectful of allied country considerations is critical. And then with the other key point is more respectful of the limitations of unilateral controls. And that they, going to Matt's point, can have really devastating counterproductive impacts for U.S. industry. But to go to your core question, as a governing principle for export controls, country agnostic principles given China's motives and Russia's invasion has to be a dead principle. It can't and shouldn't survive.
Right, that's very direct. Thank you. Why don't we just open for see if there's any other questions before, please.
Yeah, I want to just Philip Wong, Stanford. I want to ask a question regarding control over quantum computing. Quantum computing at this stage is more or less a kind of advanced research phase, not in the production phase, or in the use phase. What is the objective of those control? Because much of the research are published. So what do we want to achieve?
Wow. Why don't we see if there's a perspective from, because the U.S. is kind of in the driver's seat in a way, but that's not necessarily the case. Any perspective from Japan and Korea on kind of emerging, or just the issue of emerging technologies, really like critical emerging technologies. But then we can turn to Kevin and see if he has any thoughts on quantum specifically.
I think it's an expert's question, but I mean, Japan is definitely pushing for R&D and things like that, but I don't really have anything.
Yeah, no, I actually just before this gave a lecture on the new quantum controls. I'll send you my slides in terms of where they're going. But it's most of export controls. The flaw with them historically is that they have waited until after technology is well developed to begin imposing controls on it. That was also easier to identify the missile and what was needed to go into it retrospectively. The quantum computer controls are focused on what's the best way to bring up. You've heard of the quantum apocalypse, which is the ability of a quantum computer to basically break any encryption anywhere, which would bring down an economy or a military, et cetera. And you need quantum computers to do that. that. So regulate the hell out of the inputs into what's needed for that capability before it becomes realistic. And this is not a US unilateral control. This is the perfect example of this brand new, as of just 2 months ago, Wassenaar -1 plurilateral arrangement where Japan has signed on and Korea is going to be signing on later this year to impose exactly the same controls for exactly the same reasons. And so it's an example of a concept of national security needs to adapt to evolving technologies. And this is one for which there was extreme consensus among the US and the other close allies, is the need to regulate quantum. I'll send you my slide deck going into more detail on the technical justifications later, but that's the summary on quantum.
Fantastic. Let's sneak one more question in. Right in the back, toward the back.
Yeah, Norbert Holtkamp, Science Fellow at the Hoover Institution, and I'm a physicist by training and run big projects. So follow up on this question that was just asked, right? Quantum computing, it goes a lot further than that, right? So AI, let's take that one. 50% of all the scientists that are really deeply into AI are Chinese. That's a fact. The US ecosystem, economic ecosystem and science ecosystem depends on a lot of Chinese scientists going on, and we get indication that science output is slowing down as a result of all these restrictions put on. How you balance this? You had a pretty hard stand on, okay, we need to control this, even if it's not, even it's basic research, right? Basic research is getting into applied, and before it's being applied, we need to kind of go in there. How far are you willing to go and accept that we're slowing down?
I can give a very quick, I know I've been talking too much, but so historically, it's an excellent point. You don't want to cut off the inputs of the foreign nationals that are contributing to the development in the US, and I see the time. So the US has been quite clever, the BIS MATS Bureau that I referred to, in excluding from the scope of the Russia, the China, and the quantum controls that we were just referring to, controls on sharing of the technology with Chinese nationals in the United States. The focus is on stopping indigenous development or production of these capabilities in China and breaking with 30 years of tradition of what are called deemed export controls. All of the new rules do not impose or have other general authorizations, do not impose generally controls on the sharing of that same technology for Chinese nationals in the US, working for universities, working for US companies, in order to get the benefit of their capability and not to drive them offshore, to get the benefit of the best and brightest from all over the US in the United States, while at the same time making the focus of all the controls, stopping the capability, the indigenous development in China of each of these sectors. So that's in terms, and by the way, I'm no longer in the government, so it's not my decision anymore. I'm just describing what the government's decision has been, which I happen to agree with.
Which really underscores Saori's point about the human factor in all of this. Any other observations from a Korea or Japan perspective of
yeah, if I might
AI?
add,
Sure.
I think this is about research security, which is another area of economic security or national security that has been rising recently. And Korea has been actually quite slow in this perception of research security. I think that it's been only a few months that we started talking about research security because of these threats that can be through the human factor. Like there are a lot of Chinese students studying Korea, actually, as in the US, and there are a lot of Chinese government-funded students that are coming into Korea, and there has been this raised perception of threat of common knowledge that can go back to China, and many Koreans are being so-called sold to China through funds and many economic incentives provided to researchers. And so this is a new perception or a new concept that is gaining importance in Korea as well. And because of this importance in IPR and technology secrets that are actually the core, I think, in technology cooperation, I think also in terms of cooperation, we need some kind of protective mechanism to make research more possible. And I think that to facilitate research, we need protective tools in place to ensure that technology leakage is not going to threaten the development of technology. And so I think research security is another area of national security or economic security that we need to focus more on in consideration of this balance between technology development and technology protection.
Just add one more thing on it.
Absolutely.
So given Japan and Korea both facing a lot of demographic challenge, we are opening up the migration policies more towards the technology, the people with high technology skills. And that also kind of comes as a challenge in addition to just more of the kind of higher education environment. So anyway, it's a lot of things to work on.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Yes, and I recall that you just mentioned Japan is already coming to terms with this whole issue in its economic security legislation. So Japan has turned this corner. Korea is turning this corner. The U.S. is well past this corner, and I think this institution probably has maybe different views among some of you who are dealing with this in your own space. But well, thank you so much we're pushing into lunchtime. I don't know, is there any announcement you want to make before lunch? Otherwise, I want to thank the panelists, but please go ahead first. Oh, well, thank you.
Welcome to the second half of the second day of our program. I'm going to turn it over to Arzan here to kick us off with a discussion on technology and military power. So Arzan, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andy. Hello, everyone. Everyone's got their bellies full. Everyone's got a cup of coffee in their hand, I hope. We're going to talk today about, well, you've been talking for the last couple of days about technology. You've been talking the last couple of days about geopolitics. We're now going to get to the really pointy end of that, where all the technology optimists in the world have to come colliding with all the geopolitical pessimists of the world. And that's what this panel is going to do. If you recognize the names of the people on this panel, it's going to be pretty clear that one of the focuses of this panel is going to be a couple of key flashpoints in the Indo-Pacific, right? You have access to everyone's bio, so I won't go through them all. But very briefly, starting from farthest to nearest to me, we've got Adam Liff from Indiana University, who focuses on mostly Japan, but also China, geopolitics and international security in Northeast Asia. We've got Oriana Mastro from CSAC here at Stanford, who focuses on China. And we've got Kharis Templeman, also from Stanford, but from the Hoover Institution within Stanford, who occupies one of the very few positions dedicated to the study of Taiwan. So it's a real rare and important fact that we've got this constellation of people assembled here today. As you've probably deduced, Taiwan is going to be literally at the top of our agenda. We're going to start with Taiwan. The way I want to run this is by asking the panelists a question each. If you guys take issue with anything that anyone says, I welcome interjections. I want to leave a little bit of room for Q&A from the audience. We're going to finish sharp at 2 o'clock or 2:05-ish. So we'll try and move through it expeditiously. So let's begin. Let's begin with Taiwan. Oriana, if you could you set the scene for us on how the military balance has changed in and around Taiwan? And we're talking primarily, of course, about China, Taiwan, and the United States. And what specifically is the problem that the US faces in this part of the world?
So I think this is a very important question. I know a lot of people in this room probably have background in geopolitics and technology. So a lot of the things I'm going to say right now might not come as a surprise to you, but I have to say that in public discourse about Taiwan, one of the things that is the least understood is how the balance of power has changed. And it comes up in just every day, every aspect of my life. Like I was volunteering for my kids' art class the other day, and this mother next to me was from Singapore, was like, well, they didn't attack Taiwan in the 90s, so why would they do it now? And I was like, they couldn't fly over water in the 90s. Like, what do you mean? Like, it wasn't an option. If you go back to the 90s, the Chinese military as far as the US military was concerned, was kind of non-existent in a lot of ways. 0 to 4% of their equipment was modern based on the service. They didn't have the most basic capabilities. So their ships had no defenses on them. One of the first papers I ever wrote in graduate school was when their first destroyer had a ship-based air defense system on it. And it was, very exciting for people like me that just do China, China, China all the time. So their Navy couldn't sail beyond their coast. They'd have to literally be able to see the coast while they sailed because they relied on land-based systems to defend them, right? Their pilots couldn't fly at night, couldn't fly in weather. It's only in the 90s that we see them even flying to kind of the center line, the space between mainland China and Taiwan. So when you look at this and you think, of course, if Taiwan had declared independence in the 1990s, China would have thrown everything that they had at that. But it's only a slight exaggeration to say that their Taiwan invasion plan was to commandeer some rowboats and paddle their way over. No one in the United States was concerned about this. The United States would have air superiority, sea superiority, do whatever it is we felt like doing. And still, no one wanted to fight a war against China, still a nuclear power. Not a good scenario, but there's no scenario in which the United States was going to lose. You flash forward, and a lot has happened in the past 25 years. Not only is the majority of the equipment the Chinese military uses is now modern, but after they fixed the quality of it, they built up the numbers. So now we, in the military, we use the term a lot, mass, which just means you can blow a lot of stuff up. It's just a nicer way of saying it. So when you're I don't think we have the mass to deal with this, it just means we don't have enough munitions to blow up enough stuff to achieve our goals. So China now has more ships than the whole US Navy, not just the Navy assigned to the Indo-Pacific, the whole US Navy. The numbers of certain systems they have, and in particular of concern to the US force posture in Asia, and this will be kind of my last point, is their cruise and ballistic missile program. So one of the things that's very different about China and the United States is we're not going to be fighting the same war, right? It's not but aren't we, who's better at this, who's better at that? We have to project power across the Pacific. China is going to be fighting the war from China. What that means is the United States relies on access basing and overflight nearby, and that limits what we have. So we have one air base in the vicinity of Taiwan and combat radius of Taiwan, one. China has 39. So it's very easy with the missiles that China has, even if we have defenses, to get something through, put some holes in a runway, and then no aircraft can take off. Right? They've also, with their missile capabilities, developed, the ability to hit moving ships at sea, in particular U.S. aircraft carriers that take those out of the fight. So you flash forward, and it's not only the quality of stuff they have. Since Xi Jinping, they've done a reorganization to promote joint operations. They're much better at exercising, more realistic than before. They've built a whole space infrastructure that didn't exist before. To facilitate their war fighting. The head of the Space Force has said multiple times to me that China has built their space infrastructure for war fighting. We just happen to discover that space has a war fighting purpose, right? So we don't have a resilient infrastructure the way we do. And this creates a scenario, not that the United States would lose all wars with China over Taiwan, but in this scenario, China would choose the time and place. And I am assuming they would choose the time and place most favorable to them. And now for the first time in the sort of modern history, there are scenarios in which the United States would have difficulty protecting Taiwan in a timely manner, also because it takes the United States quite a long period of time to even show up.
Okay, so if I'm hearing this right, and I've heard it before, the problem, the thing that technology gives to China is both improved quality of ordnance, of weapons, right? But also the ability to increase the quantity, right? It's quality and quantity, and both of those things are a function of technology
and precision and maneuverability,
right? Exactly. But that all comes down to tech, right? Ultimately. So the question then is, if all of these changes in the military balance have occurred, and a lot of them, not all of them, are driven by changes in technology, are there technological fixes to these problems from the US point of view or from Taiwan's point of view?
Is that to me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes. There are technological fixes. First one is the United States we have no ability, we don't have land-based anti-ship capability. And it's important that it's land-based because it's much easier to defend against land-based capabilities. And also those intermediate range systems can be deployed at a range that's outside of this threat ring of China. So if the United States had some intermediate range ballistic missiles that targeted, moving ships at sea, that would make a huge difference in China's calculation about whether or not they can set sail and make their way across the Taiwan Strait. I always say, I have a lot of ideas about posture of things we have today. But I always say that, the war is inevitable. We can delay it forever because I don't have any ideas about how to solve the problem. But I hope that something, crazy happens in the future that makes us all better off. People who work on technology, maybe some of this stuff isn't so crazy. But like, if I can have aircraft that don't need to refuel as much, like tankers are a huge vulnerability. So is there some sort of fuel efficiency situation that we can have with fixed wing aircraft? That would make a huge difference. The problem with some of the more cost-effective options, like UAVs and stuff, is they don't have the mass. So people who talk about certain programs, like, oh, we can have these, cheap unmanned systems, and I'm like, you need like 300 of those to sink one ship, and like, where are you putting all of those? Again, I need like land for stuff like that. So you can have the tech solutions. Obviously, any sort of targeting. The maritime environment is huge, and we don't have the ability to really be sensing and or processing intel. So I always think AI, I'm not a technologist, but for me, the most useful cases is not really weapons enabled AI, but processing of intelligence and then personnel costs. So the majority of the US defense budget goes to personnel costs. And as someone, obviously I'm here in my civilian capacity, my Stanford capacity, and none of these views represent those of the US government, the United States Air Force, or the United States Department of Defense. But the amount of time that I waste for healthcare, for all this stuff, we could save billions of dollars if all of that was automated. So here, it's like an indirect tech solution, but if we're competing with China and they're spending a fourth of what we're spending on our military, and like most of our costs are like processing, people's prescriptions, then that's something we could deal with.
All right, so Oriana wants to put nuclear fusion on aircraft or perpetual motion machines on aircraft so they never have to refuel.
Right.
Kharis, let's be a bit more realistic. For Taiwan, are there technologies that could plausibly be acquired by Taiwan, developed by Taiwan, acquired some other way, that would help its defensive situation?
So that's way outside my area of expertise. So rather than make something up, let me shift a little bit and just note that Taiwan actually has a manufacturing industrial base that is quite well developed. There's quite nimble exporters to the US and other Western partners and allies, and they're good at like building prototypes, ramping up very quickly. And they generally haven't played in the defense space because, number one, Western companies who are engaged in building dual-use technology are also, in some cases, or have been interested in exporting to the Chinese market, which is much bigger. Working with Taiwanese partners can be politically sensitive, can create problems for them. But I think we're in a rapidly changing, the picture here is rapidly changing. So the use of commercial technology for military purposes in the Taiwan Strait is, I think, going to look quite a bit different in 5 years than it did 5 years ago. And I'll note on the Taiwan side, there's a kind of conventional or traditional way that Taiwan acquired stuff on its own. And that was from Taiwan's own state-owned companies mostly. So they had their own kind of self-contained military research capacity, and they would roll out new stuff. So indigenously developed missiles, for instance, from the Zhongshan Institute of Technology. And then they would procure a lot of stuff from the United States. And both of those they were costly, they took a long time, and there were a lot of political limitations on what they could do. Right now, we're in a moment where a lot of those political limitations seem to be relaxing. And so I think Taiwan is eager to take advantage of the new space that it has to acquire stuff that was off limits before. The Putin's war in Ukraine actually, I think, has alerted the Taiwanese, and Oriana probably knows this a lot better than I do, but yeah, my sense is that it has actually woken the Taiwanese up to the possibility of a bunch of non-conventional capabilities and assets that they probably should acquire. First and foremost, electronic warfare countermeasures and drones. Fortunately for Taiwan, it still has the industrial base potentially to build some of that stuff domestically. There is actually, I think, a hidden good story here, that is that the MND in Taiwan has actually belatedly, but has recognized that rather than trying to develop all this tech itself in its own proprietary research institute, they're actually reaching out to the commercial sector and trying to acquire stuff from private companies. There's a significant step that happened just this September where the MND actually placed an order for $210 million of autonomous platforms from private Taiwanese suppliers. And there's now a burgeoning ecosystem of startups in Taiwan that's looking to supply stuff to the Taiwanese military. The problem is that the Taiwan market, the Taiwan military is it's not buying a huge amount of stuff. And in other countries where they've got a large industrial capacity that is selling to the defense industry, they're also keeping that economically viable by exporting a lot of stuff. And Taiwan just doesn't have an arms industry that can export to the rest of the world, mostly for political reasons, actually, because China will put pressure on any country that approves an export sale to the rest of the world from a Taiwan supplier. So we're potentially in a different space now where at least the United States and maybe some of our partners and allies might consider working with Taiwan companies that can produce dual use technology. I just note, there was a story in the Financial Times just yesterday. I think Arzan flagged this. There's a drone company in the US that announced, it's called Skydio, that announced that it was going to sell drone technology to Taiwan's fire agency. So fire agency is responsible for disaster relief in Taiwan. These are mostly kind of reconnaissance drones that would check out a rock slide in a typhoon or look for somebody who's missing on a hiking trail, that sort of thing. The PRC then actually ordered the suppliers of the batteries of Skydio drones that are based in China to cut off supply. So Skydio now is without a new supply of battery, and they're going to have to find some alternative source. That to me is both alarming and an opportunity. It suggests, number one, it's waking people up to the real vulnerabilities in the U.S. supply chain that involve Chinese suppliers. But it's also creating an opportunity potentially for Taiwanese companies to step into the breach there and supply that instead. So again, I'm quite a ways outside my core expertise here, but I do think at least the political winds have shifted in a way that there's opportunities to do stuff now that there certainly weren't 10 years ago that could improve Taiwan's own defenses, fill a need for US companies who are looking for alternative supplies outside of mainland China, and also help develop a more robust and more mature industrial ecosystem in Taiwan.
Yeah, thanks, Kharis. So we will come back to the Skydio issue in a little bit, because I think that's a really fascinating story. But your comments, I think, were really useful, because what Kharis has done is place technology in a really useful context, right? Technology doesn't get developed and produced in a vacuum. It requires certain policy settings. It requires budgets. So that context is really useful. And with that in mind, Adam, I want to bring you in. I want to zoom out a little bit, not talk just about missiles and drones, but actually talk about some broader strategic developments that are happening in the region, not just Taiwan. But when we think about Japan especially, it was in the press a lot consistently a couple of years ago because of a new national security strategy. Can you explain to us what is driving that? What are the broad outlines of Japan's strategic shift, both in terms of policy, what it's trying to do, both in terms of
budget? Is it really going to grow by as much as people have said it will, etc.?
All right. Well, thanks, Arzan. Let me start as the non-currently Stanford affiliated person on the panel. I want to thank Andy for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be back at Stanford. I spent a big chunk of my time as an undergrad, some of it with this one right here, studying attending events at CSAC and APARC, and it's really a thrill to be back. Scott Sagan, Dan Okimoto are the two people most responsible for setting me on the career path that I ended up on. So really wonderful place, just walking around campus. I envy the undergrads who are here now. So thanks for the opportunity. So as for your question, Arzan, I think before we talk about the changes in Japan's defense strategy, the specific changes in policies and budgets, just given the theme of the panel, it's important to, as you said, take a step back and think about the ways in which the changing balance of power and certain policies of neighboring countries have really changed the way that these issues are discussed in Tokyo. And, the standard line in Japanese defense documents these days, I think it got mainstreamed from a speech by former Prime Minister Abe in 2018, is that Japan faces, quote, the most severe and complex security environment since the end of World War II. And I don't think that's hyperbole. But it's not just the changing balance of power in the abstract. It's also specific policies and activities of China, Russia, and North Korea, and what Japanese leaders refer to as their attempts to unilaterally change the status quo by force. Now, these basic concerns all significantly predate the world's increased attention on the Taiwan Strait the last few years. But of course, cross-strait trends have exacerbated these concerns and injected a lot more urgency, as has, of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So on the balance of power side of things, since Oriana referenced indirectly the Taiwan Strait crisis 95-96, let me use that as a baseline, just to give you a sense of how dramatically things have changed. And of course, defense budgets are an imperfect metric for measuring a lot of things, but they can help because they're simple numbers and easy to follow. So 30 years ago, right, at the beginning of the career of a lot of the senior defense planners in Tokyo today, in 1995, Japan's defense budget was roughly 5 times that of the PLA's budget. At the same time, China and Taiwan spent basically the same amount on defense. Now, you know where I'm headed with this. In contrast, today, according to SIPRI Military Expenditures Database, China's defense budget is now 6 times larger than Japan's, 7 times larger than South Korea's, and 18 times larger than Taiwan's. And that's despite all of these significant increases, some of which didn't get any attention in the United States, to the defense budgets of Taiwan, of Japan, of South Korea the last few years. Yet these have done very little to close the widening gap with China. And none of these countries can hope to keep pace on China with their own, which is one of the many reasons why the United States, which has an economy roughly 6 times the size of Japan's now these days, is so important, and why we're also seeing increased linkages, not just between the US and its allies and partners, but also among those allies and partners as well. Now, this is all in addition to North Korea's nuclear and missile programs, China's rapidly expanding and increasingly modern Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and now rapidly expanding nuclear weapons arsenal. To put it very simply, the trend line from the perspective of the Japanese government is very sobering. Then add in on top of that, North Korean nuclear tests, missiles literally flying over Japanese territory, more PLA activities and exercises around Taiwan, a lot of gray zone activities, not just in the Taiwan Strait, but of course in the East China Sea. Russia and China now doing joint naval patrols around Japanese territory. There's a lot going on. So long story short, the 2022 National Security Strategy famous mainstream the idea that China's policies are an unprecedented and greatest ever strategic challenge to Japan. It's no small thing for the Japanese government to use that kind of language to talk about China. North Korea's activities seen as a, quote, grave and imminent threat, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine breached the very foundation of the international order. So how is Japan responding to this? There's a lot going on. We could have an entire session devoted to this, but I'll just say, I like the metaphor of 3 tracks. And railroad tracks can be helpful because despite a lot of the rhetoric about unprecedented change or major disjunctures, the same 3 tracks that manifest in the 2022 strategies, you can also find in the 2013 strategy, and you can arguably trace them back even further to earlier National Defense Program guidelines. The first track is really what Japan's doing on its own. Defense budget, of course, is, I think, the major change since 2022, and that is now the key enabler of a lot of these more ambitious policies, force structure shifts, force posture shifts, development of new capabilities. It's been oversold. To your point, Arzan, it's been oversold in the media. Japan has never pledged to double its defense budget. That's misleading, and it basically invents trillions of yen that the Japanese government has no intention of spending. But there is a significant pledge of 60–65%, depending on how you calculate it, over a 5-year period running through 2027, and that's going to enable a lot of new capabilities. It's especially important given that despite all the attention on what Prime Minister Abe and his team were able to accomplish from 2012 to 2020, one thing that didn't fundamentally change was the defense budget. It basically stayed below that normative 1% ceiling. So this is a very big deal. What are they investing in? Well, counterstrike capabilities, standoff long-range missile capabilities. But to me, a lot of what's actually most significant about these new investments are what we might refer to as the non-sexy stuff that doesn't make the front page of the New York Times. It's bolstering resilience, passive defenses, investing in munition stockpiles that have been neglected for a very long time, reforms to command and control, and of course, more funding for cyber and space. Maybe we can come back to this later. Just real quickly, I mentioned 3 tracks. The second track is what Japan and the US are doing together. Really important developments, really focused on increasingly integrating, rather than just coordinating policy, but also integrating the US and Japan, upgrading US forces Japan, defense industry cooperation. Just to illustrate this, just in the last week, we've seen 2 very significant firsts. Japanese and US forces for the first time conducted joint drills simulating the evacuation of residents of Japan's southwestern islands. That's an indicator of seriousness and preparations that we haven't really seen much of before. And a US F-35B stealth fighter jet successfully landed on Japan's Kaga helicopter-carrying modified destroyer for the first time. So that gives you a sense of some of the trends. And then track 3, I think, is the one that deserves a lot more attention than it gets, especially in the United States. And that's what Japan's doing with other partners, primarily US allies. Most famously, you have the US-Japan-Korea trilateral. You had a very famous, the first ever trilateral summit involving Filipino President, Washington, D.C. a few months ago, unprecedented cooperation and intelligence sharing. You also have the Quad. But this is not a new trend since 2022. It's been going on for a long time. In Australia, Japan is an important indicator of that. Japan's prime minister now attends NATO summits. Japan's defense minister was just at the NATO defense minister meeting. You have a 6th-generation fighter project involving not the United States, but Japan, the UK, and Italy. And of course, Japan's been identified as a future potential partner for AUKUS Pillar 2. So the list goes on. Needless to say, the military balance of power is changing in very significant ways. Japan's on the front lines, and we're seeing, I think, an unprecedented investment in time, energy, and resources, and an unprecedented degree of seriousness and almost a sense of crisis that Japan needs to do a lot more, both by itself, but also with the United States and other partners. Thanks.
So that I found that really interesting to compare the situation today to 30 years ago, right? That was a really useful point of comparison, because we often forget just how much has actually changed, and we've gotten so used to it. But from a 30-year perspective, can you go now to a 3-day perspective and talk a little bit about politics in Japan, and specifically the election that just happened? Is that going to make a difference to Japan's direction?
Yes. Oh, do you want me to expand on that? So I'd say that Sunday's election was a very, very big deal. But I think there are still a lot more questions than answers about what happens next. For those, a bunch of us during lunch were nerding out on Japanese politics and what this all means. But I know a lot of folks in the room and maybe listening online are not eating, sleeping, and breathing Japanese politics in the way that some of us do. So let me just give a broad summary of what happened and then talk about some of the implications. So the headline result of the election is that the LDP lost not only its single party majority in the lower house, which it had held since 2012, but also the LDP has ruled in coalition every time it's been power in the 21st century with a much smaller coalition partner called Komeito. The combined seats are also now not sufficient to make up a majority. And that's very, very significant because at a minimum, regardless of what happens in a couple of weeks, and I'll get to that in a second, they'll need to cooperate with other parties far more so than I think a lot of people who have only really been paying attention to Japanese politics and defense policy in the US-Japan alliance in the Abe era and the post-Abe era are used to. They'll need to partner on things like budgets, including defense budgets, legislation, to say nothing of that extremely high threshold for constitutional revision. Now, the dust from Sunday's election hasn't quite settled yet. I think I'm not super confident in this, but I think the most likely outcome is a minority coalition led by the LDP Komeito. The Constitution mandates that there be another election within the lower house to choose the prime minister. Ishiba is likely to run. His main challenger, probably from the Constitutional Democratic Party, will be former DPJ Prime Minister Noda. I assume Ishiba will survive and continue, but he'll probably be significantly weakened. And most importantly, he's going to have to cooperate. His party, the ruling coalition, are going to have to cooperate in new ways with other parties, most likely in an ad hoc manner. Also, what's significant when thinking about the future and thinking about the stability of leadership, prior to Abe coming back in 2012, we had 6 Japanese prime ministers in 6 years. Well, if you don't have a majority coalition in the lower house, you're very vulnerable to non-confidence motions. And so they'll always be on edge. And that injects a lot more uncertainty, not just about the trajectory, but about how long you can keep a cabinet together to push things forward. Now, that all said, I think from at least a US-Japan alliance perspective, there are a few reasons for guarded optimism. On the one hand, despite to use an Obamaism, the shellacking that the ruling coalition received, the demand from the public was for political reform. Public opinion polls show very clearly that economic issues and corruption scandals were first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th concerns. For the public, this was not a backlash against Japan's defense policy, its security policy trajectory, or its foreign policy. And so that should be reassuring. To make another 90s reference, this is not the 1990s, and it's certainly not the Cold War anymore, with a socialist party as the major challenger. And second, I think the fault lines on security issues within Japan's domestic politics among the major parties are not nearly as significant as they were a generation ago. There are, of course, some important differences, but let's be honest, there are major differences even between the LDP and Komeito within the coalition, and even within the LDP itself. Just one final point in that regard, a lot of people, I think, missed in all the focus on Abe as kind of a breath of fresh air, Japan is back, and all that narrative. A lot of significant seeds were planted for Abe-era reforms during the 3 years the DPJ was in power. And a lot of those seeds, the most significant ones, happened when the prime minister was a man named Noda. So he's now in charge of the leading opposition again. So to extend the railroad metaphor from before, Japan's defense trajectory is unlikely to get derailed, but it's not clear how quickly it will move and what turns it might take. But I think overall, the through line will remain kind of set in based on past decisions. Hope that helps.
No, that's very good. That's very good. And clearly, all of these big changes, or the acceleration at least in these changes, has occurred in response to not only DPRK, but obviously China, as you said, it named China in a way that was unusual. But now let's do the interactive piece. Okay, so Japan has decided to embark on a certain path. Oriana, if you're sitting in Beijing, how does this change the CCP's view of the world? Does this in particular complicate its planning, specifically for Taiwan, because obviously Japan is important in that contingency, but also for the dyadic China-Japan relationship, which is also has its own territorial disputes. How does China react to this? What's happening in Japan?
So I think, not to suggest that what Japan has done is not significant, because as Adam laid out, there's a lot of reasons those changes are significant in making the Japanese military more capable. But things like deterrence, it's a threshold. You either have it or you don't. So either you've sort of done enough to reestablish a balance of power or you haven't. And the way that I see the current changes is they are not enough to change China's calculus, definitely not on Taiwan. And I'll talk about sort of their contingencies with Japan in a second. So, I mean, the first thing is it's not only a capabilities question of, how much is this spending? It's the same thing with Taiwan's defense spending that we still talk about. It's always a first step to be focused more on being open to certain capabilities, spending more on defense. But there can be implementation problems. There are questions not only about the ability of certain military members in Taiwan to fight, but you've had a military in Japan, and I won't overstep my expertise here, but maybe Adam can talk a bit about this, that has not really been trained in that kind of offensive combative mindset. I just think back, like basic US military training, you qualify in certain weapon systems. There's a lot of discussion of like, you're being captured and tortured. Like, what do you do? It's like, it's very like, you're going to go fight wars. And it takes a lot to train people to run towards bullets instead of away from them. And so there's always a question when militaries make these types of shifts, whether they're also making the necessary soft power shifts. Japan is also, as far as I understand in my interactions with senior leaders there, really making a lot of advancements in their willingness to defend Japan, but not really in their willingness to defend Taiwan. In that the Japanese are not prepared to fight a war with China over Taiwan. Now, they get around this in this like loophole sense in which most of their war games and other things assume that China attacks either the Senkakus in Taiwan at the same time, which would never happen, or that China attacks Japan immediately. And in particular, we would be talking about US basing in Japan, which again, in those scenarios that I look at, the United States can't really even do anything significant for a month. Like, why is China, first day of this war, attacking Japan when those bases have no operational relevance until later? So it doesn't make a lot of sense. So while on the one hand, I think we've made progress in that, I'm confident that the United States will be able to use its bases in Japan. I'm confident that the Japanese government will give the United States that permission. And that's not a throwaway. The South Koreans will not give the US that permission. Philippines probably not either. Australia will, but Australia is really far away. So I don't mean to discount, but beautiful. So I don't mean to discount that. But if Japan were willing to defend Taiwan and the Japanese said, yeah, the second Taiwan is attacked, we are willing to sink ships making their way, not towards Japan, but just making their way towards Taiwan, then the aggregation of forces between the United States and Japan would be significant enough to stop the invasion. Moreover, because the Japanese are so close, it takes Japanese submarines 2 days to get into the Taiwan Strait, while it takes the United States submarines a couple of weeks. If the Japanese were willing to respond immediately, then that would reduce the likelihood that China could do this sort of quick move against Taiwan. But my understanding is that Japan is not the headspace that Japan is in right now. And when it comes to, the Senkakus or other things, I think China has a much more long-term thinking and has always been relatively less aggressive vis-a-vis Japan than it has versus other claimants and other maritime disputes, partially because the Japanese military is seen as a more significant deterrent force. So now maybe, it became imbalanced and now it's balanced out again, but it's not enough for China to say, okay, let's not mess with Japan at all. But it's enough that I've never heard of any consideration in any sort of timeline that the Chinese are considering taking the Senkakus by force. Like, that's not part of a near-term plan.
Adam, do you want to respond, or should we leave it for later?
I'm worried about pulling on this thread because I know our time is limited, and I've written a fair amount on Japan, Taiwan, US-Japan alliance in Taiwan. And I just say one thing. If the question is, would Japan defend Taiwan? Well, maybe that's the wrong question. I think it's really a question of to what extent would Japan be willing and able to support the United States if the United States judged that it was in US interest to get involved. And I think that's a much longer conversation, but I'm far more sanguine that Japan would do a lot of things that make it a lot easier for the US to focus on other things. And maybe we'll just leave it there for now.
That makes good sense. Kharis, from your point of view, so I asked about how Beijing sees what's happening in Japan, but from Taiwan's point of view, are these developments in Japan relevant, or even to generalize it a little bit more, just as we see Japan reaching out to non-US partners increasingly, like NATO, Australia, and others, do we see a similar trend in Taiwan? And is it significant?
Yeah, well, I think the developments in Japan are certainly noticed in Taiwan. And again, we're in a period where from the Taiwanese perspective, the willingness of the Japanese actually to talk publicly, to issue joint statements with the United States saying they have concern about the Taiwan Strait, that's actually a big step from where they were even 10 years ago. And for decades, the Taiwanese have been really frustrated that PRC's intimidation of other countries on the Taiwan issue has been quite effective. Other countries don't want to engage with Taiwanese elites. They don't want to talk about the issue. They refrain from doing anything that would, hurt the feelings of 1.4 billion Chinese people, as the cliche goes. And now we're in a situation where a lot of countries have kind of hit their limit on that, are willing to actually have open conversations. And issuing statements of concern is symbolic, but for the Taiwanese, a lot of the cross-strait situation it's a symbolic struggle, right? It's a battle of narratives over whether Taiwan is part of China or not. It's a battle of narratives over whether Taiwan deserves to exist as a de facto independent entity. And the narrative in the United States and in our partners and allies has shifted in a way that the Taiwanese see as in their own interests, I think.
Very good. I've got one last round of questions, and then I want to leave time for at least one round of questions from the audience. And my last round of questions is on the long-term future, right? Capability development, and especially the role of technology in shaping this long-term military balance. So let me begin again with you, Oriana. We referenced this story yesterday in the FT about Skydio no longer being able to access Chinese batteries that were in the drone, which is a form of Chinese leverage over the US defense industrial base. Are there other forms of Chinese leverage over the US defense industrial base that are significant, that have not yet been exercised, but that could be exercised by China, that would be problematic for the US?
So, I think the short answer to this question is yes, but there's a much longer answer about revealing and concealing and deception and vulnerabilities that make it difficult to lay out a specific answer. And I think there's sort of two different areas that the United States government is probably looking at this. One is kind of what you alluded to in the defense industrial base in particular. So there's certain military capabilities that are reliant on components and or even at most basic level, some critical resources that China has some sort of leverage over, whether it be because they're being produced or refined in China itself, or because China has certain strongholds in certain countries that maybe have that. That would impact, whether or not the United States can maintain the current military capabilities that they have. And then there's the broader kind of counterforce versus countervalue targeting type of thing of, okay, if there is difficulties targeting the US military capability to prosecute a war, do you go after the United States as a country more to convince the American people that they shouldn't have the resolve to fight this war? And in that case, I think it's much more public, the areas of technology in particular for which we are reliant on China for our everyday lives, the impact on GDP that it would have. Of course, what people would say, and it's true, is, this is a two-way street. So, if China did take certain measures, they would also be hurt economically. But again, if you're in a very tense competition, you're fighting a major war, relative power becomes much more important than absolute power. I think about it of there's a role for spite in international relations that we don't often explore of it hurts me, but if it hurts you more, I'm happy. And that's the kind of mentality that we might get into with the Chinese. There aren't, the United States is considering, friend shoring, trying to move stuff to more friendly countries, trying to move stuff into the United States. And I'm not an economist and I'm not a technologist, but it's my understanding talking to economists and technologists is this is kind of one of those things that, you can reduce the pain a little bit, but it's not like that pain is going to go away. And so we can't completely ignore ourselves to the types of vulnerabilities that we face. And honestly, we shouldn't. If you think about the sort of pure decoupling type of pathway, why shoot yourself in the foot before you know you have to? If it gets so bad that we have to decouple with China, let's wait and see before we have to endure the economic pain of what that looks like.
Fair. So, Adam, if we're thinking about Japan's long-term military capability development, you've already alluded to the strike complex, the new missiles that Japan has undertaken to build and acquire. You've already alluded to AUKUS Pillar 2. How real are these prospects? A, will they happen? And B, how significant will they be if they happen?
Okay, so when thinking about strike capabilities, Japan's been effectively working on developing these capabilities over a much longer time horizon than I think most people realize. But the headline in 2022, of course, was the very significant and historic decision to go after what they refer to as counterstrike capabilities. Often you hear the language of standoff missiles, and that it was based on a very straightforward judgment that the capability necessary to have a sufficient deterrent in an era in which China and North Korea have a lot of missiles and a lot of extremely fast and in some cases very maneuverable missiles. Japan just having ballistic missile defenses was no longer enough. Missile defenses were no longer enough. Japan now needed the ability to potentially hit back to achieve that deterrent. So to date, is it going to happen? Well, things are already happening. And if you look at the budgets and track the annual budget requests, there's a lot being invested in this. Japan's already announced plans to purchase hundreds of Tomahawks, while also investing in terms of innovating and developing long-range cruise missiles, hypervelocity glide projectiles. But it's important to note that when all the media attention is on the missiles themselves, but in order to actually use these missiles effectively, you need a lot of other capability, and you need technology necessary for targeting, damage assessment, and these sorts of things. And based on the budget requests across the 5-year strategy I referenced earlier, a tremendous amount of funding is going into this, including for a new satellite constellation. A lot of this will involve partnering with, coordinating with, and cooperating with the United States. And if memory serves, there's already about $30 billion US dollars that Japan's announced to invest in these capabilities, which is a lot when you think about Japan's overall defense budget. In terms of AUKUS Pillar 2, AUKUS gets a lot of attention. Some people talk about JAUKUS, right? Add the J at the beginning. I think it's interesting. It's useful to have that conversation, but it's often a distraction because I think what's most likely, at least in the shorter medium term, is cooperation in an ad hoc basis on some advanced capabilities. My understanding that talks are underway for Japan to play more of a role in Pillar 2. Some recent reporting suggests that maritime autonomous systems would be an obvious starting point. And I was surprised actually to see a couple days ago that Japan was invited to be an observer at this very fun maritime big play exercise that's being held with the US, Australia, and the UK. It's a fun name. And going forward, there are some obstacles on the Japan side that I hear about. This is not my area of expertise, but in order to cooperate on the higher end, some limited cyber defense capabilities appear to be a little bit of an obstacle. And let's see, issues with guarding secrets, some unique export regulations is something else I've seen cited. Now Japan is adopting a lot of reforms to try to address some of these concerns, but long story short, I don't anticipate an immediate surge, much less formal membership in AUKUS for Japan. But if I could, one thing I would like to highlight is that Japan is developing a lot of deeper cooperation with all 3 members of AUKUS on a bilateral basis. I mentioned the Global Combat Air Program earlier, the 6th Generation Fighter Program, but as you know very well, the Japan-Australia bilateral relationship has been growing in leaps and bounds, and for years, goes back about 2 decades, but just in the past year, we have a reciprocal access agreement that was not only signed, but has now entered into force. We've had mutual visits of F-35s. Japan test fired a Type 12 anti-ship missile in Australia. And according to some reporting, Japan's put forward a bid, right, to what is the language? An Australianized version of its Mogami-class frigate. We'll see how that goes. There's an unfortunate history with past efforts of trying to sell really advanced naval capabilities to Australia, but we'll see. And I just want to highlight that because although a lot of the attention is on AUKUS, AUKUS is just one of many potential pathways to much more robust cooperation especially in the defense industry and defense capability space. And it's important not to get distracted too much by that, because there's a lot of fascinating, very significant things happening already.
Okay. Last question before I open it up. Real quick, Kharis, you alluded to this already. We've been talking a lot about the military balance. We've been talking about long-term capability development. But there is an actual shooting war happening right now in the world, a major shooting war involving a great power, where a lot of new technologies are being fielded for the first time, improvised for the first time. Is there anything that Taiwan is learning or can learn from what is happening in Ukraine in terms of how to fight a war or how to deter a war?
Yeah, so let me flag something that's not obvious and is not clearly linked to kind of emerging technologies, and that's whole of society resilience. So the idea of a conflict across the Taiwan Strait for whole generations of Taiwanese was just entirely hypothetical. I mean, you can get on a plane in Taipei and be in downtown Shanghai in a couple of hours. There's all of this exchange and trade across the strait. And so for lots of Taiwanese for a long time, an actual hot shooting war just seemed beyond the realm of actual possibility. And then you had the war in Ukraine, and it was on the front pages of the Taiwanese papers and on the television stations. And it was, I think, a kind of a social wake-up call, the idea that this actually could happen. We could be where the Ukrainians are now. We need to have air raid shelters if this happens. In fact, one of the big changes the last time I was in Taipei was there were actually signs saying air raid shelter in this basement. Those were not present before the Ukraine war broke out. And so it's also an emphasis not just on having people in uniform who can fight a war, but a recognition that all of Ukrainian society has been mobilized to support the war effort there. And so you need people who can do search and rescue. You need people who can keep the lights on, who can rebuild the power grid. There's an emphasis now on stockpiles of food and ammunition and medicine. And more in the military space, there was actually a decision a little over a year ago to extend the length of conscription again. So they were going to phase out conscription. They reversed that decision. It's now back to a year. It's not long enough, but it's a reversal of a phase out. And so there has been a shift there as well. And so I do think, the war in Ukraine has been horrible for many reasons, but I do think it has had a useful effect in Taiwan and kind of getting people to focus on the near-term challenges and make the potential of that seem more real.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, now it's your turn. We've got a little bit less than 10 minutes left to run. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you to put your hand up, identify yourself, ask your question. As you do so, please be brief, and please, to the extent you can, direct your question to one of these people. Correction, 5 minutes to go. So be even briefer. I'll try and collect a couple of questions, and then each person will get one chance to answer the question / make concluding comments. Okay? So I see one question up the back, and then I've got Ambarish and Melissa, and we're going to have to call it.
Hey, I'm Alexander Pomerantz. I'm a second-year PhD student here at Stanford. My question is, you guys talked about the increase in willingness to engage with Taiwan. I wanted to know, how much do you think that's simply a function of Taiwan's importance in global supply chains? Is this really like a big supply chain question? Is that the big driving factor of why countries want to integrate or talk more with Taiwan, or are there other key factors that are kind of the biggest player?
Great. Down here. Stick your hand up, guys.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ambarish. I'm a visiting scholar. I have a question for Oriana. I wanted her thoughts about the potential scenario of China going after Kinmen Matsu and not the whole, the entire scenario of mainland Taiwan. So how does it play out? What are people thinking about it?
I was hoping you could help us understand what the outcome is that the PRC wants. So for example, if it's a similar population, if they want to preserve TSMC capabilities, and how does that affect their approach in warfare? And the same from a Japan-Korea perspective. Over.
Any other questions? Last chance going once, going twice. Okay, we'll go in the order of Adam, Oriana, Kharis.
I think they're mostly Taiwan questions. Maybe.
Do you have any final comments you want to make?
I mean, I would. There's a lot of directions we could take the answers, but I'd say it's not just about supply chains. It's about a lot more. I'm finishing a book on U.S. allies in the Taiwan Strait. The conversation in Europe, a lot of it has to do with democracy. A lot of it has to do with just the objective reality of what a conflict across the Taiwan Strait would mean for the global economy, for U.S.-China relations. I mean, the world doesn't look the same once things start blowing up. So it's about a lot more than supply chains, and it's not just about semiconductors. I'll stop there in the interest of time, but thanks.
Perfect.
Yeah, just to echo what Adam said, I always like to remind people that China really wanted Taiwan before those semiconductors existed, and the United States really wanted to defend Taiwan before that as well. Now, I find it's useful as someone in the more popular space that I have to, make arguments for certain things, and it's kind of like, what is it that you would like? Are you a democracy person? Or like when I talk to bankers in New York, I'm like, oh, one of them's like, I won't get my Tesla. I'm like, I know, so maybe you should support the things we need. But I think for me and some people who've been looking at this problem for a long time, it really is about some of the things that Adam laid out about sort of what does the strategic environment and the international system look like when the United States is no longer in a position to protect its interests and its security overseas. Like that is at least for me, something that's worth fighting for. On the offshore islands, so I'm not concerned about the offshore islands because there's not really a good strategic rationale. I mean, first of all the things that I've seen the Chinese do in terms of like what they prepare for, their main military campaigns are all against the main island. I met with PLA recently to ask them about their recent spat of exercises. And, we have seen more activity around Kinmen and Matsu in recent exercises, but that has been Coast Guard activity, a lot of Coast Guard activity. So that's a part of this additional legal argument about how everyone agrees that those islands are a part of China. They belong to like a province in China. So the fact that Taiwan occupies them actually creates the link that they are one country. So in many cases, China doesn't even want to sever that link, that it creates much more of this independent mindset. If it's like, okay, yes, these islands that everyone says and everyone knows are a part of China, now we control them. Maybe that will, for the Taiwans, be like, well, I guess we're definitely separate. Operationally, I don't see how it helps. And it could hurt. It could create the situation in which, people who are like, China would never use force against Taiwan, and then they do use force to take those islands. Maybe it's then easier to get allies and partners to come together to the table. So for all those kinds of reasons. Oh, and the last thing the Chinese at least tell me is it's not necessary, because their idea is that the 250,000 people who live on those islands are very pro-mainland. And so if they don't actually have to even invade them. If they got mainland Taiwan, like those islands sort of come along as part of the surprise, as part of the goal. Now, in terms of what they want from Taiwan, besides the full control of Taiwan, they don't want to kill everybody. That looks bad because they've been telling the people in China there's just a handful of people that are against this, and everyone else on the island of Taiwan is super excited about the prospect of being a part of the PRC. It would be difficult domestically if there were huge amounts of casualties. Now, of course, they can control information. They'd completely shut down, but it's not what they're in it for. It's not a good look. It's not what they want to do. And then they, of course, don't want to be completely isolated for the international community, which leads to this thing. Like when Adam was saying of Japanese support, I completely agree with that, but that's only relevant in a more protracted conflict. And then it's not even about Taiwan, because China has killed thousands of Americans. And so people will be like, what about Taiwan? I don't care about that. They're shooting at us. And then the whole nature of the war changes.
Kharis, 30 seconds.
So just quickly on the offshore islands, I think moving militarily on those would be epically stupid. I think that would it doesn't solve the Taiwan problem, and it makes the Taiwan problem actually much worse, because then you've demonstrated you're willing to use military force. You rally the Taiwanese behind a kind of rapid preparation, and you alienate everybody else in the region. You basically do what Russia did in Crimea. Without solving the Taiwan problem. On the willingness to engage with Taiwan, I think it's a little bit of a recognition that Taiwan is economically incredibly important. But I also absolutely agree with Oriana that a lot of people cared about Taiwan way before the semiconductor industry was strategically important. And it's also Beijing's increasing friction with a lot of its partners and bilateral relationships around the world. So the willingness of the Philippines to engage with the US and talk about basing agreements, that's basically because Xi Jinping has decided they're going to challenge the islands in the South China Sea. They're going to challenge Filipino claims there. And we can go through the list, but I'm out of time, but that's the short answer.
Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks you guys for listening. Thanks to the panelists. You can now, we've heard enough about bombs. You can now go back to politics and AI. Thanks, everyone.
All right, if you don't mind, we'd like to get started. Hello and welcome back. My name is Kyoteru Tsutsui. I am at Stanford. I do a lot of things. I'm professor in sociology. I just made a leak here. There's some kind of water leak here. Sorry. I think this cup is okay. Okay, well, often ominous beginning, but we'll recover from this. And I also direct the Japan programs. It's my pleasure to welcome our distinguished speakers here. I'm just going to introduce them briefly. Shihoko Goto from the Wilson Center. We will ask her mainly about Japan, but she's broadly knowledgeable about politics in Asia. Then we have Junmi Cha, who is from the National Assembly Futures Institute in Seoul, Korea. We will ask her mainly about Korean politics, the peninsula, but she's also very experienced in Korea-China relations, so she can speak about China and Taiwan and all those issues as well. And then we have Tom Finger, my colleague at APOC, who ran U.S. intelligence operations and is deeply immersed in geopolitical issues, intelligence, security, defense, and so on. And he's here today to talk more about China and the U.S., but we're gonna ask him to cover a lot of ground outside of South Korea and Japan. All right, so the title of the session is Korean and Japanese Geopolitical Leadership. So it does not have technology in the title, but I understand that we might have to talk about technology a little bit. And the panel, our panel, took the instructions seriously that we're not supposed to have any prior communication. So we don't know what we're going to talk about. They don't know what I'm going to ask them. And I don't know what I'm going to ask them. So we'll have more of a freewheeling type of conversation. So I want to start off with sort of geopolitical landscape of East Asia. So this title implies collaboration between Korea and Japan, Korean and Japanese geopolitical leadership, in the sense that those two countries, South Korea and Japan, will collaborate and lead Asia in the broader global politics, which is probably a very difficult thing to conceive of even 2-3 years ago. But now, over the last couple of years, the Kishida-Yoon relationship has been working quite magically, and we witnessed that here in November of last year when we hosted at Stanford, President Yoon and Prime Minister Kishida for an event. So now we can actually talk about Korea-Japan collaboration and leading Asia for democratic forces. But there have been some changes in recent months, especially in Japan. And as Adam already talked about, there has been we will see how it goes in early November when actually the vote will take place in the Diet for the next prime minister. But if you could, Shihoko, we'll start with you. If you could talk a little bit about the geopolitics around Japan, especially with domestic politics shifting a little bit or a lot. Yeah, if we just start with that.
So thank you so much. And we've already
discussed in the previous session about the Japanese election results, but and again, the headline news is it was a devastating defeat for the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, and there is a great deal of uncertainty. One thing I do want to mention, though, is that leading up to that, Japan has had a new prime minister since late September. Shigeru Ishiba, essentially one of the first things he did since winning the party leadership election on September 27th was to dissolve the lower house and call a snap election. The expectation at that time was that although he became the party leader, those who actually voted for him were less than 1,000 of the party faithful. By having an election, calling an election would in part consolidate. It was expected to his hold within the party, and also essentially be a referendum for the public support for the ruling LDP. Now that's really backfired. That gamble has not paid off, and there is a lot of concern about Japan's political future. But let me point out to some of the positives of this. I believe that this was a win for Japanese democracy. There has been no contest about the result itself. There is continued faith amongst the Japanese voters about the institution of government. So that is something that we need to keep in mind, especially as the United States enters its own election next Tuesday. And also, the Japanese election has been resilient to disinformation as well. Taiwan, for instance, had an election earlier this year, and there was a great deal of concern about disinformation campaigns coming from mainland China. Here in the United States, there's a great deal of concern about disinformation campaigns, both from China as well, and especially from Russia as well. That hasn't really been part of the concerns for the Japanese. So that's the positive side of the ledger. Now, the negative, of course, is that as we talk about the election results, only 52% of the Japanese electorate actually showed up. And the bigger significance for us here in the United States and outside of Japan is that the election results, the ensuing political instability means that Japan, as a global stabilizer, the role that it has played quite well over the past decade or so to institutionalize cooperative frameworks, to be a leader in ensuring the rule of law, especially in Asia, but also across the world, and to promote partnerships based on shared interests rather than simply on values. That kind of steady leadership that Japan has presented to the world is now on shaky ground. And I raise this because there has been over the past decade greater expectations from the United States and the rest of the world for Japan to play a greater role politically as well as economically as well. We know that the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was really instrumental in coming up with this idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific. The subsequent Prime Minister, especially Prime Minister Kishida, was instrumental in ensuring that that took hold. The Indo-Pacific strategy is something that not only is a hallmark of Japanese foreign policy, but it is a strategy, a vision. It's, some would argue, it's a shorthand of an not anti-China, a China policy adopted. Its interests are adopted in the United States, across Western Europe, and also most recently by South Korea as well. Japan has also played a key role in ensuring greater partnerships, like expanding the CPTPP, elevating the position of the Quad, the Quadrilateral framework. It's also played, as Kyo has mentioned, a commitment to enhancing relations with Korea as well as the United States and bringing that trilateral to the forefront. Now, what the election uncertainties mean are one, there is going to be a contest within the ruling, I'm sorry, I'm so used to saying ruling LDP, but it's no longer. Within the Liberal Democratic Party, there will be a continued tussle about who will actually lead the party and what the vision of the party will be in the future. The more immediate concern for the Japanese government will be to establish a coalition government. The coalition government will require the alliances with parties that the LDP has not worked with in the past. So there is a great deal of concern that a coalition government would essentially be inherently unstable. I want to also point out that from a foreign policy perspective, the brand of Japan has become very strong over the past decade in particular. Japan is no longer seen as a rule breaker. It has been established itself as a rule maker. There is a great deal of trust for Japan as a government, and for corporate Japan as well. The trust in the brand of Japan is especially high in Southeast Asia, which is a key partner for the Japan, of course, and for the United States. And for, as we talk about this competition for winning the hearts and minds of the global South, the approach that Japan has had towards the ASEAN countries in particular is quite remarkable. And I say this because we can see from public polling, the most widely quoted is the one, the annual survey by ISEAS, a think tank based in Singapore, but it cites Japan as the most trusted partner amongst the advanced economies. And the majority of the 10 ASEAN countries polled say that Japan really leads the way amongst advanced economies to contribute to global peace, to world and to global growth, as well as security in Asia and beyond as well. The question that's being raised in Washington is this: amid this uncertainty about Japan's political future, can Japan actually continue to provide not just the necessarily the political leadership, but also afford and have that kind of commitment that Washington has expected from Japan? Of course, Japan has made a commitment to continue to invest in the global South, especially in Southeast Asia. But as we face greater political uncertainty in Japan, making those kinds of commitments will be difficult from a financial perspective and also from a political will perspective as well. So let me stop there for now and then turn it back to you.
Can I follow up quickly,
Of course.
Shihoko, and ask you to talk about potential changes in Japan's approach towards South Korea, relationship with South Korea, if the new government comes?
Yeah, so this is very much a personality-driven partnership between Japan, Korea, and the United States. And many would agree that had it been under President Moon and Prime Minister Abe, such a partnership between the three countries would not have been possible. And yes, under Trump either. So the personalities have mattered. Having the leaderships of President Biden, President Yoon, and Prime Minister Kishida were key in ensuring that there were personalities that were driving the trilateral as much as a shared national interest and concern about meeting some of the regional security challenges in particular. So moving ahead, whoever wins, we know that here in the United States, President Biden will no longer be the US leader. In Japan, it is no longer Prime Minister Kishida. The Prime Minister Kishida has not, he
has said that he's staying on, but that is to be determined. As of for President Yoon, this is very anecdotal, but when I was in Korea in early September and met with a number of opposition party members of the Korean National Assembly, they have been incredibly unhappy with President Yoon and President Yoon's overtures to Japan in particular. So I don't think there is a great deal of public appetite, especially on the part of the opposition party in Korea, to follow through on many of the foreign policy prescriptives that have been followed. And of course, President Yoon is not a very popular president, according to public opinion polls, to say the least. So all of that, the political uncertainties regarding the trilateral are not just here, not just in Japan, but also in the United States as well as in Korea.
Great. So picking up on that, Junmi, if you could say a few words about Korea's, domestic politics, but also its relationship with Japan, especially as President Yoon has invested a lot of his political capital on warming up to Japan, and he may be paying the price, although his low rating is not just because of his approach to Japan. But can you say a few words about where things stand in Korea in terms of relations with Japan?
Actually, first of all, I want to thank about invitation from the NGO. I'm really honored and delighted to be here. Actually, I took 3 days off from work to participate in this conference. So I'm not representing any institution I am belonging, and I'm not representing the Korean government. So I just am talking as a scholar who is researching on Chinese foreign policy and security, and I'm just studying on international relations. Actually, South Korea-Japanese relations, I'm not really experts on that issues, but still, I think this current administration has very great willing to have, future, for the future, they will have some kind of favorable relation with Japan, and then they think the public popularity for the president is not that good now, but still, I think that's not because of relations with Japan, and it's not because of Japan policy. I think there are a lot of factors. We have some kind of political disputes in the domestic politics, so I do not think that the Japan policy is a great matter for the political environment now. And then I just want, this panel is kind of about geopolitical leadership of Japan and Korea. So I think I want to just mention about kind of a geopolitical landscape of recent. We had a lot of conversation about global landscape of geopolitics, but I do not think that we had much discussion about regional landscape about kind of a geopolitical transformation. Actually, national security strategy of 2021, 2022 of United States, they mentioned that the post-Cold War era is definitely over. But I think that in the Asia, regionally, we are facing at a kind of inflection point of regional geopolitics, because in 1990s we had a lot of will to have institution of Asian community. We want to have kind of Asian community similar to the EU. So we want to have, we had a lot of conversation building the Asian community, and we had established kind of ASEAN +3. And then we established South Korea, Japan, and China trilateral summit. So we had a kind of established kind of trilateral cooperation in the office in Seoul. But in the 1990s, after post-Cold War then we had a very enthusiastic, willing to have some kind of regionalization of Asia, but it's not current. I mean, it's over, I think. We don't really talk about Asia. We are thinking about kind of Indo-Pacific. Already we have broadened the geopolitical landscape of Asia. I think there are two factors. The power shift. Because of the rise of China, China has no more identity as an Asian power. They have broadened their will and vision to the global, from the Asia to the global. That's the kind of representative of BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. That's kind of like 2010, 2011. That was a starting point, the kind of like dreaming about the global power of China. But I mean, and the other factor is that Japan also has kind of initiated the Indo-Pacific strategy. That means that I think that that's because of change of balance of power in the region. So they have very new concept of geopolitical figure, geopolitical imagination. So I think this is kind of driving force of change of geopolitical landscape of Asia. And then like we still have a lot of like ASEAN Plus 3. We have a trilateral meeting. I think next month we will have like Korea, Japan, China trilateral summit. But I think that still we are working. Then the institutions are working, but still the enthusiasm are weakened. So that's the kind of fundamental change of the region. But still, I think that, but this is kind of, I think that this is very challengeable environment because there are a lot of convergence of threat. And the first convergence is that in technology, security, diplomacy are all over intertwined. So we are talking about technology with security concern. We are using the technology for the diplomatic purpose. And then those are kind of a convergence of sectors. And then we have second convergence is that we don't really talk about Asia. We are talking about like Indo-Pacific. We broaden the grand strategy, kind of like NATO +4, NATO, Korea, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, right? And then like even not, it's not just about like Western, kind of a concept of NATO +4. It's not just Western. I think the BRICS plus, those kind of Chinese concept of grand strategy has emerged from the regional to the global. So the global South has broadened their kind of vision and landscape into the broader landscape. So I think that the convergence of the region and convergence of the kind of like, even it's not for the just Western, it's but also for the kind of global South. And then the final convergence is a very, very dangerous point is that, we are watching the convergence of axis of upheaval. Recently, North Korea is actively engaging in the Ukraine war. And then that means that, Russia has invoked the war in the Ukraine, but Russia is located in Northeast Asia. And then North Korea is actively engaged in the Ukraine war. And then the North Korea and Russia has developed their alliance in the military aspects. Then that means that they are located in Northeast Asia, but still they are acting like a global threat. That means that as an ROK in South Korea, and South Korea and Japan are very responsible states who are having economic capacity, military capacity, and then technological capacity. Then we are having a same concern, and we are having kind of like sharing in the common interest to secure the peace here and to secure the prosperity in the region, then I think the Japan and South Korea's partnership is very crucial for the regional peace and regional prosperity. And then we have a lot of things to handle together. Thank you.
Again, just to follow up quickly. So as Shihoko said, some of the rapprochement, the warming of the relationships among Japan, South Korea, and the US is personality driven, especially so on the South Korean side. I think in Japan, a new prime minister, unless somebody radically different becomes prime minister, the broader approach to that trilateral relationship will not change because China continues to be the biggest threat. South Korea seems to face a similar geopolitical challenges, but the previous president, President Moon, was kind of dancing closer to North Korea and even China. So it really, we have a couple more years with current president Yoon, but depending on who becomes president next, a lot of people in Japan and the US are concerned, or at least nervous about the shift. But what do you foresee in that for the next president?
Actually, I'm not really specialist on the domestic politics, but still, I think that there is challenges. I mean, because of kind of a political regime change. I mean, it's democratic things, I think. There, I mean, even United States election has impact on the foreign policy. And even Japanese domestic politics, it's not just like, I mean, for the Korea, I think this is a pervasive, I mean, just like universal trends, because the domestic politics and the foreign policy has been intertwined, connected a lot. Recently, it's severe, much severe than before. I think, I mean, probably next presidential election will have impact on some kind of a foreign, I mean, Japan policy or North Korean policy. I mean, especially North Korean policy. I think there are very, I mean, obvious difference between the two parties. There, I mean, North Korean policy is most kind of the biggest policy differences between the two. But I think that I mean, United States and ROK, and the South Korea and United States alliance I think that will be very sustainable. But Japan policy can be changeable, but still, I don't believe that there will be the huge shift or huge change, even if we have regime change or, I mean, political power change.
Great, thank you. So we'll go to Tom. We're going to ask you to speak on behalf of two giants in the in the Pacific region, China and the United States. How do those two countries respectively view Korea-Japan relationship and potential leadership that those two countries might take in East Asia?
Okay, thanks for the invitation, Andy, and the opportunity to hear others on the panel to learn from them. I'm going to frame this with a starting point of the rapprochement between Japan and the ROK, and begin with how does China view this? And I think they view it first and foremost as having been engineered or orchestrated by the United States. That were it not for Biden, were it not for the United States, were it not for US pressure as well as encouragement, this wouldn't have happened in Beijing's judgment. They view it as an inherently anti-China action. I don't think the three leaders view it primarily in that way. That I think the Chinese view it, as has been indicated here, as highly personality dependent. That we've already had to change personality in Tokyo. We will soon have one in Washington. That The assumption is it's fragile because it's based on personalities, and therefore can be manipulated as well as be feared and denounced by the Chinese. I think it's more than sort of political appearances and who's on whose side in the region. I think the Chinese are genuinely worried about some of the real world implications. One is that this improved relationship and the way it has been characterized, certainly by the United States, the way it's been linked to the Quad, the way it's been linked to AUKUS, US, UK, Australia, partly to downplay an anti-China character, to emphasize the potential for technological cooperation, scientific cooperation, going to marshal the capabilities of, in this case, the three nations, US, Japan, and Korea, to tackle some of the world's tough technological challenges, medical challenges, and so forth. That is a good thing in theory for the world. It's not necessarily a bad thing for the Chinese unless it extends to cooperation in limiting Chinese access to advanced technologies, in trying to exclude China from certain roles in production and supply chains. I think this is seen as a still malleable situation. Not much has been locked in. So it's one part, see where it goes, but more parts, see how China can, for China, see how they can influence the direction. A related, but theoretically and in reality, separable element of this is coordination or integration of military programs, military capabilities. Having spent 26 years in the US government, one of the recurring frustrating dimensions, particularly during the 5 years I was director for East Asia and the Pacific, getting Japan and particularly Korea to think beyond the Japan threat, looking back into the past and having to deal first with Seoul and then with Tokyo, and the hub and spokes atmosphere was a major anachronism. And from the Chinese perspective, the Americans might finally get something closer to what they want, which is looking like a nascent Asian NATO, beginning with these three countries. That whether this is enduring, I think one indicator, and correct me, Shahoko, if I'm wrong here, this rapprochement did not figure in the election. This was about economic stuff. This was about domestic stuff. And sort of each election, each time you get past criticism of something, it gets locked in a little more. And there are 3 more years to an election in South Korea. So there's time for this to solidify and time for things to shake out under the new US administration, whoever wins on the 5th. In responding to this, China is, as almost always does, pursued kind of a walk on 2 legs, two-tier, 2-stream approach. One is to try and reinvigorate the Japan, China, Korea, and trilateral grouping. That it never went out of existence. It was pretty vacuous most of the time. When I visited the offices of it, staffed by junior people using this to improve their language capabilities and get to know one. But the Chinese have attempted to revive it. That characterizing the US, Japan, South Korea as not excluding relationships with it, and arguing that Japan and Korea want the relationship with China in order to counterbalance to some extent the pushy Americans. At the same time, the Chinese are looking for ways to drive a wedge between this fragile arrangement, appeals that discriminate in terms of access to markets or technology and so forth, that I don't know how well they will succeed in this effort, but they will continue to pursue it. And the last observation I will make about China picks up on some things that Jungmei was saying about North Korea. That North Korean actions by themselves, particularly the missile tests and the nuclear program and the relationship with Moscow, is very troubling for the Chinese, among other reasons, because it drives Seoul and Tokyo toward one another and makes them more dependent on the United States and reduces China's wiggle room. It's classic international relations 101, balance of power thinking, but it's real and it is applicable in this situation. Very briefly on the US. A starting point is this wouldn't have, in my perspective, this wouldn't have happened without Biden's experience, personality, determination, but it was also a propitious time to try and do this. The United States had tried to do this over and over, and that didn't work. And how much it was personalities, how much was the geopolitical situation, we can talk about. But it was the right time to try and do it. The United States would like it to continue to deepen, to become more meaningful. That will very much depend on the outcome of our election. And very briefly on that, it will make a big difference who wins. That if Harris wins the administration, he'd like to continue to support strengthening of the partnerships and alliance, not just this one, but all of them. Recognition of how important they are to the United States for security reasons, for economic reasons, and for general political and social reasons. Trump, at first, he's unpredictable, and his unpredictability slash unreliability and transactional approach may drive Seoul and Tokyo to a closer relationship because the Americans are so damn problematic. Would we follow through on security commitments? Will we be consistent in technology policies or sanctions policy, whether it's efforts to promote or efforts to restrict? The unpredictability of it will have to be coped with. Final sentence is, whoever wins the US election, whatever steps are taken, I think kind of the future of this Japan ROK centered rapprochement-based opportunity to do things different in the region is going to be determined more, in my view, by domestic politics in those two countries than it is by domestic politics and foreign policies, strategic policies of the United States. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Tom. And if again to follow up briefly, and I want to zoom in on the issue of China trying to drive a wedge between Japan and South Korea, and there's a lot of rumors, speculations. Perhaps some intelligence agencies may have more evidence about China's not even misinformation campaign, China exploiting some of the tensions between historical tensions between Japan and South Korea. Of course, there's history issues, conflict and all that. I think that this water leaking is a sign that I should bring up the issue of processed water or contaminated water from Fukushima. That also China played it up and South Korea, much to the dismay of the Japanese public and leaders, South Korea kind of bought into that, and right, I think they banned some seafood and other things from imports from Japan. So there are plenty of materials for China to play with in trying to drive a wedge. And there's a conversation about how Japan and South Korea should institutionalize its friendly relations. But what are the most effective ways of to quote unquote institutionalize the relationship? There's a lot of conversations about that, but I'm not sure exactly what is to be done to really set it up for future leaders, whoever that might be.
Let me take what you just said, Kyo, and turn it on its head a little bit. That there are lots of issues for China to exploit, to exacerbate public and therefore political tensions between Japan and Korea. But they're old issues. I mean, I'm not picking what you, that is the list, and that's the kind of legacy issues. And the Chinese continue to pump them up because Japanese aggression, the US intervention, or making clients of our allies, make them the tip of the American spear pointed at China kind of thing, features prominently in the media, in textbooks. It's a critical element in the mythology that legitimates Communist Party rule. So it's going to be there, but I have to believe it's got waning efficacy in the Chinese public, which is now, I'd give or take 75%, that has no memory of China before 1980. I mean, just they weren't born or they were very young in that period. And they're thinking about opportunities, have expectations, have requirements as they've moved into cities, that they've got elderly parents and grandparents and a crappy health and social security system, that the likelihood or the potential for China playing the old songs again, having counterproductive. You're trying to divert us. And my own sense, and I defer to my colleagues here, that in Japan and Korea, there was a sort of, this is an old song that masks, it gets attention because it's masking other elements of discontent in the society. So I would be cautious about overestimating the extent that the Chinese can use this thing. I think far more important is going to be, does the improved relationship produce tangible benefits for the publics and the economies in both systems? That in theory, there should be a lot of opportunity for synergies that are beneficial to both in a wide range of technologies. Working together, the distribution of production that creates jobs and the stake in the other countries from that. That will happen primarily because of decisions in the private sector, to the extent that it happens, but it'll be shaped by public policies that either encourage or discourage that from happening. And I think those developments will be more important than China pulling out the old playbook. It's time for new textbooks again. Let's crank up that, or somebody went to Yasukuni Shrine. And sooner or later, the Chinese will figure out that telling a Japanese prime minister that he can't go to any place in Japan, that the elected prime minister or parliamentary elected prime minister does not take orders from the head of the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, that it makes it happen. And the Chinese will figure that out sooner or later.
I hope you're right about the history issues. Yeah, but I do agree that what's important is for the Japan, South Korea collaboration to produce something tangible for the public domestically. And this is a great segue to bring in technology dimensions here. So last year, as I mentioned, President Yoon and Prime Minister Kishida were here in November and announced some collaboration in the technology innovation space. Given that they're in Silicon Valley, that made a lot of sense. So their respective ministries worked very hard to produce three tangible things that they announced. One was hydrogen ammonia global value chain, hydrogen power ammonia. Toyota in Japan, Hyundai in South Korea both have invested a great deal of resources to develop that next generation cars and other other vehicles that use hydrogen energy. And I just learned from a media official that they actually are making some progress, Korea and Japan, on that front. The second thing they announced was a collaboration in quantum computing. They signed an MOU among University of Tokyo, Seoul National University, and University of Chicago. Why not Stanford? I made the argument, but Ambassador Emmanuel is from Chicago, so that kind of tipped things in favor for Chicago. So that's the second one. The third one is innovation, kind of startup ecosystem. So both Korea and Japan have Korea Innovation Campus, Japan Innovation Campus are here. Japan Innovation Campus is in Palo Alto. I think Korea Innovation Campus is in San Jose or Santa Clara. They're collaborating. They have some events coming up, hosting together some pitch events. So there's some concrete outcomes out of that. Not to the extent that the public domestically can feel the results. But seeing those developments, what are some of the most productive areas in technological innovations that Korea and Japan can work together and bring really tangible results? Maybe Shihoko, we'll start with that, with you.
Yeah, so it is exciting. So when we talk about the trilateral partnership, this idea of institutionalizing so it's resilient to changes in leadership is critical. And having specifics, the more specific those areas of cooperation are, the more likely it is to be resilient to change, and the ability to institutionalize it is big. When we look following up on the agreement that was made at Stanford last year before APEC or after APEC?
Around APEC.
Around APEC. Around APEC. So we see at that time private sector cooperation between the three countries as well. There has been obviously follow-up in the trilateral at the government level. We've also seen follow-up in the private sector regarding trilateral partnerships, and we saw that in September in Seoul. The expectation is that there will be another trilateral private sector-led partnership forum, this time in Tokyo. Then you hit all three countries. And this is great, but of course, when we talk about technology and innovation, it's not simply government-led. The private sector plays a tremendous part, and the private sector is not focused simply about national interest. It is focused on corporate profit and profitability. And we see too that there are limits to cooperation. We see the failure, that some of the challenges, for instance, that the Chip 4 alliance between the United States, Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea have had in the semiconductor space. I actually would say that when it comes to cooperation, some of the issues that Japan and South Korea face in particular are not necessarily in the advanced technology space. They are in some of the basic economic concerns. So things like the demographic challenge, the aging population, ever decreasing birth rate. There are opportunities for this to be met with greater investment in advanced technology. It's interesting, there was an article in The Economist this week about how the Japanese look at AI compared to Americans, and the Japanese see AI like Doraemon, this robot cat, whereas Americans tend to look at it and think Terminator, right? And so Americans look at it more as destructive and we should fear it. The Japanese are actually much more open and see a great future potential that would actually be beneficial to society. So as Korea and Japan both face these fundamental challenges that have been steady as a constant strain on their economic future, there are opportunities for cooperation in advanced technology with an eye to key issues facing it. So it's not necessarily the three areas that you highlighted, but there's other areas as well.
Jumi?
Yeah, I mean, as Shioko said, I mean, Japan ROK relations has been driven by the market, driven by the private company. So I think that's very important factor for us to have, I mean, kind of very favorable relationship, because I mean, the economic interdependence has been very great between Japan, China, and South Korea. And then I think that if I mean, South Korea has built a lot of national, I mean, strategy about the emerging technology, such as quantum, AI, I mean, green technology. So I guess we may have great collaboration on those, I mean, emerging technology. And then I think in the other aspects, I think we need more have more collaboration in the science diplomacy, science and technology diplomacy, because I mean, as you know that, I mean, China has a lot of, I mean, emphasis on BRI, I mean, especially they are saying that BRI has been transformed into the kind of the high quality, I mean kind of not is anymore. They are talking about infrastructure. They are talking about like train transition. It means that the green transition and digital transition, and then they have assisted global South green transition and digital transition. But I'm not saying that that's bad. That's very good for global South. But still, we need to care about kind of dependency of global South on Chinese kind of a digital and green technology capacity. So we need to have some kind of balance about those kind of development of global South digital transition and green transition needs to have diversification of support. So I mean, South Korea has ranked, I think that's number 6 based on the global innovation power of the recent year. And then I think Japan has capacity, and then South Korea and Japan has technological power, and then we both have a kind of manufacturing power. So I think if we collaborate on those kind of science, technology, diplomacy for the global South, then I think that may be to have more kind of a balanced and more prosperous global South, the future of global South. Thank you.
Picking up on that issue, and both Shihoko and Jumi talked about ASEAN, and Colin Carr yesterday talked about the importance of expanding to counter the region of doom, expanding the region of hope or region of joy, or whatever we call the democratic liberal groups, countries. And in reaching out to Southeast Asia, I think the United States has some challenges. China does as well. And Japan and South Korea have been active in investing, money, human resources, technological, imparting technological innovations. Tom, what do you see as the potential of countries like Japan and South Korea in taking the leadership and bridging the sort of digital divide and other technological challenges that the global South is facing, in particular Southeast Asian countries?
I think the potential is both large and real for cooperation. To build on a point that Shihoko made, you have made, Kyo, in the book, the courteous power idea, that Japan's reputation in Southeast Asia is very positive. Korea doesn't have much of a reputation. That Japan can't conceivably do all that needs to be done, meet all of the opportunities, do all of the collaborative projects, kind of projects that the residents of that region would want. So it seems to me there's an almost limitless potential for cooperation, where Korean companies piggyback on Japan's reputation to provide some of the additional funding, some of it is complementary technologies, some of it is you build factories A and B, I build C and D, and we'll cooperate in exports out of the region. That it needs leadership, and that the money is there, the technological capabilities are there. It needs some leadership, but should not be overlooked that though it's easy to talk about the US having difficulties in the region, which it does, but it's still the largest investor in the region. It has the largest on the ground capacity, and there's very little reason to think that Japan and Korea together produce or have a capacity that might attract cooperation with the American stuff that's already there in it. And while it's very nice if you're a third country to have diversified economic and technological relations, end of the day, if you think about security, you got to put the Americans into the equation. And you want to give the Americans a reason to care about the stability in your country, because at a time of retrenchment and turning inwards without isolation, that's not a foregone conclusion. Up there.
Yeah, thank you. We only have a few minutes, but I want to turn it over to the audience for questions.
Come on, Dan.
Hi, Paul with Tokyo Electron. My question, I guess it's probably mostly for Shihoko, but obviously would welcome the others to chime in as well. Prior to the election in Japan, one of the concepts that Prime Minister Ishiba had talked a lot about was sort of this Asian NATO. So I'm curious, I have two questions related to that. Number one is, what do you think are the practical chances that he or the Japanese government, depend now, given the results of the election that just took place, of that becoming a reality or moving into steps that could bring that to happen at some point? And then my second question related to that is, depending on what happens next Tuesday, especially if former President Trump wins, would that potentially be a catalyst for maybe even encouraging countries in the region to move towards something like an Asian NATO in response to concerns about increased American isolationism and withdrawal from the region? Thank you.
So the short answer to a really good question is that that idea was deeply unpopular in Japan. So that has been killed, if not tabled. However, one of the problems, of course, was that within Japan, there will need to be constitutional reform to ensure that such capabilities could be met, because currently Japan is unable to come to the defense of a fellow alliance. Let's say there is this Asian NATO, if a country was attacked, then Japan will have to have reform to be able to come to that country's defense to meet its obligations to this kind of NATO-like alliance. And then the second point is that it was deeply unpopular in Southeast Asia as well. If I had been Ishiba's advisor, I would have said that as a longer term vision, it is not necessarily a bad thing, but this would not win hearts and minds either with the Japanese electorate or with Japan's partners in the region. What I would have pushed for would have been to say, use this as an opportunity to emphasize the need to strengthen further the US, Japan, Korea trilateral alliance on the security front, bring in Australia and NATO to that trilateral, and then talk also at the same time about the need for Japan to reconsider how it's going to defend its borders and its commitment to regional security. But I was not asked, and there we have it. And he's, again, that is not moving forward. On the speculation about the Trump administration or potential Trump administration, Tom can answer.
You want to take that on?
If you want to.
I mean, maybe you can have last answer. But I think, after the post-election, presidential election in the United States, I think there may be a lot of concern from the alliance, but I believe that the U.S. primacy needs alliance. Actually, winning the Cold War, I think that's not just because of United States success. I think that's because of, kind of economic and diplomatic success in the liberal bloc. So not just because of U.S. success. I think that's because of economic and diplomatic success in the liberal democratic blocs. Thank you.
Just quickly, Jimmy, how was this idea of Asian NATO received in South Korea? Was it received at all?
Actually, Shiyoko already said that. That's not really publicly really debated. And that's not just going out. That has been going out from beyond the Japanese discussions. So I don't really think that there is a lot of discussion about.
So summarily dismissed.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Sorry. Tom.
Very quickly, a reminder of the history is that the U.S. aspired to have an Asia grouping coming out of the start of the Korean War, but it was a non-starter if it had Japan in it, because the victims of Japanese imperialist aggression didn't want to be back into something which was the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere 2.0. Later, there was great reluctance to be in a NATO-like arrangement with the potential to be drawn into an American war, in the perception that we were the problem on it. The Trump administration created a situation in which the Asians would decide that they needed to do this on their own, and that Japan would play the kind of leading role in it. I don't see that happening. Great unhappiness with Trump, but I hesitate to dismiss it entirely because of the role that Abe and therefore Japan played in TPP-11. that a willingness to take a leading role. Now, the economics is a whole lot different than security arena, but depends how intense the feeling is that Asians have to take care of Asian problems, can't rely on an unreliable outsider, willing to swallow hard and entrust security to Japan, or in Japan, willing to say, do I really want to take responsibility for Burma? Well, let me stop there.
That's a good place to stop, probably. Well, please join me in thanking our excellent panelists.
All right, guys, why don't we get started again? I'm going to hand the microphone off to Carla, our moderator, to kick us off.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Hello, everyone. My name is Carla Giamesaga. I'm Data Policy and AI Governance and Regulation Lead at the World Economic Forum. And it is a pleasure for me today to moderate this panel. As we know, AI has enormous potential for economic value and to bring more productivity in every sector, from manufacturing, healthcare, agriculture, financial sector, consumer industry, media, and many more sectors. However, 1/3 of the global population remains offline. And there's a massive scale of investment and capabilities needed to build economies of intelligence. So if access to the benefits of AI remain unequal, we could see the global digital and economic divide widen even further. And the current fragmented approach poses challenges to aspects such as cross-border data flows, data localization, ethical AI model development and deployment, sourcing of inclusive and representative data sets, as well as national security. That's why I'm very happy to be here today to have these conversations with the experts around equity and how to promote access to AI in the global south. Before we dive in the conversation, I'd like to read a brief introductory biographical introduction to my panelists. I'll start with Michael Salido, who's the head of global affairs at Anthropic, an AI safety and research company. Prior to joining Anthropic, Mr. Salido was the founding deputy director of the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. CK Cherubetolil is a strategic leader with over 20 years of experience at the intersection of technology, health, and innovation. As the former senior strategy officer for digital health and artificial intelligence at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, he specializes in developing AI solutions for global health interventions. And last but not least, Suren Kumar leads the Vision Intelligence Lab at Samsung Research America, pushing state-of-the-art in multimodal ML. Previously, he was a principal scientist at Amazon, working on multimodal validation, image editing, and generation. And to start the conversation, I'd like to start with Michael and ask him if you could share some of your thoughts on how to balance security and accessibility in the development and deployment of AI-based solutions globally. Please share a little bit more on how to advance international collaboration to develop standards, frameworks, and guardrails to protect human rights, safeguard against threats and misuses of this technology, and promote transparency.
Thanks, Carla, for moderating, and thanks to Andy for organizing, along with all the staff that I know goes into hosting these kinds of sessions. I think Carla started off by mentioning a really important fact, which is I think the stat that you used was 1/3 of the global population is still not online. And that seems to be the basis on which sort of everything else needs to be built, right? One of the benefits of technologies, including artificial intelligence, is that, in theory, they can be run anywhere on the cloud and people can get the benefits anywhere in the world. We're fortunate to be here at Stanford University's campus, which has one of the, best hospitals in the world. They're using and doing research on artificial intelligence technologies that can really bring a lot of the diagnostics and so on to people anywhere in the world where there's an internet connection. And so you can get access to sort of the world's best information, knowledge, advice from anywhere, as long as you can be connected. Once that sort of initial problem is solved, which is obviously not an easy problem, even here in the US, we have a huge population of people that have trouble accessing the internet and getting broadband access at home. In terms of sort of making artificial intelligence most accessible, fair, safe, and transparent, really need to be pushing for interoperable global frameworks for transparency, standards for how you test and evaluate these systems, and sort of harmonized compliance requirements. I think what we've seen in different sort of technologies is that when there are different or burdensome regulations across jurisdictions, the deployers of the technology are going to start sort of at the top of the value chain in terms of what sort of markets are the most valuable for them, and then work their way down. And this means that if you're in a place like the US or Europe, you've got a lot of control and you can have a lot of individualized, requirements for your technology to be deployed. And then when you get down the list, a lot of companies are just not going to invest the time and effort to try to meet local burdensome compliance requirements. And so there's really, I think, a huge value in Global South coming together in sort of larger fora to try to create, the kinds of compliance and reporting and transparency mechanisms that they think would be sort of applicable and usable, and try to sort of have that be kind of like a global baseline. Because if it's really individualized, I think you end up in a situation where you might start having trouble getting access to the best technology. Another piece of this is really access to data. And I think data localization, Andy and I used to work together at the White House doing cybersecurity. Data localization is this idea that many people have, like, well, if I have the data on-prem or in my country, it's somehow safer than if I were to work with one of the, largest and most secure cloud providers in the world. And I think, just empirically, we know this is not necessarily true. The, location of data in the cloud is kind of everywhere and nowhere at once. And the most important thing you can do is actually just make your data available for cross-border movement. When we saw the beginning of Russia's most recent invasion of Ukraine, the Ukrainian government moved really quickly to upload all their data, their government data, to the cloud to make it more secure, make it safe, make sure that they didn't lose it if there were physical attacks on infrastructure, which was expected, and of course we've seen. And so I think, having sort of the ability to move data across borders and access data means that, countries will have access to the best technology and the best models if they can, if they're, willing to forego sort of the illusory benefits, I think, of data localization. And I think another piece of that is also language, right? Technology has this sort of very kind of like harmonizing or I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is, but like very sort of like harmonizing effect on the world, which is not necessarily a good thing, right? We tend to lose a lot of local distinction in culture and language and so on with technologies that sort of like make everything kind of the same or push everybody towards, say, speaking English or using kind of like Western concepts and dialects. And I think the benefit of artificial intelligence is that as the models are getting more powerful, they're getting a lot better in really low resource languages around the world. And so there's the possibility of keeping the diversity of dialects going in different countries, the sort of localizing models to local conditions and so on. But the reality is that in order to make that work, you need to start with the really powerful models that are trained on sort of broad, sets of global data, and then, ensure that local language knowledge, local cultural knowledge is able to be used to also train these models. An example I use is, there would be no physicist here at Stanford who would say, I'm only going to learn what American physicists have studied and only use American physicist information and knowledge in sort of, doing my research. I'm not going to consider what, Einstein's theory of relativity, because I don't really consider him to be an American. I'm just going to ignore that and only look at what Americans have sort of said. And I think there's this like natural sense that a lot of countries, including many developed countries, have, that they want to sort of like wall off themselves, or only sort of, have their sort of data available for local, in sort of like a local context. And I think what that generally means is that you're not going to have access to like the best and most powerful technology in that way. And, you're going to end up with something that's sort of inferior. I think that sort of maybe from like a starting point is a good place to stop.
Thank you so much, Michael. And now let's move to talk a little bit more about critical infrastructure, digital infrastructure. CK, I wanted to get your point of view on how to support critical investments in digital infrastructure and capacity building in the Global South to ensure that AI is not only accessible for use, but is holistically and deeply integrated, so it helps to transform industries, but also governments, so more innovative services and solutions can be provided to the population.
Absolutely. So when I was at the Gates Foundation, we launched a kind of grand challenge to see if there was demand for the use of LLMs in low resource settings, and we put out about 50 grants, each for about $500,000, not big money, but just to see if there was demand. And the answer is an overwhelming yes. I mean, we saw some amazing ideas in healthcare, agriculture, education, financial services for all that's leveraged LLMs. So we're like, okay, this is great. But then the next question was, great ideas for pilot projects. How do these things scale? Where's the infrastructure on which we can run these LLMs in low resource settings? And certainly there are some countries in the region that have the resources. For example, the UAE has the Falcon model, Singapore has Sea Lion, and India is probably going to develop a foundational model called Parrot GPT. Those are all in the works. These are relatively well-off countries. They have the resources to develop them. But many of the countries in the Global South will not have the resources to develop these foundational models. And if you really think about, I'm preaching to the choir here, everybody in the room knows this, but to create a foundational model, kind of the base layer you need is the hardware infrastructure. And a large data center will consume probably in the realm of 100 megawatts of power. You need a huge capital infusion to buy GPUs. It'll need electricity, reliable electricity, and drinking water for cooling. All of those are resources just at a very fundamental level that are in extreme short supply in many of the low resource settings. Right? So some countries will develop them, the others won't. And then really need to think about where along the spectrum of AI, those countries kind of slot themselves in. So perhaps they won't be developing those foundational models, but they may well be kind of end users or consumers of that model. And we experimented a lot, and I'm still working with many of those grantees now, on seeing if they can achieve those same results or similar results with quantized models. Those are kind of for lack of a better word, compressed versions of the larger foundational models that you can potentially run. And I'm sure Suren will talk a little bit about some on-device models and edge computing that you can run. But even if it's not actually running on your phone, you can run them hyper-locally on a small server farm, maybe sometimes even on a single computer with a GPU. So maybe have that in a hospital so you don't have to kind of go out. And it will definitely be slower. But the analogy I like to use is, obviously the foundational models, OpenAI, Llama, those are like having a Ferrari, right? It's amazing, it's fast, it's great. But if and only if you have access to high octane fuel, a perfect road, and a lot of money, right? In many situations, if you don't have access to that, you have to make do with a Honda Civic. A Honda Civic, it'll be great. You can take a few potholes, you can fill it up with regular gas, and doesn't break the bank. And if the end goal is you need to move from point A to point B, a Ferrari will get you there in style, really fast, but a Honda Civic will do the job as well, right? So a lot of the work that I've been working on and continue to work on, and we can talk a little bit more about that, is kind of figuring out where are those places where you can optimize the resource need for those models and still get you the answer. Again, maybe not in as much style as a Ferrari, but we'll get you there eventually. So we can talk more about some of the resource needs for that.
Yeah, actually, before we move to Suren, maybe you can elaborate more on that aspect.
Sure. So one of the aspects is we've done a lot of experimentation with this for a specialized task. So these large language models are extremely general, right? You can do everything from, figure out protein folding to recognizing, to helping you write your email, to writing poetry. And that's the entire model there. But we found in specific situations, like I'll give you one example, and that is where you want to take a conversation that a patient's having with a doctor, a free-form conversation, potentially in a low-resource setting, in a village or with a community healthcare worker, and transform that into a structured medical record. You don't really need that gigantic model to come with that. You're giving it a very specific task. So kind of specializing those models, creating localized, quantized versions of those models for specific tasks seems to be a good way to use this in low resource settings, rather than kind of bring the entire power of a gigantic large language model to a very specific task. So that might be one way we're going to progress in the future.
Thank you so much, CK. And now, Suren, we wanted to touch a little bit on responsible AI model development. And what do you think are some of the key priority areas that need to be advanced, that need to be addressed to ensure that AI technologies serve global audiences and respect the diverse perspectives?
Perfect. So I think Michael and CK both touched on some aspects of this process, but I'll answer by presenting you the entire supply chain of model building. So we start with the giant collection of internet data in using Common Crawl or the Pile, and this is where you build most of your intelligence, and you don't have any supervision, so it's just a massive collection of internet data. And when you think about internet data, it's one is the language, of course, as you know, it's primarily in English. And then if you think about the type of information you might have on internet is also sort of dominated by global north. So that's where you can start to look at how do I bring in diverse perspectives, more sources of information in this stage 0 of building an AI model. The second major step in building AI model is you create a whole bunch of data sets, and then you create metrics around it, and each AI team tracks the progress. As you're training these models, you try to figure out how to push these metrics on this specific data set. And this is where I think diversity is very critical. So for example, what kind of use cases do you serve? Is it, are the use cases, hey, write a poem in the style of William Shakespeare or someone else? Or is it, how do I fix this crop disease that I have, right? So you need to think about what are the use cases that you're specifically evaluating your models on. And then in this process, as you create training data, who are your annotators? Are those diverse enough? Or are, right now, a lot of annotation is done in certain parts of the world. So you want to make sure you have diverse voices, you have diverse use cases, and not just the cases which will lead to the most amount of value for the company that's building these models. And the next piece is where do you deploy these models? And I used to work at a cloud company, and now the focus at Samsung is how do you push the Pareto frontier of intelligence with the least amount of compute available, so that a very, very affordable phone can have powerful intelligence built on the phone, so that you don't need internet and you don't need a very, very expensive phone. And that's where the quantization and custom kernel building and custom hardware and all of these pieces come into play. And lastly, when you evaluate these models beyond the use cases and annotations, you also want to look at what are the values that you're looking for. And in those evaluation, you also want to consider how people will interact with these models. People talk about this prompt hacking, where people try to figure out the best possible prompt. So instead of teaching everyone in the world how to write best prompts, why don't we figure out how do people interact with these devices now and serve them where they are, rather than having everyone try to figure out the best possible prompt. So those are the important elements in this entire AI model building and deployment and evaluation supply chain that we need to fix for when it comes to responsible AI.
Thank you so much. And you touched on so many important points, and like how you kind of like brought together like what CK and Michael have said before, and especially when you were talking about the importance of diversity in use cases and the annotators, also the teams developing these models, right? Like having diversity backgrounds, and not only like we're talking nationalities, but also like disciplines, right? You need, of course, engineers and data scientists, but how about like psychologists or sociologists, right? Like what is that like diversity in disciplines and points of view that you're bringing?
Yeah, I have a very funny anecdote about that. I used to work for a company which was building these voice recognition models that was eventually bought by Apple. And there was a lot of staff that was of Indian origin, but this model won't really recognize the Indian accented English because the data sets were targeted to very, very specific audience. And so, if your data sets don't reflect your eventual use cases, then having diverse teams alone is not going to solve it. So just a very strange situation where you're working on it, but it doesn't work for your voice.
Yeah, and you definitely want to address data equity and representation issues from early on in the development process, right? You don't want to do it at the end. It has to, you have to kind of like do this assessment throughout the data lifecycle, throughout the AI development cycle. Well, thank you so much. I'd like to move to some general questions that the three of you or either of you are welcome to respond before we move to the audience questions. So please, for everybody here in person and also connecting online, please send us your questions. One thing that we're observing is that as countries in the global south, in Asia, Africa, and South America are starting to formulate their own data sovereignty frameworks, their own AI governance models in order to promote digital transformation, responsible adoption of AI, national security, and economic growth. They're often inspired by existing frameworks. One example is GDPR, one example is the EU AI Act, but of course there are examples from other regions in the world. And of course, data governance frameworks and AI governance frameworks impact in issues like cross-border data flows, data localization that Michael was referring to, how AI infrastructure is deployed, and so on. So my question to you all is, what should developing nations take into account as they try to adopt and adapt these frameworks to their own unique context and their own different views on privacy, security, while at the same time fostering economic development and innovation?
Let's start. One thing that I'll say that I think has been sort of a bright spot is where you've had sort of regional groupings that have tried to come up with like what is going to work across a number of economies in a way that can sort of be like broadly supported and provide some like reasonable guidance that developers can sort of meet to address sort of a larger market. And I think work that, for example, ASEAN and Singapore have been doing to try to develop kind of regional frameworks for AI governance. I know they're going to do some regional red team testing and evaluation work next month in order to build capacity, build sort of by capacity I mean sort of government capacity to understand, assess how the technology works and what the challenges might be and so on. I think those are really productive and useful fora to try to address kind of the sort of regional needs that different countries and populations might have, but also in a way that has enough kind of weight to it that makes it reasonable for developers and so on to prepare their products for those kinds of markets.
Yeah, I'll take a slightly more philosophical angle to that, if that's okay. And very often, I mean, LLMs and AI in the current context gets criticized, but I think what's very apparent is that it's only a mirror. It reflects our society. And we get really mad when it gives us an answer, but that answer is just reflecting all the data that's collected from us. We created all that data that we fed it, and it's reflecting it back to us. And very often when we see that reflection, we don't like it. And that's particularly true in some areas. And there's an interesting kind of problem we encountered when it's always very tricky to try to put your hand on that scale and kind of tilt it either ideologically or politically in a particular direction. And in the kind of spirit of what Serena talked about, that localization piece, when we tried to bring in other languages, so we were working with a number of communities in Nigeria and in the Middle East, when we brought in that language component, which is great, you should be representative, but also with that language component, it brought in what I would say from a liberal Western point of view was some questionable social context, which that's how those countries are structured. But along with that language comes that context there. Then you get into this kind of difficult spot where as the tuner, you're trying to kind of make sure that the language represents that culture and that community. But very often with that, let's be frank, comes with it some sexism, some misogyny. Those things come along with the language because if you ingest the language coming to that culture, that comes in. Then if you try to fine tune that, then you get into all kinds of trouble and start getting really weird results, which they don't like. So I think for governments, and for society at large, you can realize that this is only reflecting what's already out there. And if you don't like the answer it's giving, it's not the model that's the problem. Very often it's the data that's being fed, and the data that's being fed is just reflecting the society that it comes from.
Maybe I could just jump in quickly with sort of one of the research directions that at Anthropic we've been using. So typically, as has been sort of discussed, you build a model starting by throwing a bunch of data in it, and then you have kind of like a raw pre-trained model. And then you need to fine tune it in order to get the model to behave the way that you want it to get it good to do certain tasks or to, address questions of, bias or toxicity or what have you in the way that you want. This is sort of the fine tuning or reinforcement learning phase. And typically what developers have done in this phase is use something called reinforcement learning with human feedback. And so what you do is you ask the model a question, it gives you two answers, and a human says A is better, B is better. So you ask it, what color is the sky? It says it's green or it's blue, and the person says, well, blue is the right answer. That's the right answer. And you ask this, across millions of interactions, and you can ask questions about sort of sexism, like where you might get like sexist responses or racist responses, or get it to do good at certain kinds of like challenges or games or puzzles or tasks or what have you. And the challenge with this technique is that it has been extremely effective in terms of making models more capable. It also helps to align their behavior in a particular way. But the way that companies typically do it is they hire a bunch of crowd workers, and they just source those crowd workers wherever they can get sort of the lowest cost folks, because if you're going to do millions of interactions, it can get quite expensive. Anthropic doesn't use that approach, and we pay sort of a standard wage globally, so that it doesn't matter sort of where you're coming from. But in any event, you get the sort of random values of whomever you hire, and that's probably not sort of how you want to align a model to behave, right? And so what we wanted to do is figure out, are there better technical approaches to aligning model behavior with the values, the explicit values that people actually want? And so we developed a technique that we call constitutional AI. And how that works is we start off by writing a constitution for the model. Just like in the US, the constitution sets the political context for how the society operates. We did something similar, and we looked at things like the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights for inspiration and other sort of best practices from other companies. And then we also included in there notions like consider non-Western approaches and alternative ways of looking at things. And so what you do in that case is you've written a constitution that roughly outlines what you want the model to do, how you want it to behave. And then you have one model basically train another model to follow the constitution. So you're able to, in some cases, replace and in some cases augment that human feedback with what we call AI feedback. And this has two really big benefits. One is being very explicit about model values that you want. And the other is that in training models, you have like a similar content moderation problem that you have in social media, where oftentimes people have to be exposed to toxic or negative information in order to help train the model, the same way that in social media, content moderators have to see a lot of terrible material in order to moderate. And so by replacing a lot of that with the AI feedback, you're also able to reduce sort of like the negative human impacts of training these models. We found this to be an extremely effective manner for aligning model behavior. If we have maybe just like one more second, I'll talk about one additional thing that we did with this. Originally we came up with this constitution just sort of, in an office with, a bunch of workers of Anthropic. And we wanted to see, could we source democratic input on what should be in a constitution? So we recruited a 1,000 roughly representative sample of Americans, and we asked them to provide feedback on the constitution we wrote and provide their own sort of input and ideas and principles. And two interesting things came out of that. One is that there was a lot of overlap between what they suggested and what we put in, so we kind of felt good about that. And the second was that they identified some principles that we just hadn't considered, like making the technology broadly accessible to people with disabilities. And so we ran an A/B test where we actually trained a model to follow the Constitution with that democratically sourced input versus our original one. And we found that we actually pushed the Pareto frontier of the model capabilities. We actually got a model that was more capable and a model that was more harmless. And so it actually worked quite well. And I think, this is an example of the kind of thing that can be done to, sort of help tune models to local conditions. Obviously, maybe with some sort of universal, Declaration of Human Rights kind of, phrase, like a floor for what you might want. But it's a very interesting sort of approach that I think could be considered more broadly.
I have a follow-up question on that because it's so interesting what you were sharing, Michael. Have you partnered with maybe or countries in the global south to try to test this with more diverse data sets or populations?
We haven't yet, but we have a new person on our team that's sort of trying to think about how do we extend this. We call it collective constitutional AI. How do we extend it beyond sort of the work we've done so far? So it's something we're thinking about.
I can add just something very quickly to your original question. I think one aspect where Global South or this coalition of countries can really do is to heavily invest in talent development. So thanks to Meta and a whole bunch of other companies and labs, we have really good initial open source models that we can work with. And now the thing is, how do we test them? What kind of use cases do we support? And how do we adapt these models for our own context? So that's something, if these governments invested heavily in talent development around that, I think they can go much further in terms of making it accessible and useful.
Thank you very much. And I have one last question before we move to the audience. I guess we touched on some of the points that it's important to invest in to ensure inclusive AI transformation and access to the global south, such as better data, compute, capacity building infrastructure. So I have a question on how can we address this through global multi-stakeholder collaboration? How to build this sustainable AI infrastructure in developing countries to ensure that there's like this all access to these AI-ready devices, access to quality and representative data, access to compute power, access to high-speed networks, access to renewable energy sources to power these systems. So we know what are the drivers, we know what's needed, but how do we bring together, private sector, public sector, civil society, academia from all over the world to, pitch in and make this happen?
This is just before I left Yates, and this work is ongoing, is we were thinking about if you're a small civil society NGO, say based in Nigeria or in India or in a low resource setting, it's very hard for you to get access to, even if it's on the cloud, that secure cloud compute credits for it, because like in Nigeria, we found frequently their credit cards would get declined just because they suspect fraud or they didn't have the mechanisms to pay. And then also with the big AI companies, it was not really worth their while to write a $500 contract or $1,000 contract. They're small dollars, and but the cost benefit didn't work out. And as a result, a lot of those smaller NGOs who would really benefit from this couldn't get access. So what we came up with was kind of the equivalent, and the way I phrased it was, I called it a kind of a Gavi for compute. And the way, I don't know if you know, Gavi works, the kind of big multinational agencies get together, they pool all their resources and buy vaccines at scale, which then get distributed to low resource settings. So kind of mirroring that model in many ways, I came up with a framework we call Gavi for compute, where the big philanthropic sectors and governments kind of pool their resources and make large volume purchases of compute credits at wholesale prices from AWS and Azure and GCP and OpenAI, and buy those and pool those credits. And then it was turned out to be like a win-win for everybody, because the big tech companies loved it because they could make one big $10 million sale and they're done, right? I mean, they're guaranteed payment of that. And then the nonprofit sectors, the civil society, they could handle that retail piece of giving that $500 of compute to a small NGO, and the benefits kind of went up. And then because we were buying in volume there, that small $500 NGO got the same benefits as if they had made they got wholesale treatment. So they got treated like they got paid a $10 million purchase. So they'd get the full support, the backing, the access level, all of those things there. So that model is very interesting, where the richer players can pool their resources, buy at scale, and then handle that kind of retail, the last mile distribution, if you will, like vaccines, can be taken care of by civil society.
I have a follow-up question on that example. So I'm curious, did this initiative come or included like some sort of capacity building support to use this? Okay.
Definitely. And one of the things we reached out to the cloud computing companies was providing some of that training and resources, because a lot of the small kind of, mom and pop NGOs, if you will, did not have this. I mean, their IT department was one guy who had a laptop and Excel on it. That was their IT department, right? So there was quite a big kind of barrier for that person to leave. So they part of it was also providing some training resources.
That's amazing. Yeah, and a lot of times we talk about the private sector, but I think it's very important to differentiate the big companies, but also the SMEs and the innovating companies that have very different challenge of how to take advantage of these AI solutions. Thank you. Thank you so much for that example. I don't know if there's anything else that you'd like to add.
I really like that sort of model, and because I think one of the challenges is that it's actually quite similar effort to onboard a small customer as a large customer, and smaller organizations or nonprofits often don't have a lot of the technical know-how that they need in order to really take advantage of the technology. And so creating sort of shared resources that can help sort of onboard and get people productive is really valuable. I also think that one sort of bright spot is that one of the benefits of sort of today's models is that they're getting easier to work with, right? One of the biggest differences between GPT-3, which you kind of had to know how to code a computer to use, versus ChatGPT is just the interface. ChatGPT talks like a person. We all know how to interact with people, in general, right? A new thing that Anthropic launched last week is a computer use beta. So now you can ask the model, November 11th is a holiday. I'd like to go to Washington, D.C. with, my child around then to see a football game. Are there any games? What were ticket prices? What would flights look like? And the model will use a computer just like a person would. Go to a website that sells tickets for games and get that information, go to Google Flights, figure out what the flight options are, come back to you, ask you if, that's something you'd like to move forward with, have all the information in one place. So in order to use that, you don't need to know how to use an API. You don't need to know how to find these websites. You don't even need to know how to book a plane ticket. You just need to know how to ask a question, which is like, I want to go to this place at roughly this time. Can you help me do that? And I think that just is going to start really lowering the barriers over time to accessing the technology and getting productive on it. I haven't sort of coded in I don't know, since high school, which I'm not going to tell you how long ago that was. And I'm able to do a lot of things now that I just couldn't do, a year or two ago, because I can use the technology to help me do things in a way that just lowers the technical barriers.
Thank you so much, Michael. And now I'd like to ask the audience if there's questions. Please, if you could briefly introduce yourself and ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Saori Katada from University of Southern California. Fascinating because AI is still mystery to me. I am a political scientist, so please excuse my ignorance of it. But we've been talking about the geopolitical tension between US and China. And, this is kind of refreshing to not hear anything about it, but I would like to bring that back in this. Say that, so what are the kind of point of competition or tension I guess competition tension between these great powers when it comes to AI, especially that to be AI being kind of expanded to the global south, which would definitely going to court their hearts and minds, right? Because global south is a very important players now in the geopolitical game altogether. So in that case, what are the major parts that you see in this competition in your field? Especially, so I'm thinking, so export control we talked about. The other is infrastructure investment like BRI versus something else, which might include the human capital that you already talked about. And the third point I kind of see is maybe standard setting of some kind. So, China has been quite influential in the global standard, the kind of a technological standard setting environment. So what would be your view on this front? Thank you.
Maybe you can. Sure. So I think, the last point that you mentioned around standard setting, right now, there's really no standards for this technology, right? What are the kinds of compliance requirements? How do you make sure it's safe? How do you test and evaluate and so on? I think that, China domestically has already started to develop some pretty detailed technical standards for how do you make sure that, models comport with the socialist values, for example. They have tests that are required pre-deployment to answer those kinds of questions. How do you ensure the accuracy, however you want to define that, of training data and so on? So it's certainly possible that there could be some international competition to develop those standards. I think, the US has also been investing in NIST, the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, to try to develop some, guidelines for how do you secure the technology. They put out some AI cybersecurity guidance recently with NSA and with DHS. Some guidelines on how do you red team the technology. All these things are guidelines and not standards yet because we're just at a very early stage. So I agree that that's sort of one space where there could be competition. I think another is if you look at the analogy to other types of technology that have been exported to the developing world, it's clear that China exported a lot of surveillance and sort of population control technologies to many countries in the developing world. And unfortunately, AI could be something that massively increases the risks of those kinds of misuses of the technology, because it gives you an even more powerful tool to do the kinds of things that you're already doing, right? Track people at a very detailed level, collate data about them from different sorts of data sets and sensors and video and internet activity and so on. And so I think we sort of those of us that are supporting sort of more liberal democratic values need to be looking at what we can do internationally to try to prevent something like that from happening again, where the sort of technologies of repression and dictatorship could be getting exported in a way that's subsidized or promoted as a way of for sort of illegitimate governments to sort of stay in power. I think that's a huge risk that we're all potentially going to be facing here with this technology.
If I can quickly add, you already talked about export controls especially on GPUs, but beyond, and you talked about the values in these models. But beyond that, I think one other interesting dimension is the kinds of data that you have access to. So, for example, in certain countries, it's much easier to collate a whole bunch of health data because they don't necessarily have HIPAA-like rules set in place. So with these models, the more data that you have, more types of data that you have, the more powerful models you can build. So that's another advantage or disadvantage, when it comes to privacy versus the type of data you can harness to build models. That's another dimension in which we can kind of talk about US versus other countries.
On that front, the other way, I mean, you're asking three technical people about politics, so we probably have very unnuanced answers on that. But the analogy for another technology is with like the nuclear weapons, right? It has the same feel. It's not exactly the same, but there was the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty where some countries had it, other countries didn't, other countries wanted it, and then I don't think, and I know some people think of it as it should be regarded the same way. It's the, you've got to guard those jewels from being from proliferating and being used. But I think we're past that. I mean, the cat's out of the bag. It's not. There is definitely the big foundational models. That there definitely is a secret sauce to it, but it is recreatable given enough resources. I think most people can. China definitely can recreate their version of it, but it may not be as good. But the cat's out of the bag. So maybe the answer is make it. Rather than guard it, make it extremely open so it's very clear. So those open weight models, maybe those are the ones that should proliferate so that everybody can see what's happening kind of behind the curtain. So if it is used for less than ideal purposes, at least in advance it's not being done surreptitiously.
CK, you mentioned these I think you said 50 $500,000 sort of test grants on LLMs. I'm wondering if in the course of giving those grants out and evaluating the results, you observed any trends in how the recipients evaluated the risks and benefits of the technology.
So one very interesting finding, which we didn't expect at all, is we all thought we'd be use it to crunch data and numbers. But there was one very interesting grant, which is actually active right now in South Africa, where it was used to counsel people who were likely to get HIV or had self-tested for HIV. And what was most interesting for that is almost overwhelmingly the patients preferred talking to the chatbot as opposed to a human. Humans were available; they had a choice. In almost all cases, they picked the chatbot because it was, I think, given the sensitive nature of the subject, it was because the chat was completely non-judgmental. Ask you your sexual history, number of sexual partners, all of those, answer those questions. And then it would guide you through the self-testing process and give you the option of immediate counseling. And that was very carefully monitored because, positive, negative for HIV, that's a life-changing diagnosis. And then and so there was definitely humans kind of monitoring that very closely there. But the results were overwhelmingly on that side. So more and more, the interesting grants were something unexpected, where it seemed to be that AI had the ability to kind of scale empathy. And it seems like a very kind of odd thing. You'd think, technology with the last place that would be able to be empathetic. But rather than the data crunching, the number crunching, finding patterns, sentiment analysis, that ability to provide empathy. And when I thought about it, it's like really when you can't guarantee that when a HIV counselor, a teacher comes in, they are going to provide that consistent level of empathy, which is needed in their profession every single day. They might have had a fight with their partner, they got into a car accident before, they're pissed off when they come, and they won't be able to bring that level of consistent empathy. So a lot of the grants that were the most interesting and that evaluation, which is always tricky to evaluate, and depending on how many cups of coffee I've had, I can argue that's a good thing or a bad thing to scale empathy and outsource that to technology. I can argue both ways on any given day. But that part was very interesting on that, but also raised lots of ethical questions. I mean, somebody with HIV, should they be talking to a chatbot? But if it's giving them, and we were looking at that very closely, were there any adverse outcomes for that? So that part was very interesting. And I think that we're going to see more and more of that, kind of bringing that kind of professional industrialized empathy. And it sounds terrible to say it when I say it out loud, but it is extremely useful.
And that's not a result that's necessarily unique to development.
Yeah.
And I think it's not even necessarily like sort of just like technical empathy, but people's sort of comfort level with sharing information with people versus what they think might be more private or something like that. I have a number of friends that are therapists, and what they found during COVID was that some of their patients really felt much more comfortable being on a computer screen rather than in the therapist's office when they were forced to do that, and don't really want to go back to in person, and might even sort of turn the cameras off or turn the therapist's video off, and feel just more free speaking in kind of this environment where there's not a person that's judging, like, well, wait a minute, why did you do that? You knew that was a dumb idea, kind of thing. So I think, this isn't a case where it's going to fit everybody, right? Not everybody's going to want to do away with their human connections and speak to an AI counselor. But for some people that otherwise wouldn't go to get therapy or counseling, it opens up this additional avenue. And then, it also opens up huge avenues if you can make sure that it can be sensitive to local languages and dialects and conditions as well, right? Because, not everybody is going to be able to have the same kind of access with wherever they are to humans with the same training that might speak their language.
If I may add something to that point, it definitely brings a lot of questions around ethics and risk assessment, right? Because we have like some thresholds that we're identifying, and maybe in some cases like healthcare, it could be riskier when like friendship companions or chatbots could be considered less risky. But of course, we can see cases, a lot of positive cases, but also negative ones. So as we start like identifying applications and we start like seeing, being deployed and unfolding in different contexts, I feel like we're so far from like just like having a clear metric on how to measure risk, because that's essential to regulate, right? Because you cannot regulate in the darkness. You regulate based on applications. You don't regulate the technology. But what if like you have all these different cultural aspects, psychological aspects, that it's so hard to measure around the user's experience with these chatbots, with the applications, the AI, and everything. Thank you for the question. Any other questions in the audience?
Hi, sorry. A philosophical question. You talk about going to these governing bodies, but like with the internet originally, it was the industry that came up with its own governance standards. Why for AI the push to go to other entities instead of coming up with an industry-led model? Over.
I think the reality is that industry already is sort of doing this. And so the question is, should there also be like civil society or non-industry counterweights or counterparts that can also be working with it? For example, last year, I think it was around this time, Anthropic, OpenAI, Microsoft, and Google launched what we call the Frontier Model Forum, which is an industry association that's developing sort of best practices around model evaluations and guardrails and so on for more kind of like catastrophic risks of the technology. Then subsequently, the US and the UK both announced that they're creating their own AI safety institutes, and they're going to do something similar. And there's a lot of other efforts, right? So there'll be, I think horizontally across different stakeholder groups, all these efforts are sort of, coming up. And so I think they happen in parallel. That's good. They should collaborate with each other. As best practices start to emerge, those can become the basis for even regulation or sort of international kind of guidelines or regulations that national governments might want to impose. But I think it's sort of like an all-in yes and sort of situation where there should be like everybody working on this kind of thing and see what the ultimate best practices are.
If I can very quickly add, as an AI researcher, we have incredibly fast progress in this space. Like within a span of 2 to 3 years, we've seen the capabilities of models evolve significantly. So when you start talking about use cases and capabilities, it's really hard to design something that will withstand the test of time with these technology. That's another concern here.
We have time for one last question in the back, please.
Yeah, thank you for the seminar. I'm a political scientist. I just want to ask about the vector of state. Even if we want to develop enhancement access to AI for the global south, but if the states are the non-democratic or even democratic states, they may be an obstacle for us to have access to AI for the global south. What do you think about the factor of state for the access to AI for the global south?
Yeah, I can take a stab at it. I mean, it's a complex question. I don't have a straight answer for that. But like I think I just go back to what I said. AI is very often a reflection. It's a mirror of what the society is at that particular what the society is at that point in time. AI, most of the AI companies, I think all of them are coming from a democratic background, right? So it's going to be very interesting if you put even Anthropic AI with its constitution in place, which I'm assuming is a democratic, liberal leaning constitution. You put that in a you put it as is in a non-democratic state. How that will be perceived by the state in that situation. They probably are not going to like it because it's going to give a very very liberal democratic answers to that there. So I think which is why I think each of the sovereigns might develop their own AI, which reflects their point of view, and I won't make judgments on that. I know which side I personally stand on, but if that's how that country is structured, then they will create AI that reflects their society and their beliefs.
I think it's not sort of a unique AI problem, right? When the internet was first developed, we all had this idea that it was going to be this like liberalizing force for the internet, and data and news was going to flow freely in countries, and populations around the world were going to sort of see the light and all kind of like rush towards democracy. And fortunately, that hasn't quite happened, and I think that it's probably not going to be any different in the AI space unless we're sort of like all making a concerted effort to try to push those societies to open and change, and make sure that at the very least our companies aren't exporting sort of technologies of repression or illiberalism. When I talk about constitutional AI and the ability to tailor things to local conditions, I think there's still sort of a floor of universal human rights that you want to be in place, even if cultures have some differences in them. With that note, I have to catch a train because I have another commitment, and so I have a very hard stop. I'm sorry, but thank you for having me today.
Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, and actually we're out of time, so wanted to thank Michael again, sir, and CK for this conversation, to all of you for attending. Thank you so much.
Is this working? Yes. Okay, so hello, everyone. My name is Florence Uxel. I'm a visiting professor here at Stanford at the Cyber Policy Center. I'm originally from France. I lead a project on digital sovereignty at Sciences Po in Paris. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be moderating this panel today. And with no further ado, I will introduce our amazing panelists. I will start with you, Keishin Huang, and please correct me if my pronunciation is not correct.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. So Dr. Huang is graduated from the University of Oxford, from the National Taiwan University as well. He works on AI governance, on the application of AI in dispute resolution and public administration, and on legal anthropology. And I would like to add one point, because we seated in the same panel 2 days ago, and we discussed this very recent publication, Generative AI and Democracy, AI-driven disinformation in Taiwan's 2024 presidential election and lessons for the world. So it's, I think your latest publication, and so there is more coming as far as I understand. So a lot to discuss and a lot to say. Minjun Kim, and again, please correct me if my pronunciation is not appropriate. So she's the deputy director at the Institute for National Security Strategy in South Korea. So it's a government think tank that is affiliated with the National Intelligence Service in Seoul. She holds a PhD in international studies from Yonsei University. She has 25 years of experience, and especially she is the head of a nonprofit organization, Save NK, Save North Korea, that is a human rights advocacy group working specifically on North Korea. I think I'm correct. And then Tomohiro Nakamura, and again, I apologize for my pronunciation.
I think it's perfect. Tomohiro Nakamura.
So Mr. Nakamura works currently for the Embassy of Japan in the US, where he handles cyber-related issues, including AI specifically, but also cybersecurity, telecom. He worked for a very long time, more than 20 years, for the Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, where he closely worked on regulations governing cyberspace specifically, and he also recently led the Japanese initiative about the Japan's information platform laws that is similar to the EU Digital Services Act that I personally know quite well. And has also been involved in the World Trade Organization negotiations on digital trade. With such a panel, we have, of course, a lot to say about AI governance, and it's a panel that really deals with multilateral cooperation on AI governance. But before addressing multilateral cooperation, maybe you could say a few words about the approaches of AI governance in your own respective countries. What is important according to you? What is needed given these approaches in terms of international cooperation? So maybe we could start the other way around and start with you, Mr. Nakamura.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Florence. Before I, make the comments on that, I need to do, some, administrative and bureaucratic things. What I am going to say today is, it's purely my personal opinion, and there's no connection with, Japanese government views. I'm sorry, I'm a nasty bureaucrat. So where am I? So I need to I think I need to explain the Japanese approach to the AI governance, right? Yeah. So from my personal point of view, so the last year, this year, we started intensifying the discussion on AI governance, and at that moment, the former Prime Minister Kishida-san, showed demonstrated 4 principles on the AI governance. One principle is, of course, alignment with international rules, and the second is there are flexible rules which can keep up with the advancement of AI technology. And third, I think it's the most important thing is that the balancing, the promoting innovation and the risk management, basically the innovation balance between the risk of safety and the innovation. The last one is the appropriate use by the government, and which is very important. And I think the important thing is that we clearly focus on the innovation, the balance between the innovation and the risk,
innovation and safety. And we focus on the self-regulation, so-called self-regulation by the businesses. So the basic idea is that businesses, industries, made their own regulation and comply with those regulations. And they, but that does not necessarily mean the government doesn't do anything. The government clearly set the guidance, the recommendation, and the guidelines, and we urge the industry to follow these guidelines. And the most important thing is we check if this self-regulation ecosystem is effective or not. So that's what we are now doing. And I think at this stage, from my personal point of view, it's this approach is appropriate because for this current stage, because the AI, generative AI is still emerging stage. So the balancing innovation and the safety is most appropriate way. And one thing I would like to add is that, what differentiates Japan from the other countries is maybe the copyright and AI. I think, we last year, not this year, I think maybe at the beginning of this year, we clearly stated that, the AI developers doesn't need to request the permission from copyright holder to use data for training the AI. So which means it's AI developers does not need to get the permission from copyright holders to train the AI. I think it's not usual. It's rare because I saw many articles in which, for example, the New York Times has been filed a lawsuit against the AI developers because their data, their article was now used to train the AI. So this lawsuit, I don't know if our Japanese approach, Japanese copyright approach is good or not. But one thing I would like to emphasize is that if we request the AI developers to get permission from right holders, maybe I think it costs too much, and eventually it will kill innovation. So from my personal point of view, I'm not sure, but from my personal point of view, it's appropriate way. But so the copyright is most remarkable. It's a unique Japanese law, Japanese approach at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So Minjong.
Hi. First of all, thank you, Andrew, for inviting me here. It's an honor to be here. I'm excited to represent Korean government, which is not true. I need to mention that all my comments has nothing to do with the Korean government, although I'm from the research institution. I mean, our institution is, I need to emphasize, is independent from NIS. I mean, all the ideas and the research result will be not affiliated with the National Intelligence Service. I just wanted to emphasize this. Yeah. I think as Tomohiro said, main challenge in AI regulation will be balancing the regulations with freedom to innovate, which I will briefly touch upon later. But I'll be starting with the point that the Korean government is basically moving toward a multi-stakeholder model by including all the government entities and tech companies and academia. But it still faces some challenges in turning the discussions into binding regulation. That's the point. The government recently launched the National AI Committee. It's top tier, AI governance body. This committee includes not only tech experts and government personnel, but also legal scholars and philosophers and sometimes sociologists, reflecting a broad impact of AI in the society. In terms of AI advancement in Korea, Korea isn't quite at the top level. If the US is set at like a perfect score of 100, China scores around like 54. And Korea, is not on the top 5, it's the 6th. So President Yoon recently announced that he committed to raising Korea, the status of the AI technology of Korea to 3rd by the end of 2026, which led to the formation of the National AI Committee. As I said, the central challenge will be in balancing those regulations and freedom to innovate. And also there's a big debate in Korea, within Korea, between those two approaches. First one is from like European approaches, which emphasize safety and privacy regulations. And the second one from the US, which promote AI through investment. So this division reflects the discussion in Korean society today on the direction AI regulation should take. Basically speaking, in Korea, the legal system is strongly influenced by European standards, and therefore it has strict regulations that limit data use, particularly for privacy. For instance, despite Korea's strong health insurance system and a vast amount of medical data, strict data regulations limit its use for AI innovation in the medical sector and healthcare. So a basic AI law, which has been proposed a long time ago, I don't know if it's 10 years ago, I don't know, but it still remains a top priority in Korea, but it still hasn't passed yet, largely because Korea's law mirrors European regulations. And in terms of military use of AI, with South Korea already known for its extensive regulations in digital sector, I think we are now leading a global discussion on this specific field. In September, South Korea hosted an international summit aimed at establishing a blueprint for responsible use in military sector, use of AI in military. More than 90 countries, including US and China, they sent government representatives, although any resulting agreement is not expected to hold binding enforcement power yet. Let me stop here.
Thanks. So what about you, Keishan?
So I'm going to talk about Taiwan's approach to AI governance, right? So just last week, I was in Korea National Assembly to give a presentation on AI and education. And many of the attendants spoke of Taiwan as the world's 3rd strongest AI player. I'm not sure where they get that idea from, but I think it's very likely fake news. So this is not just that Taiwan doesn't do well in its AI development, but I think there remain much room for improvement. And one of them, I think, is the governance of AI applications. So Taiwan so far does not yet have any specific legislation directly regulating the use and the development of AI. At the moment, the only official rule that indirectly touches upon AI governance is the Personal Data Protection Act. But this legislation is rather limited in its scope. It mainly focuses on matters related to data collection and data use, which are of course very important, but it does not cover many of the other broader challenges AI has presented so far. And also the framework of this law might be a bit outdated because it still relies very heavily on consent mechanism and right-based compensation scheme to deter the misuse of personal data. So I think this law contrasts with the more holistic and comprehensive AI EU AI Act, as you just mentioned, is not only focused on the safety of AI application, but also introduce a set of non-monetary obligations that are aimed not just at deterring, but at preventing AI-related risk before they cause any damage. But I think Taiwan does have some soft laws, such as guidance to guide AI usage, both for the public and private sectors. And for the public sector, Taiwan just released a guidance for the use of generative AI. And this guidance, like guidelines, require that any output generated by AI must be verified, with the responsibility resting on the administrative officer in charge. It also required the government that the government has to disclose the information about its use of AI as a tool for executing or assessing in administrative task. And for the private sector, I think Taiwan just has created the AI product and system evaluation center, I think just this year, and which is now developing more measurable standards for AI application in the private sector. And finally, Taiwan has just released the draft version of the basic law on artificial intelligence early this year in August, and which outlines 7 fundamental principles. And the first principle is sustainable development, which requires the development of AI technology to support environmental and social sustainability. And principle 2 is human autonomy, which requires that human autonomy is maintained in the application of AI technology, and it has to avoid its excessive dependence on AI. And then is principle 3, privacy protection, which emphasizes the protection of personal information to prevent data misuse. Can I just finish it there? And principle 4, information security, which requires the security of AI system to prevent cyber attacks and data breaches. Principle 5, transparency and explainability, and according to which AI system should have has to be transparent and explainable. Principle 6, fairness and non-discrimination, which requires that AI technologies does not result in discrimination in their applications and need to promote fairness. Finally, accountability, and it requires a clear accountability framework to ensure responsible development and application of AI technology. So this draft has not been officially enacted into law, but it has sparked debate in Taiwan this year. I'm not entirely sure when the draft will pass, but it's likely to be sometime early next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these perspectives on what's currently going on in Japan, in South Korea, in Taiwan. So I noted a few major challenges that, as a European scholar, I have addressed myself while working on EU regulations. The question of copyrights, these copyright works that are being used to train those models, the problem of data and personal data protection. We have very strict rules in the EU. It's problematic. It's currently being criticized by AI companies such as Meta, because of course GDPR prevents them from freely using personal data to train their models. And this debate, these tensions that you mentioned between the European model that is pretty strict, that imposes stringent obligations on AI companies, and this willingness to preserve innovation, to preserve the freedom to innovate, and to prioritize soft laws that you mentioned, guidelines that wouldn't be mandatory, but that could preserve innovation. So we have elements that could, of course, lead us to or lead to a multilateral cooperation, to international discussions. But before talking about this, I would like to ask whether there is or there are other models. And I wouldn't say the EU model, even though even though it's stringent, but I wouldn't say the EU model is a model of an authoritarian legislation. But you have other approaches around the world. You have other approaches in Asia, and so maybe it could be an interesting thing to say a few words about this, because this is also of interest and important within the context of international governance. And maybe Minjung, you could start on that question of the model of authoritarian states.
I only mentioned the first challenge, which is European model versus US model. But the second one, which is what I'm more interested in, the authoritarian model and liberal democracy model, which is more controversial and will have a more, bigger impact, I would say. So I'd like to start by saying that authoritarian regimes' misuse of AI for surveillance and censorship and state control not only restrict human rights and freedom, but also, it poses international threats. For example, China's AI generated facial recognition system and predictive policing, what it is, go beyond its citizens to locate, let's say, like North Korean defectors, stationing in China, and who are then forcefully repatriated to North Korea, facing imprisonment and even persecution. So this is a practice that the UN Commission of Inquiry for North Korean Human Rights has labeled as crime against humanity. So that means that AI technology, if it's in the hand of dictators, does more than violate human rights. It can facilitate, crime against humanity. So if to start with China, their AI regulations may appear business friendly on the surface, but in fact, they served as method for censorship and surveillance. Last year, China introduced the world's first legally binding regulations, specifically targeting generative AI technology. These regulations require that AI services reflect core socialist values. Companies must integrate these core socialist values into their data sets, and violations can result in fines or criminal investigations. China's extensive AI-powered surveillance system is among the most advanced globally, with an estimated 50% of the world's surveillance cameras located inside China. China has also introduced a blacklist system that points out content containing over 5% illegal or harmful information, which basically blocks all the foreign AI models from entering the Chinese border. But what's even more worrisome is that their ambition do not stop at its borders. Companies like Huawei, they have exported AI-based surveillance system to 63 countries. China has long tried to secure digital hegemony by reinforcing state control over information. This push for digital sovereignty is reflected in China's legal system, such as national security law and data security law and cybersecurity law. With this complete control over data, China has used AI for covert operations, for example, including attempts to manipulate US election, as reported by Microsoft and other many sources. While still dependent on foreign technology for computing infrastructures, China is quickly closing the gap, especially in areas like the machine learning platforms. Then what about North Korea? North Korea regime has also been developing AI capabilities to monitor their citizens. Ever since 2014, the regime has produced mobile phones with AI-powered surveillance features. Last year, Kim Il-sung University announced the development of facial recognition technology that can identify people even while wearing a mask. This technology is likely to be used for tracking opponents or freedom fighters, if there's any in North Korea, I doubt it, preventing citizens from mobilizing against the regime. In North Korea, 2 key surveillance apps are mandatory on every single cell phone, every single device. The first one is what is called 열람 리력 in North Korean language, activity monitor. This app captures screenshots of the phone screen every single, every 2 or 3 minutes without the user's knowledge. Deleting these screenshots are not allowed, and security agents, they just conduct random inspections to check if the phone has been used to consume any prohibited data or information. In one tragic case, there are 2 16-year-old boys in North Korea who got captured and sentenced to 12 years in prison camp earlier this year for watching South Korean movie and sharing it with their friends. The second one is Trace Viewer. This app allows the regime to view all unauthorized files or modified programs on the device. It also traces the origin of any media or identifies who first smuggled this foreign media contents. Individuals caught with such content face severe punishment, including imprisonment, of course. Fortunately, North Korea's weak infrastructure and limited electricity make it unlikely that the regime could implement a large-scale AI surveillance system like China's in the near future. But research allocation depends entirely on Kim Jong-un's priority, as you can see from his development of nuclear weapons. So, yeah, while the limited resource may delay the process, once it is fully implemented into, let's say, in like prison camp in North Korea, it could become one of the most severe examples of AI, enabled crimes against humanity. Let me stop here.
Can I add a few words to this?
Sure, certainly, absolutely.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think maybe we will briefly discuss multilateral efforts later, and we found on March we found the resolution in the UNGA and ANGA Union General Assembly, and what remarkable thing is that this ANGA resolution was sponsored by not only the United States, South Korea, Japan, but also by China. So we think that we understand that we can have some sort of agreement. We can have some sort of agreement with countries which has a different political system. Maybe I think that maybe the big difference between the two, authoritarian states and the river democracy, is that maybe the misuse of AI by the government. And I think I believe if I am not correct, please correct me. The European Union is proactively addressing this issue, and the EU Act. I think the EU Act classified this the government's surveillance, government check, government use of AI on the vital information of human as a high risk AI, and they strictly prohibit the government from using this. I'm not sure because I before I came to US, I was in charge of countermeasures against cybersecurity and cybercrime together with National Police Agency. So I cannot say we should not use this AI tool because it can contribute to the maybe national and maybe public safety or something. But I think we should have some sort of safeguards for example, maybe third-party organization should check the government activities or something. We should have some sort of safeguards, we should, So that's my comment on that.
Yes, thank you so much. So as you said, and I, as a European, I could, yes, of course, agree with you that all the EU policies in this respect are focused on fundamental rights. So this is something that you see in every EU regulations. What my question would be as follows: you have international initiatives at the moment. At the G7 level, at the G20 level, you have those AI summits that took place in the UK, in South Korea. The next one will be in France. The title of the summit changed because they were called AI Safety Summit. So there was really a focus on safety. The next one is the AI Action Summit. And so my question would be as follows. Do you think that, given everything that was just said, these international fora or forums, we would say forums, I think, in France. You could say fora, I think, in English. Anyway, but are these international scenes adapted to address these challenges, these important issues? The fact that, of course, for example, the EU AI Act prohibits social scoring tools, while there is a country, China, that uses them. So would there be the right fora to address these issues? So maybe we could start with you. You worked on Chinese policies, and I suppose that you have a lot to say about this.
Yeah, but I'm not here to talk about China. I'm here to talk about Taiwan. So I want to talk about. I just want to discuss Taiwan's multilateral governance. Right? We're talking about multilateral in Taiwan, or
I'm sorry.
We're going to talk about multilateral governance on Taiwan.
Yes. Well, do you think that these international initiatives are adapted currently? How do you see them?
I think because of Taiwan's quite unique political status, Taiwan has not yet formally participated in any multilateral governance scheme mechanism, actually. So I think Taiwan is still unable to introduce more specific cross-border regulations in an obligatory sense. Yeah, but I think Taiwan does voluntarily comply with them through a soft law approach, as I just mentioned. But here I just want to say a bit more about some of the more general challenges I just mentioned to the current trend in multilateral AI governance. I think many of the recent initiatives in AI nationalism have shown some kind of conflict with multilateral governance, maybe in 3 key areas. First is data sovereignty. And I think AI nationalism prioritizes keeping data with the national borders, which can clash with multinational companies' data sharing, as you just mentioned, the Korean case, need and limited opportunity for cross-border collaboration. So I think that's the first problem. Second, I think there is a problem with legal and ethical standards discrepancies. So many countries, I think different countries generally vary widely in terms of their legal and ethical approaches to AI. So looser regulations may attract industries, but also risk irresponsible AI deployment, which I think could have spillover effect on other nations, just like the case in North Korea I just mentioned. Yeah. So finally, I think the third problem is cultural and technology adaptation. Different countries tend to have rather unique cultural and technological needs. So although AI nationalism aims to address local requirements, I think these solutions may not easily translate or adapt abroad. And that could raise questions about cross-cultural compatibility. So if the problem I just mentioned above cannot be reconciled, I think it will be very difficult to establish concrete norms with consensus. But which can result only in relatively vague statement, not like operability. Yeah. So my conclusion is the more a governance model emphasizes sovereignty, the less multilateral it becomes.
Thank you so much. So Minjung, would you like to add anything to this point?
Because you mentioned China, which is my favorite subject. If I can add a little more about their influence in global agenda, I think I need to mention an international organization called International Telecommunication ITU. Union, thank you. Union, which is under UN. It was established back in like 1865. And then in 1949, it was observed into UN system as a special agency. It focuses on standardization and regulation. What differentiates ITU? I mean, sorry to shifting from China to ITU. You will figure out why I mentioned this later. What differentiates ITU from other non-US regulation is that first, it is an international organization which is founded on a treaty. So it's made up of all 194 UN member states. And second, it is comprised of around 900 private sector delegates, including companies and industry groups and civil society members. So have digital regulation efforts by ITU been effective? Well, during the tenure of the former Secretary General Haolin Zhao, the Chinese ITU Secretary General from 2015 to 2022, ITU has been harshly criticized for its state-centric approach. Mr. Zhao reinforced state-led governance models similar to China's internet control model approach, which allowed governments to strengthen domestic digital control. Some ITU standards and regulations during Zhao's tenure contributed to enhanced digital surveillance and control, social control, raising alarms about their misuse by authoritarian regime. There is an election for the Secretary General position of ITU 2 years ago, and there are two candidates. One from America, her name is Miss Bodan Martin, and the other one from Russia. With the geopolitical dynamics surrounding this election, including the Ukraine war, the American candidate got elected. So she's now pursuing more open governance models and marking a shift toward more human rights centered approach. But despite these positive changes, given the 7 years of ITU history under Mr. Zhao, challenges remain a lot. For example, in ITU's AI program called AI for Good, it struggles with incompetent enforcement, like legal enforcement, and as technical standard do not automatically translate into the member states' domestic regulations. So I just wanted to mention one of the lots of aspects of Chinese influence in global agenda. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So before we take questions from the audience, maybe Tomohiro, you could add a few words. And I just wanted to add that, of course, everyone is following the implementation and so the follow-up of the Hiroshima process that started in Japan with all the G7 countries. And I was wondering if you would be willing to say a few words about this, but feel free to.
Right. Yeah. So, basically, as far as I understand, you asked me how we can evaluate the multilateral efforts so far, and how we can drag, their authoritarian states to their, our multilateral efforts, right? So, as far as I understand, as you quickly introduced me, that I have been involved in the WTO negotiation for years, and the WTO negotiation is a truly multilateral setting. And right after I arrived in Geneva, I realized that the multilateral settings is very, very, very difficult. And as I told you that the resolution in the ANGA is very remarkable, but the resolution is quite simple and it's not legally binding. So that's the reason why we can agree, we can reach an agreement in the resolution in ANGA on this March. But if it is legally binding and if it is truly multilateral, it's very, very, very difficult. In the WTO forum, in the WTO, there are only 3 or 4 minor amendments since we reached an agreement in Marrakesh. So it means it's extremely difficult to have a legally binding agreement with with among the countries which have different political system and then different the culture and a different point of view. Having said that, we started Hiroshima AI process last year, and it's Hiroshima AI process is I think it's a remarkable thing because we created the guiding principles and the first ever code of conduct, which can form the fundamental base for the future international rules. And what we can do is right now is that we should expand this the multilateral efforts to more, and because it is done by G7, right? So it's not pure multilateral, which we should call this plurilateral. So we should make these agreements become genuine multilateral things, and they maybe global South and maybe Asian countries or South American countries. So developing countries are very important, and we should expand this efforts to those countries. And they maybe let's isolate, not isolate. It's not so good word. So then we should expand to this effort to the countries' concerns.
Thank you so much. So now it's time to get question from the audience. Oh, we have someone here,
Yes, thank you. I'm Hyo-young Lee, working for the Korean National Diplomatic Academy. I recently wrote a report on the governance for AI. It was a very basic initial research, so I was very happy to attend this panel. Florence, I'd like to ask a question to Florence because we're involved in e-regulation. You just mentioned that, and we were also discussing yesterday with Mr. Takamura, and the question that came up was, why did the title of the G7 summit change from AI Safety Summit to AI Action Summit? Is there any implications behind that? I mean, does it imply a shift in the governance direction for AI? And what is the background behind that? I'm curious. Thank you.
Okay, I couldn't speak on the behalf of the French government. Obviously, I have a few insights as a French citizen. So my understanding is that there was a very strong focus on safety in the 2 previous summits, due to this very intense debate about AI risks, about this debate that is currently taking place about the so-called catastrophic risk. And of course, it's of importance, but it's not one of the it's not the major issues that the next French summit will address. There is a very strong orientation toward a broad discussion on first the global AI divide and the inclusion of everyone in the process, not not just those countries where the most advanced models are being developed, because of course it's in these countries that you have this debate about safety, but there is this inclusion debate that is important. So that will be addressed in the summit. There is also this emphasis on the climate consequences of this AI revolution. And so I think the idea, and so with this new title, AI Action Summit, the idea is to reach an agreement of, an agreement on a set of basic principles that would not be just about AI safety. This would be broader. This is all I can say at this stage. Of course, I cannot communicate on behalf of the French government. So this is, I need to just stop here.
Yes, I think one of the panelists mentioned that his or her country was going to follow the European lead on regulating AI. And I wanted to ask actually Florence, in Europe, are disputes involving AI, do they fall under the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights?
So it's institutionally, you know, that we have two organizations that are different. We have the European Union, that is a supranational organization, and we have the Council of Europe that drafts conventions like the European Convention of Human Rights, and but you have many countries that are members of the Council of Europe and that signs the European Convention of Human Rights. So, of course, most EU countries, well, all EU countries are subject to the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights because they are signatories of the European Convention of Human Rights. But it's not as EU members. It's because the EU, it's a little bit complicated, but it's because all EU countries are members of this country of the Council of Europe, and they are signatories of the European Convention of Human Rights. But these are two different. You have two different courts. On the one hand, the European Court of Human Rights. On the other hand, the European Court of Justice that deals with EU rules. So everything is related, but it's different. And my last point, because I would like to give the floor to my amazing panelists, but co-panelists. But basically, as of today, you have the EU AI Act that is mandatory for everyone in the EU, and of course for AI companies operating in the EU. And on the other hand, you have this new AI treaty that was drafted under the auspices of the Council of Europe, that was signed recently by the EU, by the US, by the UK, and that really deals with protecting human rights in the age of AI. But these are two different set of rules. And so, of course, the European Court of Human Rights deals with the implementation and the enforcement of the European Convention of Human Rights. I hope I'm clear. Other questions? Yes.
So I want to ask about China. Actually, I mean, I think there is possibility of bifurcation of like AI, global AI governance. Actually, I mean, we already saw the cybersecurity governance. I mean, global cybersecurity governance has been divided because of Chinese has led a lot of like multilateralism of cybersecurity, the BRICS and SCO, and the other like BRI has a cybersecurity cooperation agenda. And then I think that if we see this kind of a bifurcation of cybersecurity governance, I think, I mean, maybe in global AI governance may be divided by the kind of like block between the Western and the non-Western. So I think we should engage the Chinese, I mean, kind of AI discourse or governance in that global governance. So what is your think about like a solution for the non-divided AI global governance?
In a few words, okay.
I think I talked too much about China, so I will just I'd like to have some other panelists to cover this.
Who would be willing to answer this?
I just want to point out one very odd phenomenon because China is not invited to participate in AI Action Summit 2025. Yeah, so I think that's one of the reasons why it's quite difficult to accommodate China in this kind of multilateral governance framework.
Anything to add?
Yeah, of course, making the country of concern be involved in the our settings, multilateral settings is very important because for example, the AI is like like a weapon race. Right? If the U.S. and Japan and South Korea and Taiwan would like to strictly regulate the use of AI for example, the lethal weapons, but if the country of concern is still developing that sort of lethal weapon using AI, we cannot stop the developing that use of AI. So it's like a traditional, prisoner's dilemma. So we should address this thing. So the only solution is to make the country of concern be involved in these settings. So it's extremely important, but maybe I cannot. I don't right now. I don't have very clear, simple answer to that, and I don't have right now. Don't have a clear and simple solution to you. If I have a solution, maybe I can become a Secretary General in the UN.
Okay. Thank you so much to all of you for these very insightful considerations, and thanks to everyone for attending this panel. So I think we need to stop now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. That was great. Thank you. Well, everyone, that brings us to the conclusion of the third annual conference on geopolitics of technology in East Asia. I want to thank you for spending your time with us over the last day and a half. I want to thank again the team for all the hard work put into pulling this off over the last day and a half. I want to thank all the panelists who devoted their time and wisdom and in many cases traveled great distances to be with us. And with that, I wish you all a very happy Halloween. I'm going to go home and take care of what I expect to be some very sugar-high children. So take care. Thank you all.